As we entered the gates to Horrorland, we had no idea that, in just a few hours, we would all be lying in our coffins. I'm the calm one in the Morris family. Everyone says, Lizzie, you're the calm one, and I'm trying to tell this story calmly. But believe me, there's no way. We had never planned to go to Horrorland. In fact, we'd never heard of it. The five of us were squeezed into Dad's little Toyota on our way to spend the day at Zoo Gardens theme park. Dad had messed up and left the map at home, but Mom said the park would be real easy to find. When we got close to the park, Mom said there would be lots of signs to direct us. But so far we hadn't seen a single sign. Dad was driving, and Mom was beside him in the front. I was squeezed in back with my little brother, Luke, who is 10, and Luke's friend Clay. It wasn't the best place to be. My brother cannot sit still for a second, especially in the car. He just has too much energy. And he's totally goofy. The longer we drove, the more restless Luke became. He tried wrestling with Clay, but there really wasn't room. Then he tried arm wrestling with him, and the two of them kept bumping me until I lost my temper and started shouting at them to stop. Why don't you three play alphabet? Mom suggested from the front. Look out the window for letters. There aren't any, Luke replied. There aren't any signs. There isn't anything to look at, Clay grumbled. He was right. We were driving past flat, sandy fields. There were a few scraggly trees here and there. The rest was all desert. I'm going to take this turnoff, Dad announced. He took off his Chicago Cubs cap and scratched his thinning blonde hair. Haven't I already taken this turnoff? Dad is the only blonde in the family. Mom, Luke, and I all have straight black hair and blue eyes. In fact, Dad doesn't look as if he belongs in the same family. The three of us are tall and thin, with very fair skin. And Dad is short and kind of chubby, with a round face that's almost always pink. I tease him all the time because I think he looks a lot more like a wrestler than a bank manager, which he is. I'm pretty sure we've already been here, Dad said unhappily. It's hard to tell. It's all desert, Mom replied, gazing out her window. Very helpful, Dad muttered. How can I be helpful? Mom shot back. You're the one who left the map on the kitchen table. I thought you packed it, Dad grumbled. Why should it be my job to pack the map? Mom cried. Break it up, you two, I interrupted. Once they start fighting, they never stop. It's always best to interrupt them quickly before they really get into it. I'm the mad pincher, Luke cried. He let out a gruesome, horror movie laugh and started pinching Clay's ribs and arms. I hate Luke's mad pincher routine more than anything. I was so glad that Clay was sitting in the middle next to Luke and not me. Usually, the only way to stop Luke's pinching is to slug him. Clay started squirming and laughing. He thinks everything Luke does is a riot. He laughs at all of my brother's stupid jokes and stunts. I think that's why Luke likes Clay so much. The two of them began pinching each other. Then Luke shoved Clay into me. Give me a break, I cried. I shoved Clay back. I know I shouldn't have. But it was getting hot in the car, and we'd been driving for hours, and what was I supposed to do? Lizzie. Boys. Chill out back there, Dad cried. Dad, nobody says, chill out anymore, I told him calmly and quietly. For some reason, that made him go berserk. He started yelling, and his face got bright red. I knew he wasn't mad at me. He was mad because he couldn't find Zoo Gardens theme park. Everybody just take a deep breath and be silent, Mom suggested. Ow! Stop pinching me, Clay screamed. He gave Luke a hard shove. You. Stop pinching me, my brother shrieked, shoving him back. Boys can really be animals. Hey, look, a sign up ahead. Mom pointed as a large green sign came into view. Luke and Clay stopped fighting. Dad leaned forward over the steering wheel, squinting through the windshield. Does it say where the park is? Luke demanded. Does it say where we are? Clay asked. The words on the sign came into view as we drove past it. It read, "Sign for rent." We all let out disappointed groans. "The mad pincher returns," Luke cried. He gave Clay a hard pinch on the arm. Luke never knows when to quit. "This road isn't going anywhere," Dad said, scowling. "I'll have to turn around and get back on the highway. If I can find it." "I think you should ask someone for directions," Mom suggested. "Ask someone? Ask someone?" Dad exploded. "Do you see anyone I can ask?" His face was bright red again. He drove with one hand so he could use the other to shake a fist. "I meant if you see a gas station," Mom murmured. "A gas station?" Dad screamed. "I don't even see a tree." Dad was right. I stared out the window and saw nothing but white sand on both sides of the road. The sun beamed down on it, making it gleam. The sand was so bright, it nearly looked like snow. "I meant to go north," Dad muttered. "The desert is south. We must have gone south." "You'd better turn around," Mom urged. "Are we lost?" Clay asked. I could hear some fear in his voice. Clay isn't the bravest kid in the world. In fact, he is pretty easy to scare. Once I crept up behind him in our backyard at night and whispered his name, and he almost jumped right out of his shoes. "Dad, are we lost?" Luke repeated the question. "Yeah, we're lost," Dad replied quietly. "Hopelessly lost." Clay let out a soft cry and slumped in the seat. He looked a little like a balloon deflating. "Don't tell him that," Mom cried sharply. "What should I tell him?" Dad snapped back. "We're nowhere near zoo gardens. We're nowhere near civilization. We're in the desert, going nowhere. Just turn around. I'm sure we'll find someone we can ask," Mom said softly. "And stop being so dramatic. We're all going to die in the desert," Luke said, with a gruesome grin on his face. "And buzzards will peck out our eyeballs and eat our flesh." My brother has a great sense of humor, doesn't he? "You can't imagine what it's like having to live with a total ghoul." "Luke, stop scaring Clay," Mom said, turning in her seat to glare at Luke. "I'm not scared," Clay insisted. But he looked scared. His round face was kind of pale. And his eyes were blinking a lot behind his glasses. With his short, feathery blonde hair and round eyeglasses, Clay looked a lot like a frightened owl. Muttering to himself, Dad slowed the car to a stop. Then he turned it around, and we headed back in the direction we had come. "Great vacation," he said through clenched teeth. "It's still early," Mom told him, checking her watch. The late morning sun was nearly straight overhead. I could feel its warmth on my face through the open sunroof. We drove for nearly half an hour. Luke wanted to play 20 questions or geography with Clay. But Clay moodily said no. He just stared out the window, watching the desert roll by. Every few minutes, he'd ask, "Are we still lost?" "Pretty lost," my dad would reply unhappily. We're okay, Mom kept reassuring us. As we drove, the scraggly trees reappeared. Then, after a while, the sand gave way to darker fields, dotted with trees and low shrubs. I sat silently, my hands clasped in my lap, staring out the window. I wasn't really scared or worried, but I wished we would at least see a gas station or a store or one other human being. I'm getting hungry, Luke griped. Is it lunchtime? With a long sigh that sounded like air escaping from a tire, Dad pulled the car to the side of the road. He reached across Mom to the glove compartment. There's got to be some kind of map in there, he said. No. I already looked, Mom told him. As they started to argue, I raised my eyes to the open sunroof above my head. Oh! I let out a cry as I saw a hideous monster staring down at me, lowering its enormous head, about to crush the car. 2. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The monster glared down at me through the sunroof. It was as tall as a building, I realized. Its red eyes glowed with evil, and its mouth was twisted in a hungry grin. Dad, I finally managed to stammer. Dad was bent over, fumbling through the papers in the glove compartment. Wow! I heard Luke cry. I turned and saw that Luke was staring up at it, too, his blue eyes wide with fright. Dad? Mom? My heart was pounding so hard, I thought my chest might explode. Lizzie, what is it? Mom asked impatiently. The monster lowered its head over us. Its mouth opened wide, ready to swallow the whole car. And then Luke started to laugh. Wow! Cool, he cried. And I realized at the same time that the monster wasn't alive. It was a mechanical figure, part of a giant billboard display. Ducking my head to get a better view through the side window, I saw that Dad had pulled the car up right beside the billboard. My parents were so busy arguing about maps, they hadn't even noticed it. I stared up at the red-eyed monster. It lowered its head and opened its jaws. Then the jaws snapped shut, and the enormous head slid back up. It looks so real, Clay exclaimed, staring up at it. Didn't fool me, I lied. I wasn't going to admit that I nearly leapt out through the sunroof. I'm supposed to be the calm one, after all. I rolled down the window and stuck my head out to read the billboard in front of the mechanical monster. In huge red letters it said, "Welcome to Horrorland, where nightmares come to life." There was a dark red arrow in the upper left-hand corner with the words, 1 mile. Can we go there? Luke demanded eagerly. He leaned forward and grabbed the back of Dad's seat with both hands. Can we, Dad? How about it? It looks kind of scary, Clay said softly. Dad slammed the glove compartment shut with a sigh. He was giving up on the map. Idea. Luke, stop pulling my seat, he snapped. Sit back. Can we go to Horrorland? Luke asked. Horrorland? What's Horrorland? Mom demanded. Never heard of it, Dad muttered. It's only a mile from here, Luke pleaded. It looks great. The monster lowered its head over the car, staring in through the sunroof. Then it raised its head again. I don't think so, Mom said, looking out at the huge billboard. Zoo Gardens is such a wonderful park. Horrorland doesn't look very nice. It looks great, Luke insisted, pulling at Dad's seat back again. It looks really excellent. Luke, sit back, Dad pleaded. Let's go, I urged. We're never going to find Zoo Gardens. Mom hesitated, chewing her lower lip. I don't know, she said fretfully. Some of these places aren't safe. It'll be safe, Luke declared. It'll be very safe. Luke, sit back, Dad growled. Can we go? Luke demanded, ignoring Dad's request. Can we? It could be fun, Clay said quietly. Let's give it a try, I urged them. If we hate it, we can always leave. Dad rubbed his chin. He sighed. Well, I guess it would be better than sitting here in the middle of nowhere arguing all day. Yay! Luke screamed. Luke and I reached over Clay to slap each other a high five. Horrorland sounded like a pretty cool place to me, too. I love scary rides. If the rides are as scary as that monster, I said, pointing at the billboard, this park will be awesome. You don't think it's too scary, do you? Clay asked. I saw that he had his hands clasped tightly in his lap. And he had that frightened owl look on his face again. No, it won't be too scary, I told him. Oh, wow, was I wrong? I can't believe someone would build a big theme park out in the wilderness, Dad declared. We were driving through what seemed like an endless forest. Tall old trees leaned over the two-lane road, nearly blocking out the late morning sun. Maybe they haven't built the park yet, Mom suggested. Maybe they're going to clear out these trees and build the park here. All three of us in the back seat were hoping Mom was wrong. And she was. The road curved sharply. And as we came out of the curve, we saw the tall gates to the park straight up ahead. Behind a tall purple fence, Horrorland seemed to stretch for miles. Leaning forward in my seat, I could see the tops of rides and strange, colorful buildings. As we drove across the enormous parking lot, eerie chords of organ music invaded the car. Yay! This looks great! Luke exclaimed. Clay and I enthusiastically agreed. I couldn't wait to get out of the car and see everything. The parking lot is nearly empty, Dad said, glancing uneasily at Mom. That means we won't have to wait in long lines, I quickly exclaimed. I think Lizzie is excited about this place, Mom commented, smiling. Me, too, Luke cried. He punched Clay enthusiastically on the shoulder. Luke always has to be punching or pinching somebody. We crossed the wide parking lot. I saw a few cars parked near the front gate. At the far side of the lot stood a row of purple and green buses with the word Horrorland across the side. As we rode closer, I got a good look at the front gate. The same monster we had seen behind the billboard rose up behind a big purple and green sign over the gate. The sign read, "The Horrorland Horrors welcome you to Horrorland." I don't get that sign, Mom said. What are the Horrorland Horrors? We'll find out, I exclaimed happily. The solemn, eerie organ music floated heavily over the parking lot. Dad pulled into a space in an empty aisle to the right of the front gate. Luke and I pushed open the back doors before the car had even stopped. Let's go, I cried. Luke, Clay, and I started trotting toward the gate. As I ran, I stared up at the green monster over the sign. This one didn't move its head like the billboard monster. But it looked very real. I glanced back and saw that Mom and Dad were hurrying to catch up with us. This is going to be way cool, I exclaimed. And then I gasped as a deafening explosion made the ground shake. And I stared back in horror as our car burst apart, exploding into a million pieces. 3. It took me a long while to stop screaming. Finally, I swallowed hard, choking back my cries. We all stared in shock. Small chunks of twisted metal and a few burning cinders were all that was left of our car. How, was all Dad managed to say. I, I don't believe it, I stammered. Thank goodness we were all out of the car, Mom cried. She gathered us up in a big hug. Thank goodness we're all okay. Luke and Clay still hadn't uttered a sound. They stood wide-eyed, staring at the spot where the car had stood. My car, Dad choked out in a horrified whisper. My car. How? How? We're safe, Mom murmured. We're all safe. What a terrifying explosion. I can't get the sound of it out of my ears. I've got to call the police, Dad sputtered. He began trotting to the gate, shaking his head, muttering to himself. How could the car just blow up like that, dear? Mom asked, hurrying after him. What would make it do that? How should I know? Dad snapped angrily. I, I don't get it. I really don't. And now, what are we going to do? He sounded really panicked. I didn't blame him. The explosion was really scary. And when I realized that we could have all been inside the car when it went off, I had cold chills down my back. Maybe there's a car rental place we can call, Mom suggested. Mom is like me, calm in any emergency. We followed Dad as he went running up to the ticket booth at the entrance. A green monster stood in the booth. He had bulging yellow eyes and dark horns curled over his head. It was a really great costume. Welcome to Horrorland, he said in a gruff, low voice. A loud stab of organ music rose up from inside the ticket booth. I am a Horrorland horror. All of the horrors, and I hope you have a scary day. My car, Dad cried frantically. There was an explosion. I need a phone. I'm sorry, sir. No phones, the guy in the monster costume replied. Huh? Dad's face was bright red again. His forehead was drenched with sweat. But I need a phone. Right away, Dad insisted, glaring angrily at the green monster. My car exploded. We're stuck here. We'll take care of you, the horror replied, lowering his gruff voice nearly to a whisper. You'll. What? Dad cried. We need a car. I need to get to a phone. Don't you understand? No phones, the monster repeated. But, please, sir. Allow us to take care of you. I promise we will take care of everything. Don't let this spoil your visit to Horrorland. Spoil my visit? Dad shrieked, his face growing even redder. But my car. Another loud stab of organ music made me jump. The creepy music made me feel as if I were actually in a horror movie. We will take care of you. I promise, the horror said. A strange smile crossed his face. His yellow eyes lit up. Please enjoy your stay, and do not worry about transportation. The other horrors and I will see that you are properly taken care of. But, Dad sputtered. The horror gestured toward the park. Please enter as our guests. Free admission. I apologize for your car. But, please, do not worry. I promise you will have no need to worry about your car. Dad turned back to us, sweat dripping down his forehead. I could see that he was really upset. I can't enjoy an amusement park now, he said. I can't believe this happened. I really can't. We've got to get a car somehow, and... Oh, please, Dad, Luke cried. Please. Can't we go inside? He said he'll take care of it for us. Just for a little while, I joined my brother in pleading. We've had such a long drive, Mom told Dad. Let's go in for a short while. Let them blow off some steam. Dad thought about it, frowning hard. Okay. Just for a little while, he agreed finally. The organ music grew louder as we stepped through the gate. Wow. Look at this place, I cried. It really is like being in a horror movie. We were standing on a brown cobbled street. Strange dark cottages tilted up on both sides of the street. Tall trees along the street nearly blocked out all the sunlight. The air carried a chill. Low howls, like wolf howls, floated out from the cottages. Cool, Luke declared. A sign proclaimed, Welcome to Werewolf Village. Do not feed the werewolves. If you can help it. The frightening howls grew louder. Luke and I laughed at the sign. I saw a green monster, one of the horrors, staring out at us through a dark window in the cottage across the narrow street. Another horror walked past carrying a very real-looking human head. He grasped it by its long blonde hair and bounced it up and down, sort of like a yo-yo, as he walked. Cool, Luke proclaimed again. It seemed to be his word of the day. We walked along the cobbled street. The sound of our thudding sneakers echoed off the cottage walls. Oh! We all let out cries of surprise as a long, low, gray wolf ran in front of us. It disappeared around the side of a cottage before we really got a good look at it. Was that a real wolf? Clay asked, his voice shaking. Of course not, I told him. It was probably a dog. Or else it was mechanical. Well, they certainly keep this park clean, Mom said, trying to sound cheerful. There isn't a piece of trash or dirt anywhere. Of course, it isn't very crowded. Dad lingered behind. I've got to find a phone, he said fretfully. I can't enjoy this until I know we have a way to get home. But, dear, Mom started. There's got to be a phone somewhere, Dad interrupted. Go on without me. No. I'll come with you, Mom said. You're in such a frantic state. You'll need me to make the calls for you. The kids will have a better time without us hanging around anyway. Leave them? Dad cried. You mean, let them go on their own? Of course, Mom said, hurrying back to him. They'll be perfectly fine. This looks like a very nice place. What could happen? What could happen? With those words, Mom and Dad rushed off to find a phone. Meet back here, Mom called to us. Luke, Clay, and I were suddenly on our own. I turned to watch Mom and Dad hurry away. I turned back in time to see a gray wolf edging out from behind the cottage. It lowered its head and let out a rumbling warning growl. All three of us froze as we realized its hungry red eyes were locked on us. 4. I cried out and pulled Luke and Clay back. The wolf slithered out, holding its head low, glaring up at us with wide red eyes, its mouth open hungrily. It's real, Clay declared, swallowing hard. I had my hand on his shoulder. I could feel him trembling. The wolf let out a deep growl. Then it slid back behind the cottage wall. I think it's some kind of robot or something, I told Clay. Let's go somewhere else, Clay replied, suddenly very pale. What does that sign up there say? Luke asked. He went running over the dark cobblestones to the sign, and Clay and I followed. The sign read, No pinching. Luke laughed. That's stupid. What a dumb sign, Clay agreed. That sign was meant just for you, Luke, I exclaimed. I gave him a hard pinch on the arm. Hey, can't you read? He shouted angrily, pointing to the sign. I saw a green horror watching us from down the street. Then I saw a family making its way behind the row of cottages. There was a mother, a father, and a little girl. The little girl was crying for some reason. The parents had their hands on her shoulders and looked very upset. A wolf howl cut through the air. Let's find some rides, Clay suggested. Some scary rides, Luke added. Walking side by side, keeping close together, we made our way out of the werewolf village. The street widened into a round plaza. Bright sunlight returned as soon as we stepped out of the village. Several purple and green buildings surrounded the plaza. I saw a few more families and several green costumed horrors keeping an eye on everything. A pudgy horror behind a purple and green cart was selling ice cream cones. Black ice cream. Yuck, Luke declared, making a face. We hurried past the cart, past another "No pinching" sign, and stopped in front of what appeared to be a tall purple mountain. It's a ride, I told them. A doorway was cut into the side of the mountain. And above the doorway was a sign. Doom Slide. Will you be the one to slide forever? Cool, Luke cried, slapping Clay a high five. I'll bet you climb to the top, then slide all the way down, I said, pointing to the top of the mountain-shaped building. Let's go, Luke cried excitedly. We ran to the building, then through the open doorway in its side. It was dark and cold inside. A wide ramp curved up toward the top. I could hear kids squealing and laughing, but I couldn't see them. The three of us half walked, half ran up the ramp, eager to get to the top. About halfway up, we stopped to read another sign. Warning. You may be the one to slide to your doom. Now I could hear kids screaming as they slid down. But it was too dark to see anything. Are you scared, Clay? I asked, noticing his tight expression. No way, he insisted, embarrassed by my question. I've seen these things before. They're like really huge sliding boards. You just sit on them and slide down. Hurry, Luke shouted, running ahead of us. Hey, wait up, I called. I followed them to the top of the ramp. We found ourselves on a wide platform. A row of long, curving sliding boards stretched to the end of the platform. The sliding boards were numbered from 1 to 10. In the dim light, I saw two horrors watching us approach. They stood in front of the sliding boards. Their bulging yellow eyes lit up as we hurried over to them. Do you slide all the way down? Luke asked one of them. The horror nodded. Do you go really fast? Clay asked, lingering a few feet behind us. The horror nodded again. It's a long way down, he rumbled. Be careful which slide you pick, the other horror warned. Don't pick the doom slide. He gestured to the number painted in black in front of each slide. Yes. Don't pick the doom slide, his partner repeated. You'll slide down forever and ever. I laughed. He was just trying to scare us. Wasn't he? 5. I chose slide number 3 because 3 is my lucky number. Luke sat down on top of the slide next to mine, slide number 2. And Clay scrambled over to the far end and dropped down onto slide number 10. I glanced back to see what the horrors were doing. But before I could focus on them, I felt the bottom tilt underneath me. I let out a long, high-pitched shriek as I began to slide. I raised my arms over my head, leaned back, and screamed all the way down. My cries echoed in the enormous dark canyon of the Doom Slide building. It felt great. The slide curved and curved, and I swirled down in the darkness, faster and faster. In the shadowy light, I could see Luke in the slide next to mine. He was lying on his back, staring straight up with his mouth wide open. I tried to call out to him, but the slide curved away, and I curved with it. Down, down. I was sliding so fast, the darkness became a solid blur. The slide curved up, then around, then down again. I'm a human roller coaster, I thought happily. Down, down. Darker and darker. I'm sliding faster than the speed of light, I thought. I glanced from one side to the other, trying to see Luke and Clay. But it was too dark, and I was moving too fast. Too fast. And then, bump. A chute opened up. I hit the ground hard, landing on the seat of my jeans. Outside. I was back outside. Bump. Luke bounced out beside me. He hit the ground, still lying on his back, and made no attempt to get up. He grinned up at me. Where am I? Back on the ground, I told him, climbing to my feet. I brushed off the back of my jeans, then reached behind my head to straighten my braid. Great ride, huh? Let's go again, Luke said, still lying there. We can't go again if you don't get up, I said. Help me. He reached up a hand. I groaned as I tugged him to a sitting position. Get up yourself, I said impatiently. You were screaming in there, he told me. I did it on purpose, I said. I wanted to scream. Yeah, sure. He rolled his eyes. Then he pulled himself to his feet. Wow. I'm a little dizzy. How fast do you think we were going? I shrugged. Pretty fast, I think. It's so dark in there, it's hard to know how fast you're going. And then I realized we were missing a member of our sliding party. I stared at the closed chutes on the wall of the building. Hey, where's Clay? Huh? Luke had forgotten about him, too. We both stared at the side of the building, waiting for Clay to pop out. Where is he? Luke demanded shrilly. He couldn't be that much slower than us, could he? I shook my head. I was starting to feel really nervous. I had a heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach, and my hands were suddenly cold and clammy. Come on, Clay, I pleaded, staring at the wall. Come on out. Luke scratched his black hair. Where'd he go? He asked. Why didn't Clay come out? Maybe he came out the front, I said. Maybe. Slide number 10 dumps you out in front. Let's check it out. As we ran around the building toward the front, I scolded myself for getting scared so easily. Of course. Clay came out in a different chute. He was probably waiting for us in front of the building. He was probably worried about us. As we rounded the purple building, the wide, circular plaza came into view. I searched for Mom and Dad, but they weren't there. I saw a couple of other families on the other side of the circle, and the pudgy green horror leaning on his ice cream cart. No sign of Clay. Luke and I kept running, up to the front entrance of the Doom Slide. We stopped a few feet from the dark opening. He isn't here, Luke cried, struggling to catch his breath. I was breathing hard, too. And the heavy feeling of dread in my stomach grew even heavier. No. No, Clay, I muttered. What are we going to do? Luke asked. His blue eyes were wide with fear. I saw a green horror woman standing just inside the entrance. Hey, I called as I ran over to her. Did you see a kid come out of there? I asked breathlessly. The yellow eyes on the horror's mask bulged and appeared to light up. No. This is the entrance. No one comes out here, she replied. He's blonde and sort of chubby. He wears glasses, I told her. He's wearing a blue t-shirt and denim shorts. The horror shook her head. No. No one comes out this way. Did you check the back? Everyone comes out the back. He didn't, Luke said shrilly. We were there. He didn't come out. My brother's voice was high and squeaky. He was breathing so hard, his chest was heaving up and down. He was in a panic. I was frightened, too. But I knew I had to stay calm. For Luke's sake. He didn't come out the back, I told the horror, and he didn't come out the front. So what happened to him? The horror was silent for a long moment. Then she said in a low voice just above a whisper, maybe your friend chose the doom slide. 6. I stared at the woman in the horror costume. You're joking, right? I stammered. I mean, the doom slide, that's just a joke. She stared back with her bulging yellow eyes and didn't reply. The signs give a warning, she said. There's always a warning. She turned and disappeared into the dark entrance. Luke and I goggled at each other. I swallowed hard. My throat suddenly felt very dry. My hands were cold as ice now. This is stupid, Luke muttered. He jammed his hands into his jeans pockets. It's just a dumb slide. Why is she trying to scare us? I guess that's her job, I told him. We've got to find Mom and Dad, Luke muttered. We've got to find Clay first, I told him. If Mom and Dad find out we lost Clay, they'll get angry and make us go home as soon as we find him. If we find him, Luke said glumly. I glanced back across the plaza. No Mom and Dad. Two teenagers were buying black ice cream cones from the horror at the cart. Two horrors were sweeping the plaza with push brooms, working side by side. Far in the distance, I could hear the howl of a wolf from the werewolf village. The sun was high in the sky now. I could feel it beaming down on top of my head and on my shoulders. But I still felt cold all over. Clay, where are you? I asked, thinking out loud. He's sliding forever, Luke said, shaking his head. Sliding forever and ever on the doom slide. That's dumb, I replied. But Luke, come on, I said, tugging the sleeve on his t-shirt. I started pulling him to the dark entrance. Huh? Where? Luke pulled back. We'll go on the slides again, I told him. His mouth dropped open in protest. Without Clay? We can't go on it again without Clay. We're going to find Clay, I said, grabbing his arm this time and pulling him to the dark open doorway. You mean, my brother was starting to catch on. I nodded. Yes. We'll follow him. We'll take the same slide he took. Slide number 10, Luke murmured. And then he added in a solemn whisper, the doom slide. We'll take it, and it will lead us right to him, I said. We climbed the ramp in silence. The rapid thud of our sneakers echoed in the vast hollow mountain. We ran past the sign about halfway up to the top. I read it again as I passed it by. Warning. You may be the one to slide to your doom. Clay, are you still sliding? I wondered. I shook my head hard, shaking away the thought. Of course. He wasn't still sliding. What a stupid idea. The two horrors were still standing at the top of the slides. Be careful which slide you pick, one of them warned. We know which one we want, I said breathlessly. Slide number 10. Both of us. Together. The horror nearest the slide motioned for us to sit down. I glanced at Luke, who stood right behind me, his features tight with fear. He tugged me back a few steps. Maybe we shouldn't, he whispered. Why not? I demanded impatiently. What if the warning is true? Luke demanded. Don't be dumb, I scolded him. This is an amusement park, remember? They don't kill kids or send them sliding to their doom. It's all for fun. Luke swallowed hard. You sure? Of course I'm sure, I replied. Now, do you want to find Clay or not? Luke nodded. Then let's go, I ordered. I sat down at the top of slide number 10. Luke plopped down right behind me, stretching his legs outside of mine. I felt the floor tilt up beneath us. We started to slide. Clay, here we come, I cried. 7. I didn't scream this time. I clasped my hands in my lap and gritted my teeth. There was no way I was going to enjoy this ride. I just wanted to get to the end of it. I wanted to solve the mystery and find Clay. As we slid down together, Luke grabbed onto me, his hands gripping my waist. He cried out when we slid over a big bump, and it felt as if we were going to go flying off the slide. Then we both screamed as the slide took a steep dive, almost straight down, and we started to fall. We landed hard, and then the slide curved sharply to the right. We were both screaming our lungs out now. We were sliding faster and faster, in total darkness, blacker than black. I tried to see if we were moving alongside the other slides. But it was so dark, I couldn't even see my sneakers in front of me. Luke squeezed my waist so hard, I could hardly breathe. I tried to tell him to loosen his grip, but he was screaming too loud to hear. Down, down. Darker and darker. We hit another bump that sent us bouncing up into the air. Then the slide dipped and curved sharply to the left. We should be at the bottom by now, I realized. We'd been sliding a very long time. I gritted my teeth harder and tried to brace myself to go flying out the chute and bumping onto the ground. But no chute opened. The ride didn't end. We began to slide faster. I gasped in mouthfuls of the hot, damp air, struggling to catch my breath. The slide dipped and curved, sending us down into the thick, heavy blackness. We're going to slide forever. The warning sign didn't lie. I struggled to force those frightening thoughts from my mind. Luke suddenly got very quiet. Are you okay? I called back to him. I don't know, he replied, holding on even tighter. Why are we sliding so long? You're hurting me, I cried. He loosened his hold a little. I don't like this, he shouted in my ear. We hit another bump. His hands flew off me. Another bump. Even harder. I thought I was going to fly off the slide and fall to the bottom, if there was a bottom. Down, down. Luke and I both cried out in disgust as something sticky covered our faces. I reached up with both hands and tried to pull it off. Yuck, Luke screamed. What is it? My face. It's like cobwebs, I shouted back at him. Hot, sticky cobwebs. My whole face itched. The sticky threads covered my face like a net. I pulled frantically at them. Oh, I cried out as the slide took another sharp dip. Tearing at the sticky cobwebs, I managed to pull most of them off. But my face still itched like crazy. It felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling around on it. It's so gross, Luke yelled behind me. My face, it hurts. Down, down into the heavy darkness. And then a flare of bright light made me shut my eyes. Was it daylight? Were we heading outside? No. I forced my eyes open and squinted at the yellow light, and realized I was staring at blazing flames. The slide ahead of us was on fire. The yellow and orange flames raged up, topped by a curtain of billowing black smoke. I raised my hands to my face and started to shriek. We were sliding right into the blazing flames. We're going to burn up, Luke screamed. Help, somebody. Help us. 8. I shut my eyes and felt a powerful burst of heat, almost like an explosion. I'm burning up, I thought. Burning up. A whoosh of cool air made me open my eyes. The fire was behind us now. We had sailed right through it. Curving gently, we slid through cool darkness. I could still see the orange flicker of flames reflected on the dark walls above us. Luke and I were both silent. I was waiting for my heart to stop thudding in my chest. Great special effects, Luke cried. He let out a wild laugh, a frantic laugh I'd never heard before. The fire was fake, I realized. Some kind of projection or something. I sucked in mouthfuls of the cool air. I had never been so terrified in my life. When does this ride end? Luke cried. His voice had become high and frightened. Never. I thought glumly. We really are going to slide forever. And as that frightening thought lingered in my mind, a chute opened in front of us. Daylight streamed in. Bump. I landed hard on soft grass. A second later, Luke dropped out behind me. I blinked several times, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the bright sunlight. Then I climbed slowly to my feet, my heart still pounding. A yellow and green sign on a wooden pole stood directly in front of us. It read, Welcome to Doom. Population, 0 humans. Standing next to the sign was Clay. He came rushing over to greet us, a happy smile on his round, pink face. Hey, guys, hey, he called. Where've you been? He slapped Luke a high five. Then Luke gave him a playful punch in the stomach. Where? We. Been? I asked. Where? You. Been? Right here, Clay replied. I didn't know where I was. I think this is the other side of the park or something. So I just waited for you. We went back on the Doom slide, Luke explained. We took your slide. Number 10. What a ride. It was so cool. Exclamation mark quote. A few seconds ago, Luke had been shrieking in real terror. Now here he was, pretending he loved it, telling Clay how cool it was. You picked the good slide, Luke told Clay. Wow. It was excellent. I was kind of scared, Clay confessed. I mean, the fire. Great special effects, my brother exclaimed. This park is awesome. Luke was such a phony. There was no way he would ever admit that he had been worried about Clay. And no way he'd admit that the long slide to doom had terrified him. But I was glad to see his old enthusiasm return. I really didn't like seeing my brother frightened and in a panic. It was kind of a long slide, Clay said, frowning. His feathery blonde hair glowed in the bright sunlight. A little. Too long, I think. I'd like to go on it again, Luke boasted. I turned and gazed around. We were definitely in another section of Horrorland. Nothing looked familiar. Across the wide walkway, I saw several kids in bathing suits heading down a sandy path. A sign over the path read, Horror Rapids. To our right, a square-shaped building made of glass reflected the bright sunlight. The glass walls shimmered brightly as if on fire. Squinting into the light, I could just barely make out the sign in front of it. House of Mirrors. Let's try the House of Mirrors, Luke urged, pulling Clay by the arm. Whoa. Wait a minute, I cried. Don't you think we should try to find Mom and Dad? They're way over on the other side of the park, Luke replied, tugging Clay along with him across the pavement. Let's have some fun in. Then. Find them. They're probably looking for us, I said fretfully. The park isn't very crowded. They'll find us, Luke replied. Come on, Lizzie, it looks like fun. I hesitated, thinking about Mom and Dad. I stared into the white glare of the glass building. Suddenly, I felt someone tap my shoulder. Startled, I cried out and spun around. It was a green costumed horror. His bulging eyes stared into mine as he leaned close to me. Get away while you can, he whispered. He turned his eyes quickly from side to side, as if making sure no one was watching him. Please, I'm serious. Get away while you can. 9. I was so stunned, I didn't say anything. I watched him run off, moving awkwardly in the bulky horror costume, his purple tail dragging over the pavement behind him. What did he want? Clay called. He and Luke were nearly up to the House of Mirrors entrance. He said we should get out while we can, I stammered, running over to them. I lost them for a moment in the blinding sunlight reflected off the glass building. Luke laughed. These horror guys are great, he declared. They really try to scare you in this place. Behind his glasses, Clay's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He was kidding, right? He asked quietly. I mean, it was just a joke, wasn't it? I don't know, I told him. I guess so. I watched the horror disappear quickly behind a tall, blue, pyramid-shaped building. That's his job, Luke insisted. He goes around scaring people all day. Maybe he was really warning us, Clay murmured, staring at me. No way, Luke declared. He gave Clay a hard slap on the back. Stop looking so gloomy all the time. This is a great place. You like to be scared, don't you? Clay's expression remained worried. I guess, he replied uncertainly. I started to tell Clay I was sure it was just a joke, but Luke interrupted. Hurry up. Let's check out the House of Mirrors. Let's have some fun before Mom and Dad show up and make us leave. He dragged Clay toward the entrance, and I followed. We passed another "No pinching" sign as we made our way to the shimmering glass building. Outside the entrance, I stopped to read the yellow and green sign. It read, House of Mirrors. Reflect before you enter. No one may ever see you again. Hey, wait up, I called to the boys. They had already hurried inside. I stepped in and found myself in a narrow, dark tunnel. My eyes were still filled with the bright glare from outside. I couldn't see a thing. Luke, Clay, wait up, I shouted. My voice echoed through the low tunnel. I could hear them laughing up ahead. I jogged blindly, ducking my head because the ceiling was so low. Finally, my eyes adjusted to the darkness. The tunnel ended, and I found myself in a narrow corridor with mirrored walls and a mirrored ceiling. Oh! I uttered a low cry. I could see my reflections, dozens of them. I seemed to surround myself. I stopped for a moment and adjusted my long black braid. It was always coming loose. Then I called again to the boys, "Where are you? Wait up." I could hear them giggling somewhere up ahead. "Try and find us," Luke called. More giggling. I made my way quickly through the mirrored walkway. The walls curved to the right, then the left. My reflections followed me, stretching deep into the mirrors, dozens and dozens of me, getting smaller and smaller, stretching to infinity. "Hey, don't get too far ahead," I cried. I heard them giggling. Then I heard a rumble of footsteps that seemed to come from the other side of the mirrored wall. I followed the corridor, walking slowly, carefully, until I saw a narrow opening up ahead. "Wait right there. I'm coming through," I called. I started through the opening and bonk! Hit my forehead on solid glass. "Ow!" I cried out as the pain jolted across my forehead, then down the back of my neck, all the way down my spine. I raised my hands to the glass and waited for my dizziness to fade away. "Lizzie, where are you? Try to find us," I heard Luke call. I hit my head. I shouted, rubbing my forehead. I could hear him and Clay laughing. Their voices seemed to be behind me now. I turned back, but there were only mirrors behind me. No opening. My head still ached a little, but the dizziness had gone away. I started walking again, more carefully this time. I kept both hands out in front of me so I wouldn't bump into anything again. I turned a corner and stepped into a different room. To my surprise, the floor in this room was a mirror. The walls, the ceiling, the floor, were all mirrors. I felt as if I were standing inside a mirrored box. I took a few careful steps. It felt so weird walking on my own reflection. I could see the tops and the bottoms of my sneakers as I walked. It made it really hard to walk. I kept having the feeling that I was going to fall into myself. "Hey, guys, where are you?" I called. No reply. I felt a sharp stab of fear in my stomach. "Luke? Clay? Are you there?" I saw the mouths of my reflections move as I called out, dozens of mouths. But only one voice came out, my voice, tiny and shrill. "Luke? Clay?" Silence. "Don't fool around, guys," I shouted. "Where are you?" Silence. No reply. I stared at the dozens of reflections on all sides of me. They all looked very frightened. Luke? Clay? Where had they gone? 10. I stared at my reflections as horrifying thoughts swept over me. Had the boys really disappeared? Had they fallen into some kind of trap? Were they lost in the maze of glass and mirrors? Horrorland was too scary, I decided. It was fun to be scared. But it was too hard to tell whether the scares here were for fun or for real. Were there dangers in this place? Or was it all a big scary joke? Luke? Clay? I called to them in a trembling voice, turning all around, searching for an exit. Silence. Then I heard a muffled giggle. Then I heard whispering voices. Nearby. Another giggle, louder this time. Luke's giggle. They had been playing a little joke on me. "Hey, you're not funny," I screamed angrily. "Really? Not funny?" I could hear them both burst out laughing. "Come and find us, Lizzie," Luke called. What's taking you so long? Clay added. More giggling. It seemed to come from just up ahead. Sliding my hands along the mirrors, I followed the hallway around to the right. I had to duck my head to slip through a narrow opening between the mirrors. I found myself in another small room surrounded by mirrors above and below and on all sides. The mirrors were tilted at strange angles so that my reflections appeared to bounce off each other as I moved. Where are you? Am I getting closer? I called. The light grew dim as I made my way through this room. My reflections darkened. The shadows grew longer. We can't see you, Clay called. Hurry up, Luke shouted impatiently. I'm going as fast as I can, I screamed. Just don't move, okay? Stay in one place. We are, Luke called back. How will we ever get out of here? I heard Clay ask him in a low voice. Ow! I bumped my head again on a section of clear glass. I pounded my fist angrily on the glass. This wasn't any fun, I decided. It was too painful. Hurry up, Luke called from somewhere nearby. It's boring waiting here for you. I'm coming, I muttered, rubbing my poor aching forehead. I turned a corner and stepped into a wider room. No mirrors here. The walls were all glass. I stopped to gaze around, and there was Luke. Finally, he cried. Why couldn't you find us? I kept hitting my head, I told him. Let's get out of here. Where's Clay? Huh? Luke's mouth dropped open in surprise. He spun around, searching for his friend. He was standing right here, he said. Luke, I'm in no mood for any more dumb jokes, I said sharply. Clay, where are you hiding? I'm not hiding. I'm over here, Clay called. I took a few steps closer to my brother, and Clay came into view. He was standing in deep shadows behind a glass wall, his hands pressed against the pane. How do you get over there? Luke asked Clay. Clay shrugged. I can't find a way out. I moved toward my brother, then stopped. I suddenly realized that he was behind a wall of glass. Luke and I were in different rooms. Hey, where's the opening? I asked him. Luke glanced around. What do you mean, Lizzie? You and I, we're not in the same room, I replied. I walked up to the glass wall and tapped on it with my fist. Huh? Luke's face filled with surprise. He made his way over to me. Then he tapped on his side of the glass, as if making sure it really did exist. How'd that get there? He murmured. Clay started moving around his room, sliding his hands along the panes of glass, searching for the opening. Stand right there, I told Luke. I'll find a way into your room. I followed Clay's example. I moved slowly around the room, keeping a hand pressed against the glass. The light was dim. My shadow fell over the glass as I walked. I could see my face reflected darkly in the glass. My eyes stared back at me, dark and desperate. Before I realized it, I had made a complete circle. I was back where I had started. And there was no opening. No doorway. No way out. Hey! I'm trapped in here, Clay called shrilly. So am I told him. There's got to be an opening, Luke said. How did we get in? You're right, I replied fretfully. We should be able to get out the way we came in. I began to search along the walls again, moving quickly. My heart began to pound. I had a fluttering feeling in my chest. There had to be a way out. There had to be. Luke pounded hard on the glass. In the other room, I could see Clay jogging frantically around his room, pushing on the walls as he moved. I went all the way around twice, then stopped. There was no way out. I'm trapped, I stammered. It's like a box. A glass box. We're all trapped, Clay cried. Luke was still pounding frantically on the glass with his fists. Luke, stop, I cried shrilly. That isn't helping. He lowered his fists to his sides. This is ridiculous, he muttered. There's got to be a way out. Maybe there's a trapdoor or something, I suggested. I began to search the mirrored floor. It was too dark to see well. The floor appeared solid to me. I returned to the glass wall. This isn't much fun, I said glumly. Luke and Clay nodded. I could see they were both really frightened. So was I. But I decided I was 2 years older than them, so I had to try to be the brave one. I wasn't feeling very brave, though. Uttering a worried sigh, I leaned against the wall that separated Luke and me. And as I leaned, the wall started to move. I jumped back with a sharp cry. The wall was sliding toward me, closing in on me. I took another step back. Glancing around frantically, I saw that all the walls were sliding in. Luke, I cried. I turned to see him backing up, too. The walls, Clay called. Help me. They're sliding in on me, too, Luke screamed. Each room must have its own glass walls. All three of us were trapped. With a desperate groan, I threw myself against one of the walls and tried to push it back. But I couldn't stop it. The box was closing in, growing smaller. Smaller. We're going to be crushed, I cried. 11. Do something. Please, do something, Clay was screaming. Luke lowered his shoulder to the glass and struggled to stop it from moving. But he wasn't strong enough. The walls kept sliding in on him. I backed up, my hands raised like a shield. Closer, closer. The glass walls moved slowly, silently. I backed up until my back hit the wall behind me. There was nowhere to go. Do something. Somebody. Do something. Clay's terrified screams rang in my ears. The glass, it's squeezing. Me, Luke shrieked. Lizzie. I can't move, I shouted to him. The panes of glass began to press in on me from all sides. Above and below, too. I suddenly pictured one of those crushed cars. You know, the cars that are crunched into a perfect square in those big compactor machines. My entire body shuddered as I realized I was going to be crushed into a perfect square, too. Ow! I cried out as the glass pressed down on me. Somebody, help! I tried to scream, but my voice came out a muffled yelp. It was getting hard to breathe. The glass panes moved in. Tighter, tighter. I gasped for air. I tried to push with all my might against the glass. But it was no use. I was being crushed into a human square. 12. I couldn't hear Luke or Clay anymore. I could only hear my gasping, choked breath. I shut my eyes and felt the floor drop away. And before I realized what was happening, I was falling rapidly down. I opened my eyes in time to see the glass walls roll above me as I slid down, down through an open chute. And in a few seconds, I was back outside. I landed sitting up on the grass with a gentle thud. Luke and Clay came sliding out beside me. For a long moment, we sat on the grass, blinking in the bright sunlight, staring at each other in disbelief. We're okay, Clay said uncertainly, finally breaking the silence. He slowly climbed to his feet. His round face was bright red, and his glasses were crooked and nearly falling off his nose. We're okay. Luke let out a laugh. A gleeful laugh. He stood up and began jumping up and down for joy. I didn't exactly feel like jumping up and down. I was still picturing the crushed car. Luke reached down, grabbed both of my hands, and pulled me to my feet. What should we do next? He demanded, grinning. Huh? Next? I cried. Are you for real? That was really scary, Clay said, his face still red. I thought we were going to be scrunched flat. It was awesome, Luke declared. Once again, he was forgetting that a few seconds before, he'd been screaming in total panic. It was way too scary, Clay murmured, shaking his head. Clay's right, I agreed. It was too scary to be fun. One more second, and... Don't you see? That's the whole idea, Luke cried. That's how they scare you here. It's so awesome. They make you think that one more second and you're a goner. But it's all perfectly timed. They want you to be terrified, and then... Poof. You're okay. I guess you're right, said Clay doubtfully. He pushed up his glasses, then rubbed his chin. We're not really going to get hurt or anything, Luke continued. This is an amusement park, remember? They want you to come back again. And again. So they're not going to really hurt anybody. Maybe, Clay said. But, Luke, what if they mess up? I asked him. What if the machines get goofed up? What if the timing gets off? Let's say the floor underneath us got stuck. Then what? Luke didn't reply. He stared back at me thoughtfully. What would have happened to us if the floor hadn't dropped away at the right moment? I demanded. Luke shrugged. They make sure everything works okay, he answered finally. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. Sure. Is it possible to really be scared too? Death? Clay asked me, a solemn expression on his face. I mean, I know it happens in books and movies. But does it happen in real life? I don't know. Maybe, I replied. I'll bet people could get scared to death in that house of mirrors, Clay continued seriously. No way, Luke insisted. Listen to me. This is just a place for fun. Scary fun. He was watching something over my shoulder. I turned to see one of the guys in a green horror costume walking by, carrying a huge bouquet of black balloons. Luke hurried up beside the horror. Hey, has anyone ever died here in this park? Luke asked. The horror kept walking. The black balloons bobbed above his head. Only once, he told Luke. One person died here? Luke asked. The horror shook his big green head. No. Not what I meant. What did you mean? Luke demanded. A person can only die once here, the horror said. No one has ever died twice. 13. Do you mean people have really died? Here? I shouted. But the horror walked quickly on, the black balloons bouncing against each other, floating darkly against the clear blue sky. The horror's answer made me shiver. It wasn't just his words. It was the cold tone of his voice, the way he made it sound like a warning. He was joking, right? Clay asked in a trembling voice. He scratched his blonde hair nervously. Yeah. I guess, I replied. A family walked past us, heading toward the House of Mirrors. They had two little boys with them, both about 5 or 6, and both of them were crying. I've seen so many crying kids in this park, I commented. They're just wimps, Luke replied. Scaredy cats. Let's go find another ride or something. No, I really think we should find Mom and Dad, I told him. Yeah. Let's go find them, Clay said eagerly. The poor kid. I think he was really scared. But he was trying his best not to let my brother see how frightened he was. Ah, what's the hurry? Luke protested. Let them find us. But they're probably really worried, I insisted. I started walking toward the front gate. Dad will only make us leave, Luke grumbled. But he followed anyway. And Clay gratefully came along, keeping close to my side. Following the trail, we passed by a rickety old wooden roller coaster. It rose up as high as a four-story building, casting a wide, dark shadow over the walk. A sign in front read, "Out of order. Do you dare to ride it anyway?" The gate was open. There was no attendant. Hey, Lizzie, want to ride it? Luke asked, staring at the beat-up old cars parked at the bottom of the tracks. No way, Clay and I replied in unison. We kept on walking. The trail curved under thick trees, and we were suddenly in the shade. A sign read, "Beware of tree snakes." Clay covered his head with his hands. All three of us raised our eyes to the trees. Were there really snakes up there? It was too dark to see anything. The leaves were so thick, no sunlight filtered through. Suddenly, I heard a gentle hissing sound. At first I thought it was just the rustle of the leaves. But then the hissing grew louder, until all of the trees seemed to be hissing down at us. Run! I cried. The three of us started running along the trail, ducking low, our sneakers thudding hard on the pavement. The hissing in the trees above us grew louder, angrier. I thought I saw a long, dark snake slithering in the grass beside the trail. But it might have just been a shadow. We kept running even after the trees ended and we were in sunlight again. The trail curved past a row of evil-looking statues. They were made of stone. They were statues of grinning monsters, eyes narrowed menacingly, fangs lowered from their twisted mouths. Their arms were outstretched, ready to grab anyone who came close. I slowed to a trot, my eyes on the ugly statues. Suddenly, I heard low, evil laughter. It's coming from the statues, Clay exclaimed. Keep running. Did the statues move toward us? Did they raise their arms higher? Did they beckon to us to come closer? I'm not sure. With their evil laughter in my ears, I lowered my head and turned on the speed. All three of us were panting hard as we ran along the trail. I didn't see any other people. I didn't see anyone in a horror costume, either. We slowed as we came to another sign. This one had an arrow pointing in the direction we were running. It read, "Front exit. Don't bother. YOU will never escape." I caught the worried expression on Clay's face as he read the sign. "It's only a joke," I told him. "The signs are supposed to be funny." "Ha ha," he said weakly. He was panting hard, struggling to catch his breath. Without warning, Luke jumped on Clay's shoulders. "Hey, Clay, how about a ride?" Clay cried out angrily, "Get off." Luke laughed and hung on. Clay dropped to his knees, trying to throw Luke off. "Come on, guys," I pleaded. "Luke, stop being such a goof. We're trying to find Mom and Dad." But now they were laughing and wrestling on the ground. "Come on, guys," I shouted, rolling my eyes. Let's go. I tugged my brother to his feet. Clay's glasses had flown off. He stopped to pick them up from the grass. Then we continued on our way. The path led past a rectangular flower garden, filled with black flowers. Then it suddenly came to a stop in front of a large red barn. The boys walked up to the open doorway of the barn. I stayed back, searching for a path that led around the barn. I couldn't see one. The path goes right through the barn to the other side, Luke called to me. Come on, Lizzie. He motioned for me to join them. I spotted a small sign painted to the right of the barn's double doors. It read, Bat Barn. Hey, are there bats in there? I called, feeling a cold shudder run down my back. I like most animals, but bats really give me the creeps. Luke stepped inside the barn. Clay hung back, standing just outside the door. I don't see any, Luke called out to me. It's kind of dark. A strange odor invaded my nostrils. It was strong and sour. It came from the barn. I didn't want to go in there. Come on, Lizzie, Luke called. The path goes right out the other side. Don't be chicken. You can run straight through. I stepped up beside Clay at the doorway and peered inside the barn. It looks okay, Clay said quietly. The sour odor was much stronger. Yuck, I said, making a face. It really stinks. Luke stood inside the barn, his eyes raised to the rafters. I don't see anything up there, he reported. Doors on the opposite wall were wide open. It would only take 10 seconds to run through the barn and out the other side, I realized. Let's go, I told Clay. He and I stepped into the barn. The sour smell was overpowering. I held my breath and pinched my fingers over my nose. We started running to the doors on the opposite wall, and they slammed shut. With a gasp of surprise, I turned back to the doors we had entered. They slammed shut, too. Hey, I shouted angrily. What's going on? Clay cried in a whisper. We were in total darkness, blacker than black. The sour odor swept over me. I started to feel sick. And then I heard the rapid flutter of wings. Soft at first, then louder, closer. I screamed as I felt something brush against the back of my neck. 14. Go away. I let out a low moan of horror and swung my hands wildly above my head. The rapid fluttering retreated, then returned. Bats! Clay cried in a terrified, tiny voice. I felt him grab my arm. I can't see, Luke shouted. It's so dark. I, I hate bats, I stammered. I felt a cold whoosh of air as a bat flapped over my head. I swung my hands wildly. The flapping, fluttering sounds were all around us. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, I began to see shadowy shapes shooting past. Back and forth. Faster and faster. I felt one brush my shoulder. Oh, help! I cried. Clay started to shriek. Help us! Help us! They're zooming right at me, Luke wailed. Something bumped into my shoulder. I screamed. Help us! Help us! Clay continued to plead at the top of his lungs. His shouts were nearly drowned out by the flapping of wings. I felt another bat brush against my shoulder. Covering my face, I tried to make my way blindly to the door. The sour odor choked me. My terror made my legs shaky. I could barely walk. And then I felt a hard tug in my hair. Another tug. Loud flapping right on my head. A shrill whistling. Hiss. So close, it could have been coming from me. I screamed. I screamed again. It's caught in my hair, I cried, falling to my knees. Another shrill hiss. Another tug of my hair. I swung my hands. I hit it. I felt a warm body, felt the brush of fluttering wings. I shoved it hard, shoved it from my hair. Oh, help! I cried. The flapping wings and shrill whistles surrounded me. I could hear Luke and Clay shouting. But they seemed far, far away. Another one brushed my cheek. Another one bumped my shoulder. The shadows darted back and forth. The barn was alive with flying, chittering bats. Oh, help! Help us, please! Another one brushed my face. I felt a rush of air, beating wings on the top of my head. Help us! Help us! But there was no one around to help. 15. I covered my eyes with one hand and thrashed out wildly with the other hand, trying to beat the bats away. Choking and sobbing, I could barely breathe. I heard Luke calling far, far away. He seemed to be behind a curtain of flapping, chittering bats. And then, suddenly, sunlight invaded the barn. On my knees, I lowered my hand from my eyes and saw that the barn door had slid open. Luke, standing at the door, his mouth open in shock, turned back to Clay and me. I touched the door, and it opened, he explained. Clay's glasses were hanging off one ear. His blonde hair was totally messed up. His eyes darted around the barn. Where are the bats? He cried. I raised my eyes to the rafters. Hey! I cried out. No bats. No sign of any bats anywhere. I climbed to my feet, pulling my hair back with both hands. Let's get out of here, I cried. Clay and I followed Luke out of the barn. The warm sunshine felt so good. I was still itchy from the bats. I rubbed my shoulders and the back of my neck. I hate bats. I really do, I exclaimed with a shudder. But there weren't any bats, Luke said, grinning at me. It was all a fake. Huh? It was not, Clay cried angrily. Those were bats. I could hear them, and feel them. All special effects, Luke claimed. It wasn't special effects when one got tangled in my hair, I cried. Just thinking about it gave me cold shivers. Special effects, Luke repeated. Really excellent special effects. I was almost scared, too. Almost, I cried. I walked over, grabbed him, and pretended to wring his neck. Almost. I heard you screaming your head off, Luke. He pulled out of my grasp, laughing. I knew it wasn't real. I was just screaming like that to scare you. What a liar. I really didn't believe my brother. He was scared. He was plenty scared. I knew. He was. They were bats, not special effects, I insisted angrily. Then where did they go when the door opened? Luke demanded. As soon as the door opened, the bats all vanished. Let's stop talking about it, Clay pleaded. Let's find your parents, okay? Yeah, okay, I agreed, glaring at Luke. You really are nuts, you know that? I told him. He stuck his tongue out at me. I wanted to punch his lights out. But I try to be a non-violent person. So I just gave him one hard punch on the shoulder. He howled in protest. You're stupid, Lizzie. You're really stupid, he muttered. And you're afraid of pretend bats. I ignored him and led the way down the path toward the front gate. Two people in horror costumes appeared on the path, going the other way, chatting enthusiastically. Is this the way to the front gate? I called to them. They ignored my question and walked right past us. Hey, I called to them. But they both kept jabbering away and didn't even seem to see or hear me. The sun beamed down on us. The air had become hot and still, with no breeze at all. I wiped sweat off my forehead with one hand. I could still smell the sour aroma of the bat barn. The odor was on my hands, on my clothes. I saw four teenagers in bathing suits, two boys and two girls, hurrying over the grass toward a large brown pond. A sign came into view near the shore. It read, Alligator Pond. Feel free to swim here. Luke laughed. Are those guys crazy? We stopped to watch them step into the water. Do you think there are really alligators in there? Clay asked, biting his lower lip. I shrugged. Who knows? I don't know. What? To think about this park. We continued along the path. A few minutes later, I recognized the mountain-shaped structure of the Doom Slide. The wide, circular plaza came into view. It was nearly deserted. Even the ice cream-selling horror had vanished from his cart. Where do you suppose Mom and Dad are? I asked. They've probably been looking for us for hours, and now they're really mad, Luke said, frowning. Where are they? Clay cried. He was starting to sound really stressed out. We've got to find them. Is that them? Luke asked. He was pointing to a man and a woman in the shade of a large stone fountain. I shielded my eyes from the sun with one hand. The woman was tall, with dark hair. The man was short and blond. Yes, that's them, I cried happily. I started running to the fountain, calling to them, Mom, Dad. The boys came racing after me. Mom, Dad. Hey, I shouted happily. They both turned around, surprised expressions on their faces. Oh, I cried out when I saw it wasn't them. I stopped short, and Luke bumped right into me. Sorry, I told the confused couple. We thought you were someone else. The three of us hurried across the plaza. I could hear the wail of wolf howls from the werewolf village. The ice cream cart stood lonely and deserted near the entrance to the Doom Slide. Where are they? Clay asked, whining. I'm starting to get hungry. Yeah. It's way past lunchtime, I agreed. They could be anywhere, Luke said unhappily, kicking a pebble across the pavement. They could be anywhere in this giant park. I sighed. Let's look for them in the shade. The sun is really getting hot. We headed toward the shade of the Doom Slide building. Suddenly, two green costumed horrors came into view. Their big yellow eyes bulged in front of their heads. Without thinking, I went running up to them. Have you seen our parents? I asked breathlessly. They stared at me in surprise. Your parents? One of them repeated. Yeah, I nodded. My mom has black hair. My dad is kind of short and he has blonde hair. The two horrors glanced at each other. Mom was wearing a bright yellow sundress, I told them. And Dad had a Chicago Cubs cap on his head, Luke added. Oh, yeah. Right. One of the horrors, a woman, replied. You saw them? I asked eagerly. She nodded. Yeah. I remember them. They left. They left about half an hour ago. Huh? I gaped at her in disbelief. They asked me to give you a message, the horror said. Message? What message? I asked. Goodbye, the horror replied. 16. You're wrong, I cried. They wouldn't leave. About half an hour ago, the horror repeated. She shrugged her shoulders under the bulky monster costume. I was at the gate when they left. But, I sputtered. The two horrors turned and began walking toward a small white shed at the edge of the plaza. Hey, wait, I called, chasing after them. You made a mistake. Our parents wouldn't leave without us. They disappeared into the shed. The door slammed behind them. I turned back to Luke and Clay. They stared at me blankly. She was wrong, I told them. Mom and Dad are still here. I know it. Then why did she say, Clay started, but his voice broke. I could see that he was very worried. And upset. Beads of sweat ran down his pink forehead. Luke tried to make a joke. I guess that means we have the whole park to ourselves, he exclaimed, forcing a smile. Very funny, I replied sarcastically. We also have no money, and we're about 300 miles from home. We could call somebody, Luke suggested. No phones, Clay muttered. He lowered his head, shoved his hands into the pockets of his shorts, and turned away from us. Oh, right, Luke remembered. They told Dad there are no phones in the park. That's crazy, I said heatedly. They're liars. The horrors are all liars. I guess that's their job, Luke said. Telling us lies to scare us to death. That's why they call it Horrorland. They should call it Dumb Land, Clay muttered bitterly. But it's so cool, Luke protested. I love being scared out of my wits. Don't you? He gave Clay a hard shove. No, Clay replied softly. He made no attempt to shove Luke back. Well, she was lying about Mom and Dad, I insisted, gazing at the white shed. She was just trying to scare us. Mom and Dad are still here. We just have to find them. Come on, let's go, Luke urged. I hope we find them soon. I'm getting really hungry. We wandered through the park for what seemed like hours. We searched through dark, mysterious woods and strange monster villages. We passed through a carnival area with dozens of scary-looking rides. On the other side of Vampire Village, we passed a building marked Monster Zoo. It was closed, but we could hear the most terrifying grunts, howls, and moans coming from inside. A long yellow building had a sign outside that proclaimed, Guillotine Museum. Please hold on to your head. Luke wanted to go inside, but Clay and I talked him out of it. Horrorland was surprisingly empty. We passed several horrors scurrying along the paths in their bright green costumes. And we saw a few families wandering around, always with crying kids. The rides in the carnival area were all running empty. All of the food stands and restaurants were empty, too. We walked clear across to the other end of the park. I was feeling more and more worried. Why hadn't we run into Mom and Dad? Surely we should have seen them by now. Clay had become very quiet. I could tell he was really scared. Even Luke trudged along with his shoulders slumped and his head down. By the time we found ourselves back at the alligator pond, I was feeling pretty bad. I crossed the grassy shore and walked up to the edge of the brown water. What do you think happened to those teenagers who went swimming here? Luke asked, staring across the pond. Think the alligators ate them? Maybe, I replied. I wasn't really listening to him. I was thinking about Mom and Dad. Hey, look, Clay cried, pointing to the water. I saw two long, greenish-brown logs floating toward us on top of the water. It took me a while to realize that the logs were alligators. Big ones, Clay declared in a hushed whisper. Better step back, I warned them. All three of us were standing at the water's edge. The alligators floated silently just below the surface of the still water, hardly creating a ripple. Mom and Dad didn't leave without us, I repeated for the 1000th time. But we searched everywhere, Luke said quietly. They didn't leave without us, I said. They would never leave without us. So, I hesitated. I was thinking hard, and my thoughts were all frightening. So? Clay asked eagerly. So if they're not in the park, I continued, it means something happened to them. Something bad happened to them. Clay gasped. Luke narrowed his blue eyes at me. What do you mean, Lizzie? He asked. I mean maybe this place really is evil, I said. And maybe the horrors or somebody did something bad to Mom and Dad. I stared down at the brown alligator backs gliding so smoothly, so effortlessly toward us. That's crazy, Luke muttered. I knew it was crazy. But I had no other explanation. I have such a bad feeling about this park, I told them. A real bad feeling. And as I said that, I felt strong hands grab me from behind and push me into the alligator pond. 17. I screamed. Then I realized I wasn't being tossed into the water. The hands were holding on to my shoulders. I spun around. Dad, I cried. Lizzie, he exclaimed, still holding on to me. Where have you guys been? We've searched this entire park 12 times, Mom declared. She was standing behind us on the grass, hands pressed tensely on her waist. We were looking for you. I cried. They told us you left, Luke said. We were kind of scared, Clay added. We all started talking at once. I was so happy to see them. And I could see that Luke and Clay were really happy, too. I had imagined all sorts of terrible things happening to Mom and Dad. It wasn't like me to let my imagination run away like that. But Horrorland was such a scary place. It was impossible not to have scary thoughts here. I want to go home, I said. Did you find a phone? Clay asked. Did you find a car? Dad shook his head. No. No phones. The guy in the monster costume didn't lie. There are no phones in the park. But the horrors were very nice to us, Mom broke in. They told us not to worry about a thing. They said to just come to the ticket booth when we were ready to leave, Dad reported. Mom ran a hand tenderly through Luke's hair. Did you go on any rides or anything? We did a lot of scary stuff, Luke told her. Very scary, Clay added. I'm really hungry, Luke said. Dad glanced at his watch. It's way past lunchtime. I think we're all hungry. The restaurants and food stands are all on the other side of the park, Mom said. Can we just eat lunch and then leave? I asked eagerly. I still had a bad feeling about the place. I wanted to get away from Horrorland, far away. Your mom and I have spent all our time searching for you, Dad said, wiping sweat off his sunburned forehead with one hand. We haven't had any fun at all. We should all at least go on one ride together before we leave, Mom said. I just want to go, I urged. I really do. Lizzie, that's not like you, Mom scolded. She's scared, Luke told them. She's a chicken. Maybe there's a ride that will take us to the front of the park, Dad suggested. We could all take it, then have some lunch and leave. That sounds good, Mom said. She stared at me. Okay with you? I guess, I told her, sighing. It's just that the rides here are all too scary. They aren't any fun. Luke laughed. They're too scary for Lizzie, but not for Clay and me, he said. Right, Clay? I was a little scared in the bat barn, Clay confessed. We headed away from the alligator pond, across the grassy shore to the paved walkway. A couple of costumed horrors walked past, chattering in low voices. A girl's high-pitched shrieks of terror floated in the air from somewhere in the distance. The same frightening cry repeated over and over. Wolf howls rose up in front of us. And from a speaker hidden somewhere in the trees, I heard evil laughter, a hideous cackle that repeated over and over. It's like being in a horror movie, Mom commented. Very clever, Dad added, walking with a hand on my shoulder. It's strange that we never heard of this park. They should put some ads on TV, Mom said. Then they'd get more people to come here. We passed by a tall, narrow green building with a sign in front that read, Free fall. The only bungee jump without a cord. Want to try that? Dad asked, squeezing my shoulder and grinning at me. I don't think so, I quickly replied. Luke was way ahead of us. He turned around and walked backward, waiting for us to catch up. Mom and Dad should try the Doom slide, he said, grinning. It's awesome. Had he really forgotten how terrified he was? I don't think they'd like it, I said quietly. Maybe we could find something that's just a little scary, Clay suggested. Dad laughed. Are you having a good time, Clay? Clay hesitated. A little, he replied finally. I'm having a great time, Luke declared. The path curved along a narrow brown river. Millions of tiny white insects flitted over the surface of the water. Catching the bright sunlight, they looked like little sparkling diamonds. A small brown boathouse came into view. Behind it, I could see slender canoes bobbing beneath a wooden dock. A sign beside the boathouse read, Coffin Cruise. A relaxing float to the grave. This might be fun, Mom said, her eyes on the small boats. I think the river flows toward the front of the park, Dad said. Let's take it. Luke cheered and went running to the dock. I lingered behind the others. When I finally stepped out onto the dock, it took me a while to realize that the objects bobbing in the brown water weren't canoes, they were coffins. They were made of black polished wood. The lids were pulled back, revealing red satin interiors. Each coffin was big enough for one person. I felt a cold chill run down my back. We're really going to climb into coffins? I asked. They look comfy, Mom said, smiling at me. The water is flat and gentle, Lizzie. It won't be a scary ride. Me first, Luke cried, running to the end of the wooden dock. Two costumed horrors appeared to help us into the coffins. Lie back. Enjoy the ride, one of them said. It will be your last, the other horror added with a low chuckle. When we were all inside coffins, the horrors untied them and gave us a hard push away from the dock. Here I am, I thought, lying in my coffin. Here we all are, my entire family, on our backs in our coffins. The coffin floated gently, bobbing in the water. I stared up at the bright blue sky. Trees shimmered on both banks as I floated past. It was so pretty, so relaxing. Why did I think something terrible was about to happen? 18. Lying on my back, I couldn't see the others over the coffin sides. But I could hear the splash of their coffins around mine. This is nice, Mom said. Very relaxing. It's boring, Luke declared from up ahead of me. Where's the scary part? It's just a nice ride in a coffin, Dad said. Do you think we're really floating? Or do you think the coffin is on some kind of track? I could float like this for hours, Mom said. The rides here are pretty long, Clay told her. Is that a hawk up in the sky? Dad asked. Can everyone see it? Shielding my eyes from the sun with one hand, I searched the sky. Directly above, a dark shadow hovered high in the sky, a little bigger than a dot. It's not a hawk. I'll bet it's a vulture, Luke declared. It sees the coffins, and it's waiting to eat our flesh, he laughed. Luke, where do you get these hideous ideas? Mom demanded. Maybe Luke should. Live. In Horrorland, Dad exclaimed. We could get him one of those green monster costumes, and he'd fit right in perfectly. He doesn't need a costume, I joked. I was starting to feel a little better. The ride was gentle and relaxing. And I figured nothing terrible could happen with my whole family around. I settled back on the coffin bottom, my hands resting at my sides, and stared up dreamily at the birds circling high in the clear sky. The coffin bobbed gently, making soft splashing sounds. So pleasant. So quiet. And then, before I could utter a sound, the coffin lid slammed shut over me. And I was trapped in total darkness. 19. Hey, I shouted. My voice was muffled by the heavy lid over me. I could hear the dull thud of the other coffin lid slamming shut. Hey, let me out. I pushed against the lid with both hands. But it wouldn't budge. I took a deep breath and tried again. This time, I pushed with my hands and my feet. The heavy lid still didn't move. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought my chest would explode. The air inside the closed coffin was already getting hot and stuffy. Open up! Open up! I screamed. I tried pushing the lid again. I could hear Clay's muffled cries in the coffin next to mine. The poor guy was screaming his head off. I let out a loud groan as I pushed up with all my strength. The lid wouldn't give an inch. Calm down, Lizzie. Calm down. I instructed myself. It's just a stupid ride. The coffin lid will open any second. Breathing hard, I waited. I counted to 10. I counted to 10 again. The lid didn't snap open. I tried shutting my eyes and counting to 50. When I reach 50, I told myself, I'll open my eyes, and the lid will be open. Quote ellipsis. 22, 23, 24, I counted out loud. My voice sounded tiny and choked. It was getting hard to breathe. The air began to feel really stale. I stopped counting at 25 and opened my eyes. The lid hadn't popped open. It's so hot in here, I thought. The sun is beating down on the lid. There's no air, and I'm going to fry. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I gasped for air. Outside, I could hear muffled shouts and cries. Was that my mother screaming like that? It's just a ride, I said out loud. Just a stupid ride. The lid is going to pop, now. But it didn't. The air was so hot and stale. Why didn't the lid open? Why? I tried to force back my panic, but I couldn't. My entire body was shaking and shivering. I felt cold perspiration drip down my forehead. Something has gone wrong, I cried out loud. The lid is supposed to open, but it doesn't. Frantically, I pushed up with both hands. My arms ached from pushing so hard. But the lid didn't move. The coffin bobbed and rocked in the water. I lowered my hands in defeat. I sucked in a mouthful of the hot, stale air. My chest was heaving. My body trembled. And then I felt my legs start to itch. A tingly feeling down near my ankles. Moving up my legs. An itchy, crawly feeling. Something was crawling slowly up my legs. Something small and prickly. Oh! I let out a low, terrified groan. Spiders. 20. I tried to scratch my legs, but my arms weren't long enough. Unable to move or bend in the cramped coffin, I couldn't reach down to them. The tingling moved higher. I wanted to scream, but I started to cough. And then the coffin lid popped open. Bright sunlight made me shut my eyes. Oh! I pulled myself up to a sitting position. Blinking against the light, I saw the others already scrambling up out of their coffins. I scratched my legs furiously. To my surprise, there were no spiders. No bugs of any kind. The coffin had pulled up to a small dock. I braced both hands against the sides of the coffin and heaved myself to my feet. Let's get out of here, I heard Clay cry. That was horrible. My mom shrieked. Luke didn't say anything. His face was pale, and his black hair was matted to his forehead with sweat. They really went too far, Dad said angrily. I'm going to complain. Let's just go, Mom told him. We all scrambled onto the dock. I helped pull Clay up. Then I took several deep breaths of fresh air. Dad ran off the dock toward the open plaza, and the rest of us hurried after him. To the ticket booth, he called back to us. Right up there, he pointed. The coffin ride had taken us to the front of the park. I could see the front gate and the row of green ticket booths to the right. That ride was really gross, Clay said, shaking his head. My legs got all itchy. I thought it was ants, Luke declared. I thought it was spiders, I told him. I wonder how they did that, Luke said thoughtfully. I don't care, I replied. I just want to get out of here. I hate this place. So do I, Clay agreed. They just go too far, Mom said breathlessly, jogging to keep up with us as we followed Dad. It isn't any fun when a ride is that scary. I really had trouble breathing. So did I told her. Hey, how do we get home? Luke suddenly demanded, staring at Mom. Our car blew up. I think those people in the monster costumes will lend us a car, Mom replied. They told your father just to come to the ticket booth. Can we stop and get pizza? Luke asked. Let's get out of this place and then worry about lunch, Mom told him. The main plaza was totally empty. Not another living person. We followed Dad to the first ticket booth. He turned back to us, making a disappointed face. Closed, he said. A metal grate had been pulled over the window. Dad was breathing hard from running all the way. He pushed his blonde hair off his sweaty forehead with both hands. Over here, he said. We followed him to the next ticket booth. Also closed. Then the next. Closed. It didn't take us long to discover that all of the ticket booths were closed. Weird, Luke said, shaking his head. Don't they expect any more visitors today? Mom asked Dad. How can they just close up like that? Dad shrugged. We'll have to ask someone. His eyes searched the empty grounds. I turned and checked out the plaza along with him. Still no one in sight. No visitors. No horrors. Let's try over there, Dad said. He started walking to a low green building that stood beyond the ticket booth. It looked like some kind of office. It was closed, too. Dad tried the door. It was locked. Dad scratched his head. What's going on here? Where'd everyone disappear to? He demanded. Mom took his arm. It's very strange, she said softly. I glanced at Luke and Clay. They were standing tensely side by side on the walk in front of the office. Neither of them spoke. Are you sure these are the right ticket booths? I asked. Yes, Dad replied wearily. This is the front entrance. So where can everyone be? Mom asked, chewing her lower lip. Maybe we can find someone in the parking lot, I suggested. You know, a parking attendant or something. They'll be able to tell us how to get a car to go home. Good idea, Lizzie, Dad said. He patted the top of my head, the way he used to when I was a little girl. I waited for Luke to make fun of me. But he didn't say a word. I guess he was too worried and upset. Come on, I urged. I turned and ran past the empty ticket booth. The tall metal front gate to Horrorland stood just beyond the booth. I stopped for a second to read a sign on the side of one of the ticket booths. It said, "No exit. No one leaves Horrorland alive." Ha ha, I said sarcastically. These signs are a riot, aren't they? I jogged the rest of the way and reached the gate first. I pulled it, and it wouldn't open. So I tried pushing it. It didn't move. Then I saw the heavy chain and the large steel padlock on the gate. Swallowing hard, I turned back to the others. We're locked in, I told them. 21. What? Dad stared at me, his face twisted in confusion. I don't think he believed me. We're locked in, I repeated. I lifted the heavy metal padlock with both hands and then let it fall back with a loud clang against the bars of the gate. But that's impossible, Mom cried, raising her hands to her cheeks. They can't lock people inside an amusement park. Maybe it's another joke, Luke suggested. Everything in this place turns out to be a joke. Maybe this is one, too. I lifted the heavy padlock again. It doesn't look like a joke, Luke, I said unhappily. Then there must be another gate where they want us to exit, Mom suggested. Maybe, Dad said doubtfully. Maybe there's a side exit. But I haven't seen one. What are we going to do? Clay asked, whining. His face was red, and he was breathing hard. Where is everyone? Luke demanded, whining, too. They've got to let us leave. They've got to. Let's try to stay calm, Dad said, putting a hand on Luke's shoulder. There's no reason to panic. This is a strange place, but we're not in any danger. He's right, Mom broke in. There's no reason to be afraid. We'll be out of here and on our way home in no time. She forced a smile. As soon as we get out, I'll buy you guys pizzas and big, cold drinks, Dad promised. And we'll all have a good laugh about our terrifying adventures today in Horrorland. But how do we get out? Luke demanded shrilly. Well, Dad rubbed his chin. Do you think we could climb the fence? I asked. We all raised our eyes to the top of the iron fence. It was way over our heads. It must have been about 20 feet tall. I can't climb that, Clay cried. I'd fall. It's too high, Mom said quickly. Bad idea, I murmured. A large white cloud drifted over the sun. Our shadows grew longer over the pavement. The air quickly grew cooler. I felt a chill run down my back. There's got to be a way out of this stupid park. I cried angrily. I hoisted up the padlock and slammed it against the bars of the gate. Hold on, Lizzie, Dad said soothingly. We just have to find one of those costumed park workers. They'll tell us how to get out. Ah, Dad. I turned and saw Luke grab Dad's arm. Here they come. We all uttered astonished cries as we saw the horrors crossing the plaza. Dozens of them. They moved quickly, with a steady rhythm. Silently. A few seconds before, the plaza had been empty. Now it was filled with green costumed horrors marching toward us, spreading out, preparing to surround us. I could feel the panic rise up from my stomach. My knees began to shake. I stared in horror at them as they drew closer, closer. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. What are they going to do? Clay cried, his features twisted in terror. He slipped behind Dad. What are they doing to do to us? He cried. 22. We huddled together as the horrors marched silently toward us. The only sound was the soft thud of their monster feet on the pavement, and their long purple tails dragging on the ground. There are hundreds of them, Mom murmured. She grabbed Dad's arm with one hand. She slipped her other arm around my shoulders and pulled me closer. We had our backs against the iron fence. We stared helplessly at the grinning green faces, the bulging yellow eyes, which appeared to be laughing cruelly at us. Finally, they stopped a few feet in front of us. The plaza was still and silent. Terrifyingly silent. The sun was still hidden behind the big cloud. Two large blackbirds swooped low in the gray sky. We stared at the horrors, and they stared back at us. I swallowed hard, leaning against my mother. I could feel her entire body trembling. I took a deep breath and then cried out, "What do you want?" The sound of my own voice startled me. One of the horrors, a young woman, stepped forward. Frightened, I tried to back up. But my back was already pressing against the fence. "What do you want?" I repeated in a trembling voice. The costumed horror stared at us one by one. "I want to thank you," she said in a cheery voice. "Huh?" I uttered. "I'm the Horrorland MC. We all want to thank you for being our guests today." She flashed us a warm smile. "You mean we can go?" Luke demanded, half hidden behind my dad. "Of course," the horror said, grinning warmly. "But first we all want to thank you for appearing on Horrorland Hidden Camera." The dozens of horrors behind her broke into applause and loud cheers. "Huh? You mean this is some kind of show?" Dad demanded, frowning. "See the cameras?" the MC asked. She gestured up to two tall poles in the plaza. Raising my eyes to the top, I saw two TV cameras. "You mean we were on TV?" Luke cried. "Since the moment you arrived," the MC replied. "Our hidden cameras followed you everywhere. From the hilarious scene where we blew up your car, our cameras were with you. And I know our home audience loved the terrified expressions on your faces and all of your horrified screams as you took our Horrorland rides." "Now, wait a minute," Dad said angrily. He took a step forward. His hands were balled into tense fists at his sides. "You say this is a TV show? How come I've never seen it?" "We're seen every weekend on the Monster Channel," the horror replied. "Oh," Dad replied quickly, lowering his eyes. We don't have cable. You should get it, the horror told him. You're missing a lot of great scary shows on the Monster Channel. The horrors all clapped and cheered. Well, you've been very good sports, the MC continued, her yellow eyes bouncing in front of her head as she talked. We've enjoyed having you. And to show our appreciation, we have a brand new car waiting for you in the parking lot. More cheers and applause from the horrors. A new car? Excellent, Luke exclaimed. Does that mean we can leave? Clay asked timidly. The horror nodded. Yes, it's time for you to leave. The real exit is right over there, through that doorway. She pointed to a tall green building near the end of the fence. I saw a yellow door on the side. Take the yellow door, the horror instructed. And thanks again for appearing on Horrorland Hidden Camera. As all the horrors clapped their big green hands, we stepped away from the fence and hurried toward the exit. I can't believe we were on TV the whole time, Mom declared. And we're getting a new car, Luke exclaimed happily. He started jumping up and down. Then he leapt onto Clay's back, nearly knocking him over. I laughed. It was good to see the old Luke back with us. We've got to get cable, Luke told Dad. I want to see the Monster Channel. It's got to be awesome. We'll have to order it so we can see ourselves, Mom said. I reached the yellow door first and pulled it open. I stepped into an enormous room, with white walls that shone under the bright white lights from the ceiling. Is this the exit? I cried. As soon as we were all inside, the door slammed shut with a bang. That made my heart skip. Then all the lights went out. Welcome to the Horrorland Challenge, boomed a deep, frightening voice over a loudspeaker. Huh? I gazed blindly around, trying to see something, anything, in the total darkness. You have 1 minute to go through the monster obstacle course, the voice thundered. Please keep in mind that the games are now over. This is real. You're playing for your life. 23. We've been tricked. I heard Dad cry angrily. And then he shouted at the top of his lungs. Let's get out of here. Run. The deep voice boomed over the loudspeaker. You have 56 seconds. Dad started to shout again. But we stopped when a dim light came up, and a disgusting four-armed creature stepped toward us. Oh! I cried out without even realizing it. The size of a gorilla, the monster had huge green eyes surrounded by thick red fur over its face. Saliva drooled from its mouth. And as it opened its jaws wider, 2 rows of long fangs slid over its thin purple lips. Don't just stand there. Run. This is an obstacle course, the voice boomed impatiently. You have 50 seconds to live. At least make a good race of it. The monster uttered a low growl and lumbered toward us in the dim light. Its jaws were opened, wide as if preparing to bite. Its 4 enormous clawed hands swiped at the air in front of it. I was too stunned to move, too frightened to run. But suddenly, I felt a hand grab mine and tug me hard. It was Dad, I realized, trying to pull me to safety. I heard the boys screaming in fear. I felt Mom brush beside me as we started to stumble forward. Run! Run! The deep voice urged over the shrieks of the 2 boys. I couldn't see where I was running. The light was so dim, so shadowy. I saw only a blur now, a blur of running feet, of moving shadows. The monster let out a deafening roar. I covered my ears and kept running. Its 4 clawed hands swiped at Dad. Missed. We hurtled past it. only to face two giant birds, at least 10 feet tall. They looked like cranes. They squawked and flapped their enormous wings. It sounded like canvas tents flapping in a strong wind. Oh, help! Was that me? Shrieking like that? Was I really being wrapped in their hot, flapping wings? Smothered? Choked? No. Please. How did I break away? Was I being chased now by six growling pig-like creatures with sharp, pointed teeth curling from their twisted mouths? The screams and terrified shrieks of my family rose over the beating birds' wings, the monstrous growls and grunts. I heard Dad cry out. And in the dim light, I saw him struggling to free himself from the four-armed creature. No, I screamed as I felt something warm wrap around my ankle. A fur-covered snake. I screamed again and kicked wildly, sending it flying into the darkness. But before I could move away, another furry snake spun around my leg, tightening quickly. I bent and pulled at it as it hissed in protest. I tossed it aside. Run! Run! The voice on the loudspeaker boomed. 20 seconds to live. More monsters loomed in front of us. Disgusting yellow lizard-like creatures with dark flicking tongues like bullwhips. A hopping furry ball that roared as it hopped, sharp teeth poking out of three mouths. Hissing snakes, enormous buzzing insects with glowing red eyes, more grunting pig monsters. Then a giant bear-like creature came at us on two legs. It tossed its dark, round head back and laughed like a hyena as its paws punched the air. Help me! I heard Luke shriek. And then I saw him disappear, wrapped inside the beating wings of one of the giant birds. The bird cawed in triumph as its wings tightened around my brother. 10 seconds, the voice boomed. No, I cried. I lunged toward the bird, grasped the beating wing, and pulled it open. Luke slid out, and we both began to run. Monsters growled, and flapped, and grunted, and roared. Are we going to make it? Luke asked in a tiny voice. I didn't have a chance to answer. Two powerful paws grabbed me around the waist, hoisted me high in the air, then slammed me to the floor. I landed hard on my stomach. My forehead hit the floor. Dizzy and hurt, I looked up in time to see an enormous elephant-like creature about to flatten me with its huge furry back foot. I'm not going to make it. I realized. I'm not going to make it. 24. The enormous flat foot lowered over me slowly, steadily. The monster was taking its time. It all seemed to be happening in slow motion. I wanted to move. I wanted to roll out from under it. But the fall had taken my breath away. I lay there gasping, watching the monster foot coming down to crush me. Oh, I couldn't catch my breath. I couldn't squirm away. I could feel the heat of the monster foot. I could smell its putrid sweat. The foot pressed down on my stomach. I shut my eyes and waited for the pain. The jarring blast of a buzzer made my eyes shoot open. The monster raised its heavy foot from my body. The floor shook under its weight as it began to lumber away. Am I alive? I wondered. Or am I only dreaming that I'm still alive? Is that creature really leaving without crushing me? The buzzer echoed in my ear. Then it abruptly stopped. The loudspeaker crackled on. Time's up, a woman's voice said. The voice of the Horrorland MC who had led us to this terrifying obstacle course. Time is up. What a thrilling race, she gushed. I groaned and started to pull myself up. In the dim light, I saw that all of the monsters had vanished. That was a tough battle, the MC continued over the loudspeaker. Do we have any survivors? Yes, we do, the deep, booming voice replied. How many survivors do we have in there? The woman asked. 3, the booming voice replied. 3 survivors out of 5. 25. A cold chill ran down my body. I opened my mouth in a silent cry of shock and leapt to my feet. 3 out of 5? Did that mean that 2 of us were dead? My chest still ached. My knees were trembling. I squinted into the dim light, searching desperately for the others. Halfway across the room, I saw Luke and Clay. They were huddled together, walking as if in a daze toward the far wall. Hey, I tried to call to them, but my voice came out a choked whisper. Where were Mom and Dad? Were they both killed by the monsters? 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. No. I finally found my voice and let out a horrified wail that echoed off the walls. Excuse me. A slight mistake, the deep voice boomed. Make that 5 out of 5 survivors. 5 out of 5, the Horrorland MC exclaimed. A new record. We've never had a perfect score before. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. I took a deep breath and held it, trying to stop my trembling. They're okay, I thought happily. Mom and Dad are okay. And then I saw them. They had their arms around Luke and Clay and were making their way toward me. We're okay, I cried, rushing to them, my arms outstretched. We're okay. All 5 of us huddled in the center of the dark room, hugging each other and sobbing. Dad's arm was bleeding from a deep gash. One of the monsters had clawed him. Aside from that, we were shaken but not hurt. Now what? Luke asked in a trembling voice. Are they going to let us go? They can't get away with this, Dad said angrily. They can't do this to people and get away with it. I don't care if it is TV. Those monsters were real, I exclaimed with a shudder. It wasn't a fake. They were really trying to kill us. How do we get out? Luke demanded. Will they let us out? We all started chattering at once, our voices high and frightened. Suddenly, the ceiling lights flashed on, flooding the room with bright light. And the MC's voice broke through our frightened conversation. Let's bring our winners out with a round of applause, she announced cheerfully. We all cried out as the floor began to tilt beneath us. I grabbed onto Dad, and we started to slide. The floor tilted down like a sliding board. And we slid out of the room, and landed in the plaza outside. Still feeling dazed, I jumped quickly to my feet as the Horrorland MC hurried to greet us. The big crowd of horrors behind her was clapping and cheering. You can't do this to us, I screeched. I was so angry, I didn't know what I was doing. I just totally freaked. I leapt at the woman, grabbed the top of her mask, and started to pull it off with both hands. You can't do this. You can't, I shrieked. Let me see your face. Let me see who you really are. Using all of my strength, I gave the mask a hard tug. Then I screamed and let go as I realized the truth. 26. She wasn't wearing a mask. The monstrous green face was her face. She wasn't wearing a monster costume. None of the horrors were wearing costumes, I realized. I stepped back, raising my hands in horror as if trying to shield myself. You're really monsters, I stammered. They nodded back at me, pleased grins on their ugly faces. Their yellow eyes bobbed gleefully. You're all monsters, I screamed. But you said this was a TV show, I stammered to the horror MC. Her bulging yellow eyes gazed at me. We're happy to say it is the top-rated show on the Monster Channel, she said cheerily. Thanks to great contestants like you and your family. The Monster Channel is watched by nearly 2 million monsters all over the world. But, I stammered, taking another step back. People don't always take us seriously, she continued. People come to Horrorland and think it's all a big joke. People laugh at the signs around the park. They laugh at the rides and attractions. But it's all very serious to us. All of it. My father stepped up beside me, shaking a fist angrily. But you can't do this to innocent people, he shouted. You can't bring people into this park to torture them, and. Oh, I'm sorry. Our time is up, the MC interrupted, shaking her enormous green head. I'm sad to say it's time to say goodbye to our special guests for this week. Now, wait, Dad shouted, raising both hands for quiet. The crowd of horrors silently pushed forward. We had no choice but to start moving with them. Let me show you people the way we say goodbye on Horrorland Hidden Camera, the MC said. Dad tried to hold back, to resist, but several horrors bumped against him. They were bumping all of us now, pushing us toward what appeared to be a round purple pond just beyond the plaza. We couldn't fight back. There were too many of them. We couldn't run. They had us surrounded. They drove us like sheepdogs herding cattle. In a few seconds, we were standing at the edge of the purple pond. A foul smell rose up from the pond. The purple liquid bubbled and gurgled, making a sick sucking sound. Let us go, Luke cried shrilly. We want to go home. The Horrorland MC ignored his frantic pleas and stepped to the edge of the gurgling pond. Saying goodbye is always sad, she said. So we try to have a little fun with our farewells. Just let us go, Luke insisted. Dad put a hand on his shoulder to try to comfort him. We all stared at the MC as she raised a large rock in one hand and held it over the disgusting, bubbling pond. Watch, she instructed us with a smile. She let the rock drop into the pond. As soon as it touched the thick surface, it was pulled down with a loud sucking sound. See how easy it is to say goodbye, the horror said, turning to us. Now, will you jump in, or do you want to be pushed? 27. Silently, the horrors began moving in on us. Closer, closer. Backing up, Clay tripped over my foot and nearly fell into the gurgling purple pit. I grabbed him and held on to him until he regained his balance. All 5 of us were standing at the edge of the pit. The sour odor swept over me. I felt sick. The thick purple slime lapped up at my ankles as if reaching out to grab me. Mom. Dad. I cried. I didn't know what I expected them to do. We were all helpless. I knew we weren't going to escape this time. Without realizing it, we were all holding hands. Will you jump in, or do you want to be pushed? The MC repeated her question. I'm real sorry, Dad murmured to us, ignoring her. I'm real sorry I brought you here. I didn't know, his voice broke. He lowered his eyes. Dad, it's not your fault, I told him, squeezing his hand. And as I squeezed his hand, I had an idea. A wild idea. A stupid idea. A really crazy idea. I knew I had to try it. It was the only idea I had. People laugh at everything in the park. the Horrorland MC had told us. But it's all very serious to us, she'd said. All very serious. Very serious. She stood right in front of me now, waiting for us to jump to our deaths, eager for us to get sucked down into the purple slime. I knew this was my last chance. I knew it was crazy. But I knew I had to try it. I stepped up to the MC, reached out, and pinched her arm as hard as I could. 28. Her mouth opened wide, and she let out a startled gasp. She tried to pull her arm away, but I held on and pinched harder. The mad pincher strikes again, I shouted, remembering Luke's annoying cry. Her yellow eyes rolled around crazily. No, she pleaded. Harder, harder. And then I was the one to cry out as her mouth opened wide, and, with a loud whoosh, a rush of air escaped her lips. I leapt back. As the air rushed from her mouth, she appeared to deflate, just like a balloon. I gaped in amazement as she folded helplessly to the ground. An angry cry rose up from the crowd of horrors. Inflate her, one of them yelled. Inflate her immediately. They began moving in on us, growling and grumbling menacingly. Pinch them, I shouted to my family. Pinch them. The no pinching signs that we thought were so stupid, they were serious. The horrors deflate if they're pinched. A horror stepped up, arms outstretched to push me into the pond. I pinched his arm hard, and a few seconds later, he deflated. I heard the whoosh of air escaping to my right and saw that Luke had deflated one, too. Whoosh. Another one deflated and folded to the pavement. That's all it took. The plaza filled with frightened cries and gasps of horror. The alarmed horrors turned and ran. Stampeded is a better word. They scattered through the park, screaming as they ran. Taking a long, deep breath, I happily watched them flee. See? I always come through in a pinch, I said, amazing myself by making a joke. I don't think anyone else in my family heard me. They were shouting for joy, hugging each other, jumping up and down. Let's get out of here, I shouted. I started running toward the front gate. The others followed close behind. The gate was open now. I guess the horrors had opened it, figuring the only place we were heading was to the bottom of the purple pond. Without looking back, we ran out into the empty parking lot. And stopped. No car, I murmured. In all the excitement, I had forgotten that our car had been blown up. I let out a weary sigh. I felt as if I were deflating, just like the horrors. Now what? I asked, staring across the enormous flat parking lot. It's too far to walk, Luke wailed. How do we get out of here? The buses, Mom cried, pointing. I turned my eyes to the row of purple and green buses parked on the side of the lot. They glowed under the bright afternoon sun. Yeah, Dad cried excitedly. Maybe we can start one up and get away from here. We started jogging over the pavement to the buses. Cross your fingers, Dad called, leading the way. Maybe they leave the keys in them. It's our only chance. Hurry, Luke shouted suddenly. They're coming. My heart leapt in my chest. I turned back toward the gate. Sure enough, the horrors were pouring out of the park, chasing after us. Give up. You cannot escape, one of them screamed. No one ever escapes, another horror shouted. Hurry, Luke cried. Hurry. They're going to catch us. 29. With the horrors close behind, shouting and threatening us, we ran full speed toward the row of buses. My heart was pounding almost as loud as my sneakers against the pavement. My throat ached, and I had a sharp pain in my side. But I kept running. You cannot escape. Stop now. Give up. The angry cries of the horrors sounded even closer. But I didn't turn back to see if they were catching up. The door to the first bus was open. Dad got there first and scrambled up the steps and inside. Mom stepped in, followed by the two boys. I pulled myself inside and the bus door slid shut behind me. Dad, the keys, I choked out. Yes. They're here, he cried happily. Hold on. We're getting away. The engine coughed, then started up with a roar. Dad lowered his foot on the gas pedal, and the bus shot forward. I stumbled down the aisle and fell into a seat behind Luke and Clay. Hurry! They're coming! They're coming! Luke and Clay were screaming in unison. I could hear the angry shouts of the horrors through the closed bus windows. We're okay, Dad cried, leaning over the big steering wheel. We're okay. We're outta here. Yes, I shouted happily. Yes. We all started to cheer. We kept cheering until we were out of the parking lot and back on the highway. We laughed and celebrated all the way home. The drive took hours and hours, but we didn't care. We were safe. We had escaped. It was night when Dad pulled the bus up our driveway. Home, sweet home, I cried joyfully. We all piled eagerly out of the bus. I took a deep breath and stretched. The air smelled so sweet and fresh. A full moon made the front lawn shine. Then I saw him. It was a horror, and he was clinging to the back of our bus. Oh, no, I cried out. What are you doing there? Dad demanded. Did you ride there the whole way home? Luke asked in disbelief. I shrank back as the horror let go of the bus and slid to the ground. His yellow eyes studied us menacingly. He moved toward us quickly. Clay and Luke hid behind Dad. Mom's mouth dropped open in fright. What do you want? I cried. He reached out his green hand. Here, he said. We forgot to give you your free passes for next year. Gabriella and I stopped in front of the carnival game booth. I read the big green and purple sign. The playpen. It. Single quote. S not how much you win or lose, but how much you scream your head off. I rubbed my hands together. These games look awesome, I said. Maybe we'll win some cool prizes. Gabriella tossed back her wavy black hair. When I was little, I won a goldfish at a carnival, she said. It was in a plastic bag filled with water. It was totally gross. I squinted at her. Totally gross? She nodded. When I carried it into the house, the bag broke open. The goldfish and all the water gushed out, and my dog swallowed the fish. I cried for hours. You always were a big crybaby, I said. Was not. She gave me a hard push, and I stumbled into the playpen sign. I rubbed my shoulder. Pick on someone your own size, I said. She's 3 inches shorter than me. But she's tough and likes to punch and shove a lot. We've been friends since first grade. But people think we're brother and sister because we look so much alike. We both have slender, serious faces, black hair, and dark eyes. My name is Marco Gonzalez, and she is Gabriella Grant. I guess we became friends because they made us sit alphabetically in first grade. We are both 12. But everyone says I look older and more mature than she does. I'm not bragging. It's just true. My parents drove us to Horrorland for a vacation. After the first day, they let us wander off on our own. It's an okay place. Gabriella likes all the scary stuff. I'm into superheroes more than horror. Dr. Sharktooth, Coyote Boy X, and the Ooze are my favorites. Gabriella gave my arm a hard pull. Let's go on some rides, Marco. No, I want to play carnival games, I said. I want to win a prize. I promised Zeke I'd bring him home something. Poor guy had such a bad cold, he had to stay home with Grandma. Your little brother was way angry, Gabriella said. He really wanted to come with us. Zeke is. Always. Angry, I said. Didn't you notice? He gets angry if his toast is too crumbly. Angry is his thing. Mom and Dad think it's adorable. He's a total pain. Gabriella grinned. Is that why you give him piggyback rides all the way to school? I rolled my eyes. If I didn't carry him, he'd make me late every morning. Her grin grew wider. I know what you do, Marco. You put Zeke on your shoulders and pretend you're a superhero, flying him to school. That's a total lie, I said. I could feel my face grow hot. I knew I was blushing. I turned away from her. A horror waved to me from behind an ice cream cart. The horrors are big, furry, green and purple characters. They are the guides and helpers who work at Horrorland. Try our special flavor today? The horror called. What flavor? I asked. Cookies and cow brains, he replied. He held out an empty cone. I've also got chocolate chip toilet bowl cleaner. Ah, no thanks, I said. It was a clear, cool night. A tiny sliver of a moon hung low in the sky. People crowded around the game booths. I heard a balloon pop. A few seconds later, a kid started to cry. Down the long row of games, a raspy-voiced horror was shouting, "Who's a loser? Come on, try your luck. Who's our next loser?" I stepped up to the first game booth. Skull toss. A big horror in purple overalls leaned on the counter. Behind him, I could see a mountain of grinning human skulls. He shoved 3 eyeballs across the counter toward me. Actually, they were ping-pong balls painted to look like eyeballs. Gabriella stepped up to the counter. What do you have to do? She asked the horror. Toss an eyeball into an empty eye socket, he growled. If the eyeball sticks, you win a fabulous prize you'll never forget. 3 eyeballs for $1. A fabulous prize? She asked. I'm lying about that part, the horror said. Wanna play? He tapped the eyeballs on the counter. I pulled $2 from my pocket and handed them over. We'll both play, I said. Gabriella's first ball bounced off a skull's forehead with a clonk. Dot. Her second toss hit an open nose hole and bounced away. Her third toss missed the skulls and hit the canvas at the back of the booth. You lose, the horror said. I grabbed a ping-pong ball, pulled back my hand, and tossed. Yes, I cried. The ball slapped into an open eye socket and stuck. And then I gasped as the skull opened its jaws and let out a shrill scream. I froze. I stared in shock as the skulls all started to move. Their jaws made disgusting clicking sounds. Whew. Whew. Their breath made a whistling sound as it escaped their mouths. The air suddenly smelled sour. The horror uttered a cry and staggered back. His eyes went wide with fear. No. Oh, no, he wailed. No. Did you wake the dead? Gabriella and I didn't have time to move. The horror grabbed my wrist. What did you do? He demanded. What did you do? Question mark quote. And then he burst out laughing. The skulls all stopped clicking their jaws at once. It's a joke, the horror said. He let go of my wrist. I knew that, I said. But my heart was still pounding. Funny, Gabriella said. Does Marco win a prize? The horror reached under the counter. He handed me a tiny gray piece of fur. It looked like a dead caterpillar. Enjoy it, he said. I held it up to study it. What is it? I asked him. A deadly piranha fish, he said. Careful. It bites. This guy is a riot, Gabriella muttered under her breath. We turned and walked away. You can't give that to Zeke. It's terrible. I tossed it into a big trash can. Some of the fur stuck to my fingers. I looked around. What should we play next? Gabriella pointed to a crowded booth across the road. How about zombie darts? We wandered closer. I could see blue-faced men and women staggering stiffly at the back of the booth. The zombies grunted and groaned as people tossed darts at them. That looks easy, I said. Maybe. Suddenly, a man stepped in front of us. I almost walked right into him. He was tall and wide and had a broad black mustache on his round face. He wore a tall red cap with the words, "Play to win." Dot. His shirt had tic-tac-toe games scrawled all over the front. He wore a checkerboard vest. His belt was made of playing cards. He leaned close to us and whispered, "Want to play the good stuff?" "Excuse me?" I said. "Tired of the baby games?" he asked. His dark eyes flashed. The big mustache twitched. "Want to play some real games? Have a little excitement? Do they have better prizes?" Gabriella asked him. He nodded. "Good games. Good prizes," he said. He seemed tense. He glanced all around as if he was being followed. I saw droplets of sweat on his forehead. "Who are you?" I asked. He adjusted his playing card belt. "My name is Winner. Winner Tykal. I'm the game master. I'll take you to the good games." I turned to Gabriella. "Should we check this out?" I whispered. She shrugged. "Everyone wins, nobody loses." "Much," Winner exclaimed. "Remember, a winner never quits, and a quitter never survives." Survives? You're joking, right? Gabriella asked him. Of course I'm joking, he replied. Follow me. His stomach bounced in front of him as he walked. He kept glancing behind him to make sure we were following. He led us along the brick wall at the back of the carnival games. Then we followed him to a little black door cut into the wall. The doorway was low. We had to duck our heads as we stepped inside. Our shoes scraped the dirt floor as we walked through a long, dimly lit tunnel. The air grew colder. The tunnel dipped downhill. Was he taking us underground? Where are we going? I asked. My voice sounded hollow. It echoed off the tunnel walls. To my special game room, Winner replied. You can't lose. After all, my name is Winner. The tunnel grew narrower. He had to turn sideways to squeeze through. His mustache twitched as he grinned at us. I like all kinds of games, he said. Even dangerous games. How about you? Dangerous games? I grabbed Gabriella's arm. I don't like this, I whispered. Are we making a big mistake? We followed the big man out of the tunnel. Bright yellow light poured over us. I blinked, waiting for my eyes to adjust. We were standing in the middle of a big square room. The walls were covered with game boards. He led us up to a red curtain at the back. This is my private game room, Winner said. I promise you will have an exciting time. And yes, my prizes are better than the playpen prizes. His smile faded. That's because you have to earn them. I felt a chill run down my back. What exactly did he mean by that? Why were we the only ones in this game room? I turned to Gabriella. I couldn't tell if she was as worried as I was. She likes to play tough. She never lets anyone know if she's scared or tense. What game are we going to play? She asked Winner. It's a mystery tug of war, he said. He parted the curtain and bent down, searching for something behind it. Why is it a mystery? Gabriella demanded. He chuckled. It wouldn't be a mystery if I told you, would it? He pulled out a fat rope from behind the red curtain. It was tightly coiled. He started to unroll it. This is going to be the most exciting tug-of-war game ever, he declared. He stretched out one end of the rope. Go ahead. Grab it. I pulled the rope toward me. Gabriella and I took hold of the end. I don't have to explain the rules to you, Winner said. He kept unrolling the rope. Tug with all your might. Pull the rope to you, and you can't lose. Who are we playing against? I asked. Winner didn't answer. He carried the other end of the rope with him and disappeared behind the closed curtain. This is weird, Gabriella muttered. It's Horrorland, I said. It's supposed to be weird and a little scary. We should have asked him what the prize is, she said. Roll the dice, Winner called from the other side of the curtain. Spin the wheel. Push. Start. Dot. Game on. Game on. Get ready to play. Gabriella moved in front of me and wrapped the end of the rope around her wrist. I grabbed the rope with both hands and braced myself. I bent my knees and tightened my leg muscles, getting ready to tug. Okay. Start, Winner shouted. I felt a strong pull on the rope. I gripped it tighter and pulled back. Hey! Gabriella let out a shout as the rope slipped out of her grasp. She grabbed it again and leaned back against me as we both pulled. We leaned way back and gave a hard pull. The rope moved toward us. Then it was jerked back hard. I stared at the red curtain. Who was on the other side? Who were Gabriella and I playing against? Someone very strong, I decided. We were being pulled forward. Inch by inch, we were being tugged closer to the curtain. Pull hard. Pull hard, Gabriella shouted. What do you think I'm doing? I cried. I dug my shoes into the floor and leaned all the way back. And pulled. Pulled with all my strength. Ow! The rope jerked hard and burned the skin on my palms. Gabriella and I stumbled forward. Another hard tug, and we were almost to the curtain. We're losing, Gabriella cried. Marco, pull harder. But then we both cried out as the curtain slid open. And we saw who we were playing against. No one. There was no one on the other end of the rope. Another hard tug jerked us forward. Keep pulling. Don't give up. Keep pulling. Winner shouted from somewhere behind us. But there's no one there. I cried. The other end of the rope floated in midair. The players on the other side were invisible. But that was impossible. Wasn't it? We were being pulled through the open curtain. About to lose this crazy tug of war. My hands burned. My arms ached. My heart throbbed in my chest. Don't give up, Winner shouted. Okay, okay. One last try, I murmured to Gabriella. My voice came out in a breathless whisper. On three, okay? I dug my heels into the floor. I gripped the rope tighter. 1, 2. I didn't make it to 3. Because the rope wiggled in my hand. I felt it change. I felt it grow smooth against my burning skin. Smooth and dry. The rope changed. Warm and dry and soft. I saw black eyes stare at me. A narrow jaw worked up and down. A soft hiss rang in my ears. A snake. I was gripping a snake. My hands were wrapped around its head. I was tugging on a 6-foot-long snake, its jaws hissing and snapping. No. I uttered a scream of horror and pain as it sank its fangs deep into my wrist. Gabriella and I staggered back. The big snake snapped out of our hands. It hit the floor and wriggled toward the curtain. I grabbed my wrist and raised it to my face. Oh, I saw 2 round, red fang marks in the skin. I suddenly felt faint. Dizzy. I spun around, searching for Winner. What kind of game is this? I cried. The snake, it bit me. Is it poisonous? Is it? No sign of him. I studied my wrist again. Hey, wait. The fang marks had vanished. Completely disappeared. Was the snake some kind of fake? Was it all a trick? Let's get out of here, I stammered. Gabriella and I turned. Winner stood behind us at the doorway. He had a pleased grin under his mustache. He strode quickly toward us. I pointed back to the snake. How did you do that? I cried. Who was pulling the rope? Gabriella asked. How did you change it into a snake? Is it really alive? We bombarded him with questions. Winner motioned with both hands for us to stop. You just have to know how to play the game, he said. So sorry you didn't win. But, how could we win? I cried. Our opponents were invisible. And the rope turned into a huge snake. Winner's eyes narrowed at me. Are you saying it wasn't a fair game? I didn't say that, I replied. It's just that. So, we don't win anything, Gabriella said. Every player is a winner, he exclaimed. Every winner is a player. Every loser is a winner. And every prize is a prize worth winning. He's crazy, I whispered. So does that mean we do or we don't win a prize? Gabriella was not ready to give up. Winner reached into a pocket of his checkerboard vest. I have a consolation prize for you, he said. He pulled out a small square of paper and handed it to me. I unfolded it and read the black words against the green background. It said, 10% discount coupon. Any item at Chiller House. Game over, Winner said. He made a shooing motion toward the tunnel opening. 3 strikes and you're out. He stepped in front of me and brought his face close to mine. Unless you'd like. Sudden death overtime. Question mark quote. I backed away. Sudden death? No thanks. Guess Gabriella and I will go now. We started into the tunnel. I glanced back and saw Winner lift the big snake from the floor. He began to coil it around his hand. Was it a rope again? Was the whole thing some kind of magic trick? Gabriella tugged my hand. Come on. Let's get out of here. We made our way through the twisting, cold tunnel. It was a steep climb going this direction. We were out of breath by the time we stepped through the little black door and back into the park. We walked along the brick wall. The playpen game booths were as crowded as ever. What do you want to play next? Gabriella said. I think she was joking. That's enough for now, I said. I turned back toward the tunnel. Hey, look. I grabbed Gabriella by the shoulders and turned her around. What's your problem? She snapped. The black door, I said. Look. It's gone. We ran back to the wall where the door had stood. I ran my hand along it. Solid brick. A tall horror in a black and orange monster police uniform came striding past us. His orange cape fluttered behind him. Gabriella grabbed his arm. Can you help us? She asked. The horror tilted back his black cap. He had small curved horns poking up from the top of his head. What's up? He growled. Well, Gabriella began, we were just back there with the game master, but... He rubbed one horn with two fingers. Who? You know, Gabriella said. Winner Tykal. The game master. The horror burst out laughing. Winner take all? That's funny. No. Really, Gabriella insisted. The tall horror squinted down at her. Someone was playing a joke on you, he growled. There's no game master at Horrorland. The Chiller House shop looked like a little house. It was at the end of a row of shops at the back of Zombie Plaza. The shop had a brightly lit front window filled with funny souvenirs. A sign above the entrance read, Shop till you drop. Opening parenthesis. Really? The straw welcome mat in front of the door said, Go away. Maybe we can find something for Zeke in here, I said. I pulled open the door. A long aisle stretched down the center of the shop. On both sides, tall shelves and glass cases were jammed with weird, funny items. Skulls hung from the ceiling. Stuffed monsters were piled on the floor. I picked up a small box from the first counter. Maybe Zeke would like this, I said. Gabriella took it from me. Huh? Why would he like a bar of soap? Then she read the label. Flesh-eating soap. When you wash with it, it eats your skin away, I said. We both laughed. Gabriella pointed to an item next to the soap. A human hand cut off at the wrist. It looks so real, she said. It must be made of rubber. She reached for it, and the fingers wrapped around her wrist. Gabriella screamed in surprise. Marco, help me. I pried the fingers open and tugged the hand off her. It must be electronic or something, I said. But it feels like real skin. Yuck. Here's something Zeke would totally like, I said. I held it up to Gabriella. Extra nose. Dot. See? It's a fake nose. The back is sticky. You stick it to your forehead and freak out your friends. Awesome, she said. Do you like that nose? A voice asked. I have it in 3 sizes. I turned and saw an old man at the front counter. He was bald and red-faced. He had small square glasses perched on the end of his long pointed nose. He wore an old-fashioned brown suit and vest with a ruffled shirt. He made me think of the painting of Ben Franklin in one of my schoolbooks. He came shuffling up to us with his hands clasped in front of him. "I am Jonathan Chiller," he said. "Welcome to Chiller House." When he smiled, a gold tooth gleamed in the side of his mouth. "Extra nose is very popular," he said. "And here's something new I just got this week." He held up a small box. "Do-it-yourself dentist kit. It has stickers you put on your teeth," he explained. "It makes it look like you've got ugly brown stains and big holes in your teeth." Gabriella laughed. "Excellent." Chiller said something else, but I didn't hear him. I'd spotted something very interesting. I pulled it off the shelf. My heart started to race as I flipped through it. A graphic novel. About the Ooze. My favorite comic villain. A graphic novel I'd never seen before. "I don't believe it," I cried. I shoved the cover into Gabriella's face. "Look. I don't have this one." She read the title out loud. "The Wizard of Ooze. Marco, you must have read it," she said. "I know you've read every comic and graphic novel there is about the ooze. You're obsessed!" Exclamation mark quote. My hands were actually shaking. She's right, I'm obsessed. I've read every ooze book there is. Sometimes I make up my own stories about him. And okay, I admit it. Sometimes I stand in front of the mirror with a sneer on my face, and I repeat the ooze's most famous phrase. "Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean?" I can sound pretty tough when I want to. "You sure you don't have this book?" Gabriella said. She turned to Chiller. "You should see Marco's collection. It takes up a whole wall." Chiller took the book from my hands. He gazed through his square glasses at the cover. "This is a very limited edition," he said. "It has the original story in it. The very beginning of the ooze." He tapped the cover. "And in the back, there's a special bonus section. It tells step by step how you can become a superhero." I laughed and rolled my eyes. "Yeah, sure. And then I could battle the ooze." Gabriella gave me a shove. "You would love being a superhero, and you know it." "Well, it's not going to happen from a comic book," I said. "But I have to buy this. I need it for my collection. And I'll buy an extra nose for my brother." "Very good," Chiller said. "Follow me." He led us up to the front counter. He pulled supplies from a drawer. Then he carefully wrapped the nose and the book in gray wrapping paper. I reached into my jeans pocket for my money. "How much is it?" I asked. I was so excited, I forgot to look at the price. Chiller motioned for me to put my money back. "You don't have to pay me now," he said. His gold tooth gleamed as he smiled. "You can pay me next time." "Huh? Next time?" He tied a dark red ribbon around the wrapped package. Then he pulled something from the drawer and tucked it into the ribbon. I stared at it. A little figure. A tiny horror, like the ones who worked at Horrorland. Jonathan Chiller's smile grew wider as he handed the package to me. "Here you are," he said. "Take a little horror home with you." On the car ride home, Gabriella and I sat silently in the back seat. I had my face buried in the ooze book. Gabriella read over my shoulder. "Look at those unusual trees," Mom said from the passenger seat up front. "Have you ever seen anything like those?" Gabriella and I didn't raise our heads from the book. "Awesome," I said. "The trees?" Mom asked. "No. The ooze," I muttered. "He has to be the coolest ever." "I mean, a villain made entirely out of oil sludge?" How cool is that? Well, he's definitely yucky and oily and gross, Gabriella said. I can't believe you kids are missing all this beautiful scenery, Mom said. I don't get it, Gabriella said. He's just a huge pile of disgusting gunk. Why do you like him so much? That's why, I said. Horse farm to your left, Dad said, slowing the car. Look on the hill. Those horses are definitely thoroughbreds. Wonder if they race. Gabriella tried to take the book from me, but I held on to it. I'm not finished, I said. You don't like it anyway. Gabriella made a pouty face. There's nothing else to do. I accidentally packed away my iPod. You could look at the wonderful scenery, Mom said. Did you see the bonus section about how to become a superhero? I asked Gabriella. Not yet. You're hogging the book. It says it's easy to find the superhero inside you. Gabriella laughed. You mean you changed your mind about it? Now you think this comic book could actually turn you into a superhero? Well, not really, I said. You know why they put that stuff in the back of graphic novels, Gabriella said. It's just there to fill up the pages. The story ended. So they have to put a lot of other junk back there. No way. It's going to turn you into a superhero. You're right, I said. You're definitely right. Give me a turn, Gabriella said. She tried to pull the book from my hands again, and something fell onto the car seat. She picked it up. Check it out. A bookmark. She studied it. Totally weird. Why? I asked. What does it say? I can't read it, she said. It's in a foreign language. I grabbed the bookmark and tucked it back inside the book. We can study it later, I said. This book is definitely awesome. Quote. Look at that up ahead. An entire herd of black sheep, Dad said. We dropped Gabriella off at her house. Then as we pulled up our driveway, Zeke came running out to greet us. Of course, the first thing he said to me was, "What did you bring me?" I helped Mom and Dad carry in the suitcases. Then I gave Zeke his extra nose. The kid is so weird. He stuck it on the living room wall, not on his face. He thought that was a riot. I spent the rest of the day helping Mom unpack and getting my room back together. We were all tired from the long car trip and went to bed pretty early. I kept thinking about the U's and superpowers. Superpowers? I yawned. I was too tired to read. But tomorrow I would definitely try to find mine. The next day was Saturday. That afternoon, I was upstairs in my room. I had the U's book open on my bed. I kept flipping through the pages in the back. Find your inner superhero. That's what it said. Of course, I knew the whole idea was crazy. Totally dumb. No way it could work. No way. But I still wanted to try it. I had to try it. Sprawled on my stomach on the bed, I turned to the first instruction page and started to read. There are many powers to choose from. You must explore. You must experiment. It is the only way to find the power that you were born to use. When you find your power, you will know it. Your power will stay with you. It will become you, and you will become it. Wow. Marco, you can do this. I told myself. Go ahead, dude. Give it a try. Is your inner superpower the ability to fly? To find out, you must concentrate. Concentrate your thoughts and your muscles. Flight is the gift of birds. To begin, you will need to borrow from the birds. You will need 2 fresh bird feathers, still warm from the bird's living body. 2 bird feathers. No problem, I murmured to myself. Most people would have trouble finding fresh, warm bird feathers. But not me. Maybe that meant I was destined to fly. I left the book open on the bed. I pulled on my sneakers and made my way out into the hall. Zeke's room is across from mine. I saw him in there sticking the extra nose onto his laptop screen. Where are you going? He called. Outside for a minute, I said. Want to play tetherball with me? Zeke asked. Dad fixed the rope. I'm busy, I told him. Busy being a jerk, he said. Typical. I stepped out the back door. It was a steamy, gray day. Dark clouds hung low over the trees. It looked like it might rain later. Mr. Claire, our neighbor, has a pigeon coop behind his garage. He keeps dozens of pigeons. I could hear them cooing. I checked to make sure he wasn't around. The back of his house was dark. His car wasn't in the driveway. Mr. Claire doesn't like me. It's because he thinks I was responsible for a bunch of kids running over his tomato garden. It's true we were there, searching for our frisbee. But we didn't exactly run over the garden. Anyway, he definitely wouldn't like me plucking his pigeons. If he caught me, how could I explain what I was doing? I ducked behind the low bushes between our yards. And I ran as fast as I could to the pigeon cages. They were stacked high against the garage. I counted 6 wooden cages with maybe 10 or 12 birds in a cage. As I ran up to them, the pigeons began to cluck and flap their wings and knock each other off their perches. Quote, SSSHHH. Dot. Quiet, guys, I whispered. I glanced around the garage to the house. Did a light go on in Mr. Claire's back window? My heart started to pound. My mouth was suddenly dry as sand. The stupid pigeons were squawking like chickens. They flapped their wings loudly. 2 of them started fighting, pecking at each other's eyes. I tried to reach my fingers into the middle cage. But the chicken wire was too tight. No way I could pluck 2 feathers, even if a pigeon stood still for me. I reached for the latch on the cage door. The pigeons started. Hoo hoo hoo. Ing louder. Quote. Shish. Dot. Quiet, guys. Please. I peeked again around the corner of the garage wall. Yes. I definitely saw a light in the kitchen. And was that Mr. Claire peering out the window? I had to act fast. My hand trembled as I pushed down the latch. I pulled open the cage door. Hey! Pigeons flapped and fluttered to the opening. They pushed against my hand, eager to escape. Who was back there? I heard Mr. Claire's shout from the house. Is somebody back there? A pigeon slid past my hand and almost squeezed out of the cage. I kept the door pressed against my wrist. Pigeons squawked and jumped off their perches at me. I grabbed at some tail feathers. Missed. Grabbed again. Yes. I had 3 feathers pinched between my fingers. 1 more than I needed. I squeezed them tightly, praying that they wouldn't fall out. And carefully, I slid my hand out of the cage. With my free hand, I closed the cage door and latched it. I moved the feathers into my palm and wrapped my fingers around them to protect them. Then I took off, running on trembling legs. I made it to the long row of bushes just as Mr. Claire's back door swung open. I saw him step out of his house, tying the belt of his gray bathrobe. Who's back there? The pigeon squawked and cried in reply. Hiding behind the bushes, I watched him stomp back to the pigeon cages. When he disappeared behind the garage, I took off running. I darted into the house and slammed the door behind me. Dad was at the kitchen table, working on his laptop. He looked up and stared at my closed fist. Marco, what have you got there? Ah, something for a science experiment for school, I said. It wasn't a total lie. It was a science experiment. I gripped the feathers tightly, keeping them warm. And I ran up the stairs to my room. Zeke was in his room across the hall. I could hear the rattle of gunfire and the roar of exploding cannons. Zeke loves war video games. I carried the feathers to my bed and set them down gently on the pillow. I took a deep breath. My heart was still racing. I picked up the book and read more of the instructions. You will need the 2 fresh, warm bird feathers and a package of yeast. Back to the kitchen. Dad was squinting at his screen, concentrating hard. Do we have yeast? I asked. It's for that science experiment. He didn't look up, just pointed to the cabinet above the stove. I fumbled around in there until I found a box of powdered yeast packets. I carried it up to my room and returned to the book. The feathers will help you fly. The yeast will let you rise high. Place a feather in each pocket. Then pour the yeast on top of your head. Concentrate your powers. If the ability to fly is yours, you will take off instantly. Warning. Do not jump off a roof or out a high window until you learn if your inner superpower is flight. Well, I knew the whole idea was weird. But I'd risked my life to get the pigeon feathers. I had to try it. I shoved a feather into each of my jeans pockets. Then I opened the box and took out several packets of yeast and poured them onto my hair. Some of the yeast fell onto the shoulders of my t-shirt. I just left it there. I pulled the desk chair out from in front of my computer and dragged it into the middle of the room. Then I climbed onto it. Carefully, carefully so I wouldn't spill any more yeast. I shut my eyes and tried to concentrate. I knew this was totally crazy. But I felt excited. I took a deep breath and held it. What if it worked? What if I really could fly like a superhero? I concentrated. Concentrated. I opened my eyes. Here goes, I exclaimed out loud. I bent my knees and leapt off the chair. Into the air. Yes. Yes. I waited to land on the floor. But no, I floated. Floated in the air. I raised my arms and floated a little higher. I was at least 3 or 4 feet above the floor. It was crazy. It was impossible. Exclamation mark. But it was working. I raised my hands higher and felt myself rise up. Like a feather in the wind. My body was swept up until my hands touched the ceiling. Then, oh, no. A long moan escaped my throat as I plunged straight down. I landed hard on my face. The air whooshed out of my lungs. I made a choking sound. I couldn't breathe. Waves of pain shot up and down my body. Oh, help, I gasped. Help me. I've broken every bone in my body. Slowly, I lifted my head. I took a deep, shuddering breath. My chin felt wet. I wiped it with 2 fingers and saw bright red blood. I could taste the blood on my tongue. I groaned and tried to sit up. My head throbbed. I tested my arms, my legs. Nothing broken after all. I looked up and saw Zeke standing in my doorway. His eyes were wide with surprise. Mom! Dad! He shouted at the top of his lungs. Marco has a bloody nose. Zeke jumped aside as Mom and Dad came thundering into the room. What's going on? Dad cried. He bent down to pull me to my feet. Mom started dabbing at my nose with a tissue. What did you do? Marco? Are you hurt? Why were you down on the floor? I. The words caught in my throat. He fell off his chair, Zeke told them. He was standing on his chair and he fell off it. And he landed on his face. I stood there blinking, feeling wobbly. Zeke hadn't seen me fly. He only saw me fall. Dad still had hold of my arm. Did you deliberately jump off the chair? He demanded. You weren't pretending to be a superhero again, were you, Marco? No way. Of course not, I insisted. I pressed the tissue to my nose. The nosebleed was stopping. I told you. I was doing a science experiment. For extra credit. They always liked it when I did things for extra credit. But what's this in your hair? Mom asked. She shook her hand in my hair, and the powdery yeast came falling out. I think maybe I have dandruff, I said. Dad nodded his head. 90% of all accidents happen in the home, he said. You have to remember that, Marco. Dad is a total safety freak. He has a seatbelt on his Barcalounger. Mom and Dad questioned me for a few more minutes. They made me promise I'd try a science experiment that wasn't so dangerous. Then they went back downstairs. Zeke sat on the edge of my bed. He had a strange smile on his face. Sure you don't want to play tetherball? I'll let you win. Get out of my room, I growled. Go on. Beat it, Zeke. And stop spying on me. He kicked the desk chair and sent it rolling to the wall. Then he stomped back to his room. I closed the door behind him. I still felt a little shaky. But I was totally excited. It actually worked. I thought. I really flew. True. It was only for about 10 seconds. But I really did take off and fly up to the ceiling. Why didn't it last longer? I knew why. Flight was not my secret superpower. The book said when I found my power, I would. No. It would stick with me. I had to keep trying until I found the power hidden inside me. I picked up the book and started turning pages. Finding the superstrength within you. Yes. Super strength. I had a feeling. This might be my secret power. I dropped onto my bed with the book in my lap and read the instructions. If strength is your superpower, you can find it easily. You need to test yourself against the world's strongest substance. Nothing is stronger than clear plastic kitchen wrap. It will stretch but not tear. Wrap your body from the chest down in an entire roll of clear plastic wrap. Make a cocoon of plastic wrap. But keep your arms free. Then concentrate. Concentrate. You will find the strength waiting to be discovered. Okay. This sounded easy. And Mom and Dad would definitely approve. No jumping off chairs. Downstairs, I heard music in the den. Mom and Dad were in there, reading. I crept to the kitchen and borrowed a roll of plastic wrap from the kitchen pantry. I grew more and more excited as I carried it to my room and started to unroll it. I wrapped myself in the clear plastic, legs first. When my legs were covered in a thick layer, I started wrapping my waist. Making a plastic wrap cocoon was harder than it sounds. As I raised it to my chest, my hands kept fumbling the roll. I dropped it and the sticky plastic stuck to the roll. I finally managed to pry it apart. I wrapped my chest, then worked my way down. It took a long time. There are miles of plastic wrap on one roll. Finally, there I was. A plastic wrap mummy. The empty box fell to the floor. I couldn't walk. I couldn't move. I felt sweat pour down my forehead and cheeks. It was hot in there. Hope this works, I muttered. If I don't have super strength, I'll never get out of this. I shut my eyes and concentrated. I pictured bulging muscles. A weightlifter raising gigantic weights above his head. Concentrate. Concentrate. Suddenly, I felt something. The plastic wrap squeaked. It squeaked as it stretched. I heard it rip along my legs. The wrap tore apart at my chest. I heard another loud rip. Looked down. My t-shirt had popped open. The muscles on my arms bulged. They expanded like balloons. My t-shirt ripped totally apart. My pants started to rip. I could feel myself hulking up. My whole body was growing, stretching, pulling against the plastic wrap cocoon, until the plastic popped and fell away. My chest roared out, shredding my t-shirt. My legs grew heavier, wider. My jeans popped open as my waist swelled, and then the jeans ripped to shreds. How long would this go on? Was I going to grow and grow until I was as big as the house? What if it didn't stop? Oh, wow. What if it didn't stop? A few seconds later, I heard a whoosh, dot, like air escaping a balloon. The room swung around me. I felt dizzy. The ceiling tilted over my head. It took only a second or two. The whole room seemed to shoot out. Then the floor rose up to meet me, and I shrank back to my normal size. Oh, I stood there shivering and shaking. The muscles in my arms and legs all quivered. My skin tingled. Everything itched and prickled and shook. It worked, I thought. How totally amazing. It worked. But again, for only about 10 seconds. I didn't move. I guess I was in shock or something. It took me a while to realize that I had completely burst out of my clothes. I was standing there totally naked. And then out in the hall, I heard Zeke shouting, "Mom! Dad! Marco is doing weird things up here. Come quick! Come quick! I had to put something on before they got up here." I stumbled to the closet. I tripped over my shredded jeans. I could hear my parents' footsteps running up the stairs. "Hurry!" Zeke was shouting to them. "I think Marco is in trouble again. The little snitch. No time. No time." I grabbed my pajamas from the pile of dirty clothes on my floor. "Marco was doing something weird," Zeke said. The bedroom door started to swing open. I scrambled into the pajamas, gasping, my heart pounding. I kicked the shredded jeans and t-shirt under the bed as Mom burst into the room. She glanced all around. Dad followed, a stern expression on his face. "Marco, what's up this time?" he demanded. Mom frowned at me. "Why are you wearing pajamas in the middle of the day? Are you feeling sick?" "And no," I stammered. "I just wanted to be comfortable." Lame. But it was the best I could do. They both stared hard at me. Behind them in the doorway, that brat Zeke had his arms crossed in front of him. A big grin on his face. He was doing something crazy in here. I heard him. Mom gazed at the used book on my bed. Are you still reading that comic book? Why don't you go outside and get some fresh air? Well, I'm kinda busy in here, I said. Maybe later. He won't play with me, Zeke whined. It took a while longer to get them all out of my room. I couldn't shake off the trembly feeling. My skin still itched and tingled. I stared at the used book on the bed. Should I try one more superpower? I'd tried 2 powers and both were not for me. Maybe if I tried a third. Then I had a sad thought. What if none of them work for me? What if I don't have any superpowers? What if I'm just a normal kid, not special at all? I had to keep trying. I picked up the book. Which power should I choose? It had to be a water power. I love to swim. I'm a good diver, too. It had to be a water power. Yes. Yes. This time, I knew it would work. The phone rang. Startled, I dropped the book onto the floor. I clicked open my phone. Marco? What's up? Oh, hi, Gabriella, I said into the phone. Not much. I couldn't tell her about my adventures with the used book. She'd either laugh at me and call me a liar, or she'd want to come over and try to be a superhero, too. Didn't you forget about something? She asked. She didn't wait for me to answer. The comic book convention downtown? Oh, no. Oh, wow. I cried. What time is it? Are we too late? How could I forget the comic book convention? It's the most awesome day of the year for me. The huge convention center was always mobbed with comic book fans. Every publisher had big displays. Dozens of artists and comic book writers were there. People walked around in superhero and supervillain costumes. Thousands of comics for sale. Are we going? Gabriella asked. Of course, I said. Meet me at the bus stop in 10 minutes. I clicked the phone shut. I started for the door. Oh, wait. Dot. I was still in my pajamas. I pulled on a fresh pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Grabbed a wad of money from my secret hiding place at the back of my sock drawer. And hurried out of my room. Zeke blocked my way to the stairs. Can I come, too? You were spying again? I asked. No way. You're not coming. Take me with you, he insisted. He wrapped his arms around my waist and squeezed tight. I won't let go unless you take me. I pried him off me. No. Beat it. But you get to go everywhere, he cried. I don't get to go anywhere. That's because you're a shrimp, I said. Maybe when I get back, I'll play tetherball with you. I don't want to, Zeke growled. He kicked me hard in the ankle and stomped into his room. The convention center is a huge glass building that stretches for 3 or 4 city blocks. Gabriella and I bought our tickets and stepped into the enormous exhibition hall. Every aisle was jammed with people. Awesome displays in booths and video screens and tall billboards and signs stretched as far as I could see. Voices rang out in an excited roar. Music blared. It was too much to see and hear. I wanted to spend a week there. We pushed our way through the video game section. Hundreds of people jammed the booths, testing out new games and game systems. I stopped and watched a bunch of girls playing a 3D battle game called Princess Wars. Dot. Princesses in long white gowns were swinging battle axes, trying to knock the tiaras off each other's heads. Gabriella and I turned a corner and bumped right into Cucumber and his sidekick, Carrot Stick. They are the most popular members of the Salad League of Mutants. Some little kids were waving autograph books, trying to get the vegetables of iron to sign them. We turned down another aisle. A man dressed as a dollar sign stood on a platform, laughing like a maniac and tossing piles of fake money into the air. He kept pointing to a green and white sign. Crazy, insane prices paid for your comic collection. That reminds me, Gabriella said. She bumped into me as a group of kids tore past. Did you try any of those tests in your ooze book? You know, about finding your superpowers? I was tempted to tell her the truth, but I knew it would only get me into trouble. No. You were right about those chapters, I said. They're just filler. It's a big fake. Forget about it. She studied me for a moment. Maybe she knew that I wasn't exactly telling the truth. The aisles got more crowded as we came near the comic book section. I passed a table of Louie Kablooey bobblehead dolls. Louie Kablooey has a very interesting superpower. He can blow himself to smithereens, like a bomb. They should make these bobblehead dolls explode when you shake them, Gabriella said. That would be way cool. Hey, check it out. I pointed to the end of the aisle. A big sign stretched across the back wall. Huge black oily letters spelled out. Ooze. Dot. The word dripped down like an oil spill. The ooze display booth had to be a block long. Dot. Video screens showed preview scenes from next summer's Ooze movie. Giant cutouts of the ooze towered over both ends of the display. A wall of shelves held all the ooze books, comics, games, and DVDs. The booth was jammed with ooze fans. It took Gabriella and me a long time to push our way to the front. I watched part of the movie preview on a big video screen. In the movie, the ooze poured himself over a group of helpless policemen. He became a tidal wave of gunk. The special effects were awesome. I gazed down from the screen. I was standing in front of a table filled with ooze products. Sweet, I cried. I studied the ooze lunchboxes, sneakers, candy bars, posters. I picked up a box of ooze yogurt. Have you tried it, Sonny? A man asked. Tastes like licorice. Feels like ooze. Cool, I said. The man nodded. He was lanky and thin. He had a red face, bright green eyes, and red hair tied behind his head in a ponytail. He was dressed in a gray oil company uniform, with the word ooze dripping on his pocket in red letters. His name badge said his name was Sammy. Sonny, have you seen the ooze iPod holder? He asked. He held one up. It's really made of ooze. Gabriella elbowed me. Check out the graphic novels, Marco. I think they have them all. I turned and gazed at a wall of graphic novels. The ooze stared out from every cover. My eyes went up and down the rows of books. I had every one of them at home. I turned to Gabriella. I don't see The Wizard of Ooze, I said. That's the only one that's missing. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my shoulder. Sammy narrowed his green eyes at me. Come with me, he said. Now. He started to drag me away. What's wrong? I asked. What did I do? Sammy dragged me past a display of ooze toothbrushes. They were definitely cool. The handles looked like dripping ooze. And they came with a tube of black ooze toothpaste. He didn't say a word until we were at the back corner of the booth. I just want to have a little talk, he said. Did I hear you mention The Wizard of Ooze graphic novel? I nodded. Yeah. It wasn't in the display. He brushed a hand back through his fiery red hair and squinted at me. Have you ever seen it, Sonny? I have. I said. I bought a copy. He sucked in his breath. His eyes went wide. It took him a while to speak. Wow. Awesome, kid. It's very rare, he said finally. Do you really have one? Did you read it? He was breathing hard. Definitely excited. Yeah. It was pretty awesome, I said. He stared hard at me. His eyes glowed. His narrow shoulders twitched under the oil company shirt. I realized the shirt was much too big for him. Sonny, want to sell it to me? He asked. My name is Marco, I said. Want to sell it? I'll give you a good price. Really, his expression was intense. Like his life depended on getting that book. Drops of sweat popped up on his forehead. He didn't even try to hide how excited he was. I don't think so, I said. Seriously. I'll give you a really good price, Sammy said. He wiped sweat out of his eyes with the back of his hand. I thought about the superpower chapters in the back of the book. I hadn't tried them all. Sure, it was crazy. But my 2 tries had almost worked. What if I had a superpower of some kind and didn't know it? I really don't want to sell, I told Sammy. I need it for my collection. I have them all, see. I'll buy your collection, Sammy said. Tell me, how much do you want for the whole collection? I took a step back. He was so crazed, he was spitting when he talked. Sorry, I said. I want to keep my collection. What if I give you $100 for The Wizard of Ooze? Sammy asked. What if I give you $300? I stared up at him. For just that one book? He nodded. He wiped more sweat off his red forehead. That's a lot of money, I said. He brought his face close to mine. So you'll do it? No, I said. Sorry. I really want to keep it. I. Okay, okay, Sammy said. He took a deep breath. No problem. No worries. Here. Take this, Sonny. He handed me a little white card. He pulled a stub of a pencil from his shirt pocket. What is this? I asked. Fill it out, he said. He handed me the pencil. Just put down your name and address. To get on the Ooze mailing list. You'll get all kinds of terrific offers. I leaned the card against the wall and filled it out. I started to hand it back to Sammy. But a shadow fell over him. A figure stepped up behind him. I uttered a gasp and dropped the card. And I stared into the black, oily face of the Ooze. He was immense. I mean, Sammy was tall. A lot taller than me. But the Ooze stood over him like a mountain. His head was lumpy, bubbly with the shine of oil. His eyes were black and round. When he opened his mouth, I saw 2 jagged rows of teeth around a bright blue tongue. His broad shoulders oozed out from under the straps of the black overalls that were his costume. His muscles rippled, wet, gleaming. He even smelled like oil. I stumbled back. My mouth dropped open. Are you for real? The words tumbled out. Yeah. Sure, kid, he rasped. And SpongeBob SquarePants is running for president. Sammy giggled. Know what I mean? The Ooze said, talking out of the side of his mouth. His famous slogan. Sammy giggled again. He edged away from the Ooze. His eyes were on me. That's an awesome costume, I exclaimed. I like your costume, too, the ooze shot back. What are you dressed as, a total geek? I laughed. This guy was as mean as the real ooze. He was a really good actor. Can you sign a book for me? I asked him. He growled at me. Get lost, kid. I'm on my break. Black gunk dripped like thick tar down his arms. His bumpy head was covered in goo. He clenched and unclenched his wet fists. Hey, boss, Marco here says he has the original issue, Sammy told him. The ooze guy froze in place. No kidding, he gazed down at me. What's a punk like you doing with that book? It's a very rare edition. I know, I stammered. The ooze guy turned to Sammy. I'd love to get my hands on that book. Sammy picked up the card I'd filled out and studied it. Me, too, he said. Listen, Marco, if you change your mind, I'll pay you $300 for that book. Think about it. I knew I didn't want to sell. But I said, okay. Maybe. I said goodbye and started to walk away. I'd forgotten all about Gabriella. I saw her waving to me from the Weasel World booth down the aisle. You won't believe what just happened to me, I said. Tell me on the bus, she said. I'm late. I promised my mom I'd get home in time to walk the dog. She started to pull me toward the exit. Whoa. Wait. I felt a blast of heat on my back. A shadow swept over me. I inhaled a sharp, sour odor. I spun around. The guy in the ooze costume stood right behind us. Hey, kiddo, he rasped, leaning close. Wow, I muttered. How do you get your costume to give off heat like that? It's like standing in front of an oven. Too hot for you, kid? He rumbled. Then listen to me. I really think you should change your mind about selling that book. Gabriella and I exchanged glances. The ooze guy gazed around the convention hall. You won't always be in a big crowd, he muttered. And I have lots of ways to persuade you. Know what I mean? Quote. Oh, wow. My legs started to tremble. I felt a chill of fear run down my whole body. Was he threatening me? That guy in the big black costume tried to scare me, I told Gabriella. We were sitting near the front of the crowded bus. People jammed the aisle. A man standing over me kept poking me with his umbrella. I heard him. He was just doing his job, Gabriella said. He was supposed to act tough to everybody. You know, put on a show. But he stood so close, I smell like tar, I cried. Gabriella laughed. Actually, he was pretty funny. The man's umbrella jabbed my knee. The bus stopped, and more people crushed into the aisle. Rain pattered the window behind Gabriella and me. I think the ooze guy was serious, I said. He and that guy Sammy who works for him really wanted my book. Did they say they'd buy it from you? Gabriella asked. I nodded. Sammy said he'd pay $300. Gabriella blew out a whoosh of air. Wow, Marco. That's a ton of money. You could buy that new game system you want. I know, I said, but $300 for a comic book you got for free. I know, I repeated. But maybe I want to keep it for my collection. And maybe I wanted to keep it to try more superpower experiments. I didn't say that to Gabriella. The bus jerked to a halt. People staggered and stumbled. The aisle cleared a little as people climbed off. And I saw something at the back of the bus that made me gasp. I grabbed Gabriella's sleeve. Look. I pointed to the back seat. What's your problem? Gabriella said. Then she saw him, too. The guy in the ooze costume. He spread out over the entire back of the bus. There was room for 4 or 5 people across the back. But he took up the whole row. I felt a stab of panic in my chest. He's following us, I cried. Gabriella bit her bottom lip. Maybe. We'll know if he gets off when we do, I said. He's going to follow me to my house, isn't he? He's going to force me to give him the book. He can't do that, Gabriella stammered. She was trying to sound brave. But I could tell she was as frightened as I was. Look. He's staring hard at us, I said. Sending us a message. Gabriella stared back at him. Maybe he finished work at the convention and he's taking the bus home, she said. I shook my head. He's following us. I know he is. Look at the way he's staring at us. Not blinking or anything. With that ugly scowl on his face. I jumped to my feet. Let's get off here. But this isn't our stop, Gabriella said. We can walk from here, I said. It's only a few more blocks. I glanced to the back. The ooze guy hadn't moved. The bus squealed as it stopped. The door slid open. I squeezed past a large woman with 2 shopping bags and leapt out the front door. Rain pattered my head. My shoes slid on the wet sidewalk. I turned and saw Gabriella jump off the bus. We both jogged away from the bus stop. The bus doors closed. The bus pulled away from the curb. No ooze, I said. I let out a sigh of relief. He didn't get off with us. But as the bus rumbled away, I saw him in the back window. His sludgy face was pressed against the glass. And he was staring hard at us. His eyes locked on us until the bus moved out of view. Weird, Gabriella muttered. He definitely was trying to frighten you. I nodded. Well, he's pretty scary, I said. I wiped raindrops off my face. I wonder what he looks like when he takes off the mask and the costume. Forget about him, Gabriella said. And then she added in a low growl. Know what I mean? We jogged to our houses, ducking our heads against the rain. By the time I got home, I was soaked. Mom and Dad were in the kitchen. They were both at the counter, chopping up vegetables for a salad. How was the comic convention? Mom asked. Nice, I said. She gazed up from her carrots. You didn't buy anything? No. Just looked, I said. You're drenched, Dad said. And what's that smell? You smell like tar. I guess I stood too close to the ooze, I replied. Go upstairs and get changed, Mom said. Your dad and I are going out in a bit. I'll need you to watch Zeke. No problem, I replied. I hurried up the stairs. I can do some superpower tests now. I decided. I still had a lot of chapters to go. I had come close the first 2 times. Maybe I could discover a special power inside myself. I stepped into my room. I pulled the wet t-shirt off and tossed it into a corner. Then I hurried over to my bed to pick up the book where I'd left it. Not there. I pulled back the covers. Not there. But I knew that's where I'd left it. Face down at the bottom of the bed. I checked my desk. My dresser. Looked on the floor beneath my bed. Searched my bookshelves. I opened the closet and frantically pulled up the piles of dirty clothes I'd tossed on the floor. No, not there. Not anywhere. My head spun. My heart pounded. The book was gone. I dropped down onto the edge of my bed and took a deep breath. I shut my eyes and tried to remember. Did I hide the book somewhere before I left for the comic convention? Did I put it away? No. I left it open on the bed. I remembered clearly. I opened my eyes and heard a voice nearby. A cough. A soft chuckle. I walked to the bedroom door and peered into my brother's room. There was Zeke, sitting cross-legged on the floor with the graphic novel in his lap. "Hey!" I shouted. I stomped into his room. He made a startled yelp. He raised his eyes for a second, then lowered his head back to the book. "Keep your mitts off my stuff," I shouted. I swiped the book out of his hands. "You're too young for this." "Wanna bet?" Zeke cried. He made a wild grab for the book. I swung it away from him. Zeke jumped to his feet. "I have superhero strength," he exclaimed. He threw himself at me, wrapped his arms around my waist, and tried to wrestle me to the floor. "Let go. Let go of me," I shouted. He made another grab for the book. I swung it behind my back. He pushed me down to the floor and climbed on top of my chest. "Superhero strength," he shouted. "Wimp strength," I said. He gave me a hard punch in the ribs. "Give it back to me, Marco. Give it." "Stop it," I screamed. "Get off me, you punk." I turned and saw Mom in the doorway. She shook her head angrily at me. "Marco, stop it. No fighting with your little brother," she snapped. I gasped. "Huh? Me?" "And stop calling him names," Mom said. Zeke climbed off my chest and put on his pouty face. "He hurt me, Mommy," he cried. He ran over to her and hugged her waist. "He really hurt me. Total phony." "I mean it, Marco," Mom said. "I've had enough." But, I sputtered. "You're grounded," Mom said. "Now go make yourself useful. Go down to the laundry room. Take all the wet clothes from the washer and put them in the dryer. When they're dry, I want you to fold them all neatly and put them away." "But, Mom, that's not fair," I said. "That's work!" Exclamation mark quote. "Do a good job and maybe you won't be grounded for too long," Mom said. "Yeah. Do a good job," Zeke repeated. He stuck his tongue out at me. Mom went back downstairs. I muttered some bad words under my breath. But I didn't say anything to Zeke. I didn't want him to get me in any more trouble. Maybe he thought I'd forget about the book and leave it in his room. But I carried it to my room and closed the door behind me. I hid it under the pile of dirty clothes in my closet. Then I went down to the laundry room and pulled the wet clothes into the dryer. I hate wet clothes. They just feel so yucky. But I did the job as fast as I could because I was eager to get back to my room. Back to the ooze book. A few minutes later, I had my door closed tight and the book spread out in front of me on the bed. I turned to the chapters in the back, and I began to read. "Perhaps you are a water hero. It's easy to find out. Fill your bathtub to the top with ice cubes and cold water. Then, I'm FF freezing," I stuttered. I was in the tub, up to my neck in icy water. My skin was red and tingly. Ice cubes bobbed and bumped against me. First I had the shivers. Then I had the deep shivers. This is crazy," I moaned. My teeth started to chatter. It's not working. Oh, wait. Yes, it was. The shaking and shivering and chattering suddenly stopped. Was it just because my whole body was totally Numb. No. I felt different. I felt my body changing. I'm melting. I thought. I suddenly felt weak. Soft. So light. I'm dissolving. I'm melting. Changing into water. No skin. No bones. Just water. And then the weakness lifted. And I felt a surge of power. Like a bolt of electricity shooting through me. And I rose up in the bathtub. Like a wave. Like a mighty tidal wave. An amazing feeling. It lasted about 10 seconds. I stretched high. Higher. Then splashed back down. And the cold water seeped over my shoulders. The ice cubes bobbed against my waist. I felt cold again. I felt frozen again. And I started to shake and shiver. I was trembling so hard, I could barely grip the sides of the tub. I tried to pull myself out. But my legs were frozen numb. A crazy sound kept repeating through my chattering teeth. Finally, I lifted myself out of the tub. I couldn't stand. I rolled onto the floor. I lay there on my back, shaking and groaning. I smacked my frozen hands together like a seal. I kicked my feet in the air. Numb. Everything was frozen numb. My hands and feet tingled with cold pain. Somehow I grabbed a bath towel off the towel rack. I struggled to wrap it around me. All and never be warm, I murmured. And never be warm again. I wrapped another towel around me. Then I half stumbled, half crawled to my room. I pulled on 3 shirts, 2 sweaters, and my warmest sweatpants. I climbed under the covers. But I couldn't stop the chills from running down my back. Couldn't stop my body from trembling like I was in a powerful earthquake. I have to find out what I'm doing wrong. I decided. Why do the powers last only 10 seconds? If I ever warm up enough so I can walk again, I have to go back to the comic convention. I have to talk to that guy Sammy. He seemed all right. Not like the ooze. Maybe he can tell me what I'm doing wrong. I buried my frozen face in the pillow. Under the covers, I pulled myself into a tight ball. If only I could stop shaking and quaking. I glanced at the clock on my bed table. 4:30. Still early. Time enough to take the ooze book to Sammy at the convention and see if he had any advice. A few minutes later, I started to feel more normal. My skin was still red and blotchy. But I had some feeling back in my hands and feet. I took off the 2 sweaters and 2 of the shirts. I changed into jeans. And I pulled on my sneakers. I grabbed the book and hurried downstairs. I found Mom in the den. Mom, I have to go back to the comic convention, I said. I forgot to do something there. Mom looked up from the magazine she was reading. Sorry, Marco. You're grounded, remember? But, Mom, I pleaded. It's very important. Maybe you could ground me, just for the rest of the afternoon. She shook her head. No. Did you finish the laundry? Almost, I said. Should I tell her the truth? That I need advice about getting superpowers? No. No way anyone would believe that. Mom, a guy at the convention wants to give me $300 for this ooze book. I held it up. I was telling the truth. I just didn't tell her that I had no plans to sell it. She lowered the magazine to her lap. That's a lot of money, Marco. Are you sure this man is honest? Yes, I said. Does that mean I can go? No, Mom replied. Remember? I told you that Dad and I have to go out. I need you to stay home and watch Zeke. But, Mom, She gave me that hard stare with her forehead wrinkled and her eyebrows pointing down to her nose. I knew that stare very well. It meant, "Shut up, Marco, if you know what's good for you." So I shut up. I made an unhappy face. I muttered a few more words under my breath. Then I tucked the book under my arm and slunk back upstairs to my room. A little while later, Mom and Dad said goodbye. And to take good care of Zeke. I heard the car back down the drive. Mom gave 2 short honks before she reached the street. It's something she always does. I'm not sure why. Then she drove off with Dad. As soon as she was gone, Zeke came skipping into my room. "What do you want to do, Marco?" he asked. "Want to play a game?" I stared at him. And then I stared at the ooze book. And suddenly, I knew what I wanted to do. I knew what I had to do. "Put on your shoes," I said. "We're going to the comic convention." His mouth dropped open. "Huh? You said you wanted to go," I told him. "Well, here's your chance." Zeke grinned. "Cool," he started for his room. Then he stopped. "But Mom said." "You can't tell Mom," I said. "It's a secret." "Can you keep a secret?" He crossed his heart with 2 fingers. "I promise." He ran up the stairs 2 at a time. I knew he couldn't be trusted. Zeke is a little snitch. But what choice did I have? My mission was clear. I had to rush to the convention before it closed. Show the book to Sammy. See what he had to say. And get back home with Zeke before Mom and Dad returned. Tense. Very tense. But it could be done. I pulled on my jacket. I tucked the book under my arm. "Zeke?" I shouted up the stairs. "Where are you? What's taking so long?" "Can't find one of my shoes," he called. I groaned. I should just leave him here, I thought. But I couldn't. Mom put me in charge. If I left him alone, Zeke would get in some kind of big trouble, just to make me look bad. I ran up to his room. He was pounding his fist into his pillow. Pound, pound, pound. Dot. That's what he always does when he can't find something. He's such a jerk. I found the other sneaker under the bed in 2 seconds. Then I tossed him his jacket, got him downstairs, and pushed him out the front door. It was a windy, cool evening. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still dark with clouds. "Run," I said. "We're going to be too late." We ran to the bus stop on the next corner. No bus in sight. I began to pace back and forth with the book tucked under my arm. Zeke leaned against an old tree and started to pick at the bark. He pulled off a big chunk and tossed it to the grass. "Why are you doing that?" I asked. He shrugged. "For fun?" More time passed. Finally, I saw the bus turn a corner and head our way. A few seconds later, we climbed on and took seats near the back. I stared out the dusty window, watching the sun dip low behind the clouds. "We're not going to make it," I thought. "Unless the bus really rockets." But the bus didn't rocket. We kept stopping every few blocks to let people on. And then as we got close to downtown, there was some kind of accident up ahead. I stared out at the flashing red lights. We didn't move at all. Zeke poked me hard with his elbow. "Let me hold the book." "Why?" I said. "Because I want to," he said. He poked me again. "Let me hold the book. Or I'll tell Mom and Dad you took me to the convention." What a punk. "Okay. Here." I shoved the book onto his lap. He didn't open it or anything, just held it. The bus finally started to move again. We crawled past the flashing police lights, but I couldn't see the accident. About 10 minutes later, we were downtown. I pulled Zeke off the bus. It was really late. I could see a pale white moon between the clouds. The sidewalks were jammed with people coming in our direction. I knew what that meant. They were all coming out of the convention center. Because the comic convention was over. Closed. I let out a long sigh. Check it out, Zeke cried. He pointed to two girls in werewolf woman costumes. Cool. I was too disappointed to speak. Zeke stopped to admire a big poster of the mutant crocodile rangers. Awesome, he cried. At least one of us was happy. People rushed past us, carrying comics and posters. I studied every face. Maybe I would see Sammy. Maybe I'd get lucky and catch him on his way out. Some kids pushed past me, singing the Doctor Weird Face anthem at the top of their lungs. One of them had a Drive Weird Face bobblehead doll that he kept shaking up and down. We were nearly to the front entrance of the convention center. No sign of Sammy. Guards were locking the big glass front doors. I walked along the side of the building. The sky turned even darker. No, wait. It wasn't the sky. It was a shadow. A deep shadow rolled over me as if a cloud had passed over my head. And the guy in the ooze costume rose up to block my path. I gasped in surprise. I backed against the cold concrete wall. The guy pressed up close. And once again, I could smell the tar off his skin. His cheeks appeared to bubble on his face. When he opened his mouth, his blue tongue darted from side to side. He stuck a huge wet hand out. The book, kid, he growled. His voice came from deep in his chest. Hand it over. Now. I swallowed hard. My chest suddenly felt fluttery. He had me backed against the wall. I couldn't move. Without warning, he reached down and raised his hand over my head. He squeezed his fist, and I felt something drip onto my head. Oh, www. I cried out. It was burning hot. He squeezed his fist again and sent another drip of burning oil onto my hair. It burned my scalp. I could feel it dripping down to my ears. I screamed again. Stop it. My voice came out high and shrill. My brain whirred. How is he doing that? Is he just a guy in a costume? Or is he the real ooze? A real-life villain? He waved his oily fist in front of my face again. The book, kid. I'm not playing games. Okay, okay, I said. My voice cracked. I'll give it to you. But that guy Sammy promised me $300 for it. He shook his head. Sammy changed his mind, he growled. Know what I mean? But, I sputtered. Will you pay me for it? No. You're giving it to me. I guess your brain needs a little more time to warm up to the idea. He raised his fist over my head. He squeezed it hard. I screamed again as the hot oil scorched my scalp. No, please, I tried to cover my head with my hands. You win. I'll give it to you. He lowered his fist. He leaned over me, his black eyes burning into mine. His blue tongue darted rapidly in and out of his mouth. My little brother has it, I said. Zeke, give him the book. I spun around. Zeke? Hey, Zeke? Oh, no. Oh, no. He was gone. Zeke. Hey, Zeke. I began to shout as loudly as I could. Zeke. Where are you? Come here. Zeke? I leaned past the hulking body of the ooze. No sign of Zeke behind him. I spun all around and shouted my little brother's name over and over till my voice cracked. Nice try, kid, the ooze rasped. Why don't you just admit that you don't have a little brother? But I do, I sputtered. He stared down at me, cold as a glacier. Where is the book? He boomed. At home? Is it at your house? Do you want to go get it for me? And no, I stammered. My little brother has it. He's here. Really. I cupped my hands around my mouth and shouted Zeke's name some more. No sign of him. The convention center had emptied out. Only a few people were gathered in small groups in front of the building. The ooze leaned over me. The little brother trick isn't going to work, he growled. Know what I mean? Why, yes, I know what you're saying, I choked out. But Zeke. He pushed my chest, backing me up against the wall. I really want that book, he snarled. He wiped black sticky stuff on the front of my jacket. You seem like a smart kid. Thanks, I muttered. Too bad I have to. Ooze. You, he boomed. Ooze me? I cried. I knew what it meant. In his comic stories, he oozed people on nearly every page. I always enjoyed it. I actually thought it was funny. I had no idea it could ever happen to me in real life. You're really the ooze, aren't you? I cried. You're not a man in a costume. You're real. You're alive. Don't ask questions, Marco, he said. You don't want to know the answer. Yes, I do, I insisted. You're stalling, he said. You're scared. You're shaking. You know you're about to be oozed. My heart pounded so hard, I could barely breathe. I made one last, frantic search for Zeke. No sign of him. I knew what it meant to be oozed. It meant that first he would cover me in burning hot oil. Then he was going to dive on top of me. He was going to crush me under him. Bury me under a huge, heavy tidal wave of oily hot sludge. Trembling, I gazed up at him. Please. His whole body started to bubble. He shook. He shimmered. He rose up tall, taller, and heaved himself closer. I could feel the heat against my face. My skin started to burn. His shadow swept over me. The whole world grew darker than night. He raised both fists over my head, ready to squeeze the sizzling oil on me. Hey, kid, he boomed, any last words? I shut my eyes. My muscles all clamped tight. I gritted my teeth so hard, my jaw hurt. I could feel the heat press over me. Smell the tar. Hear the bubbling of his oily skin. Goodbye, kid, his voice rumbled over me like thunder. And then I heard another voice. A boy's voice. Can I have your autograph? It sounded far away, like from the other side of a wall. Please, the voice said. Could you sign this for me? And then another voice. A girl's voice. Can we have our picture taken with you? I opened my eyes. I could still see only black. The heat off the ooze's bubbling skin scorched my face. I'm your biggest fan, the boy said. Can I have your autograph, too? Another boy chimed in. The ooze turned away from me. The air suddenly felt cooler. I blinked several times, waiting for my eyes to see again. He spun away to greet his fans. 5 or 6 kids stood in a tight group, waving autograph books up at him. One girl had her phone raised to take his picture. I waited until the kids surrounded the ooze. Then I took a deep breath and pushed myself away from the wall. My legs felt unsteady and weak. My head spun. I nearly toppled face first to the pavement. Somehow, I caught my balance. I lowered my head and ran. Hey! I heard the ooze roar. But I didn't turn back. My legs felt a little stronger with each step. My head began to clear as the sickening odor faded. I turned the corner and kept running. My shoes slapped the pavement. My hands swung wildly at my sides as I ran. I saw a group of teenagers staring at me. Whoa! Look at his hair, someone shouted. I must have looked crazy, running like a wild man with my hair covered in thick black oil. But I didn't slow down. I didn't slow down until a boy tackled me around the waist. We both fell hard to the sidewalk. I let out a cry as I cracked my elbow and pain shot through my body. I rolled over, scrambled to my knees, and stared at the boy. He wore an ugly purple monster mask, so I couldn't see his face. Who are you? I cried. What do you want? The boy's brown eyes stared out at me through the eye slits of the mask. Marco, it's me, he cried. Zeke? He nodded. He jumped to his feet and helped pull me up. Where were you? I demanded. I bought this mask, he said. I want to be a supervillain. You are a supervillain, I shouted. I was almost oozed because of you. He laughed. I don't know why he thought that was funny. He's such a total weirdo. It's not funny, I cried. I tried to shove him, but he danced away. I saw the ooze book on the sidewalk. Zeke must have dropped it when he tackled me. I grabbed it. I gazed all around. No sign of the ooze. Was he still signing autographs? We have to get out of here, I stammered. I hugged the book tightly to my chest and started to run toward the bus stop. I turned. Zeke was still standing there, fiddling with the rubber mask. Hurry, I shouted, waving hard. This is no joke. Grr. He growled and clawed his hands at me like a tiger. Come on, run, I begged. He didn't move. You just want to get home before mom and dad so you don't get in trouble. I knew I had no time to argue with him. I ran back and grabbed his hand. I gave him a hard tug. Let's go. We ran about half a block. Then we both froze when we saw a man running toward us. The man was on fire. Bright orange flames shot off his body. He wore dark pants and a dark turtleneck sweater. Flames flicked and darted off his clothes, off his head, his feet. But he didn't scream. He came trotting toward us steadily. I uttered a gasp when I realized his clothing didn't burn. His whole body was covered in darting flames, but he didn't burn at all. I staggered back. I tried to get out of his way. Do you need help? I screamed. Can we help you? Flames flickered off him and died on the sidewalk. He didn't make a sound as he ran steadily toward us. Zeke and I both leapt into the street, trying to avoid him. But we were too shocked and confused to move fast. He roared up to us, flames flying. What do you want? I screamed. His hand shot out. Ow! I felt the heat of the flames. He grabbed the book with a flaming hand, jerked it hard from my grasp. Then he spun away, and with flames dancing and crackling all around him, ran back the way he'd come. People screamed and pointed at the man as he ran down the street. Zeke and I didn't move. I guess we were in shock. I could still feel the heat of the fire on my skin and clothes. I realized I was trembling. Zeke pulled the monster mask off his face. His eyes were wide with fright. He grabbed my hand. "Who was that man?" he asked in a tiny voice. I shook my head. "Beats me." He took your book," Zeke stammered. "He was on fire, Marco. He was really on fire." "I know," I said softly. I let out a long sigh. "Let's go home." We beat Mom and Dad home by about 10 minutes. I made Zeke swear again that he wouldn't tell them what we did. He nodded quietly. "They wouldn't believe us anyway," he said. "I mean, about the man on fire." He was right. I wasn't sure I believed it, either. Actually, I desperately wanted to tell my parents about the ooze, and the flaming man, and how my book was stolen. But Zeke was right. They wouldn't believe it. And it would only get me into major trouble. Mom and Dad walked into the house, carrying big bags of groceries. The first thing Mom asked was, "Did you two get along okay?" "No fights?" "Yeah, fine," I answered. "No fights." "What did you two do?" Dad asked. "Stuff," I said. At dinner, Zeke and I both tried to act normal. It wasn't easy. And it wasn't easy for me to get to sleep that night. I kept seeing the ooze rising up and preparing to pour hot oil over me. Again and again, I heard his growl. "Hey, kid, any last words?" And then the Burning Man, staring at Zeke and me through the flames, grabbing the book and running off without saying a word. Why was the book so important? So valuable? Everyone knows the origin of the ooze. The first part of the book couldn't be important to anyone. So it had to be the chapters in the back that interested these guys. The chapters about finding your superpower. But those chapters didn't work. Well, they only worked for 10 seconds. So why were people so eager to get their hands on that book? I finally fell asleep with the question rolling around and around in my brain. I fell into a restless sleep and had a frightening nightmare. The dream started with a view of my bedroom window. The window was open wide. The curtains were fluttering in a stiff wind. The curtains made a slapping sound as they flew back against the wall. The wind howled. It sounded like an animal crying. In the dream, I felt frightened. Why was the window open? I always sleep with it tightly shut. Slap, slap, slap. The curtains slapped hard against the wall. Then, in the dream, they slowly changed shape. They formed arms and legs. The curtains became ghosts, howling ghosts. Slap, slap, slap. I woke up with a gasp. I was drenched in sweat. My pajamas stuck to my skin. The air in my room was burning hot. Suffocating. I glimpsed pale light pouring through the bedroom window. To my shock, it was wide open, just as in the dream. And then I felt a drip on my forehead. Burning hot liquid. With a trembling hand, I clicked on my bed table lamp and gazed up at the ooze. His dark eyes stared angrily down at me. He had his fist raised. He squeezed another drop of scalding hot oil onto my forehead. I pressed my hand against the burning skin. "Please," I uttered. "The book," he growled. "Give it to me." The disgusting smell, the boiling heat rolling off his body in waves. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. He was in my house. In my room! Exclamation mark. Leaning over my bed with his oily fist raised. I struggled to speak. The book, kid, he growled. I'm not playing games here. Know what I mean? Quote. But. He swept his arm slowly and dripped a streak of oil down my bedspread. It made a sizzling sound. The bedspread smoked and split apart. That could be you, punk, the ooze growled. You ever hear human skin sizzle like that? It isn't pretty. But I don't have the book, I finally managed to choke out. His whole head appeared to bubble. The oily muscles on his shoulders rippled. His blue tongue whipped from side to side. No games, Marco, he rasped. No games and no lies. It was street stolen, I stammered. I was sitting straight up in bed, hugging my knees to keep from shaking. Liar, the ooze boomed. He splashed hot oil across the bed. The bedspread smoked and sizzled again. I'm telling the truth, I cried. He leaned closer. The heavy sour smell was so strong, I started to gag. Get the book, Marco. Don't make me ooze you. Why mess up such a nice room? The book was stolen, I insisted. I'm telling the truth. Someone stole it from me this afternoon. His skin bubbled harder. His dark eyes appeared to sink deep into his wet, oily face. He shook his head slowly. Oh, Marco, he said softly. Oh, Marco. Oh, Marco. I'm going to make you. So sorry. You said that. Mom. Dad. Help me. The hoarse scream burst from my throat. My cry seemed to startle the ooze. His black eyes went wide. He staggered back a step. Mom. Dad. I shrieked. I need help. Hurry. Quote. The ooze jabbed his open hand in my face. Shut up, punk. Just give me the book. Give it to me and I'll beat it. Mom. Dad. Hurry, I screamed. Over the pounding of my heart, I heard footsteps. Fast footsteps coming down the hall. The ooze heard them, too. To my surprise, he spun away from me. I don't need this, he growled. Know what I mean? He lumbered to the open window. He grabbed the window frame and hoisted his huge body onto the ledge. I'll be back, he growled. And then he let go of the window and jumped out. Vanished into the night. I was still huddled in my bed, shaking and shivering. The sickening tar odor lingered in my nose. I could still feel the disgusting wet heat from the ooze's body. The door shot open. Mom and Dad tore into the room, wrapping their bathrobes around them. Wide-eyed and alarmed. Marco? What happened, Marco? What's wrong? Their eyes went to the floor. They both gasped in surprise and confusion. I followed their gaze and saw the big oily black footprints on my white bedroom rug. What's that? Dad cried. Who did that? And then Mom saw the burns in the bedspread. The ragged splits in the material. Marco, you've got some explaining to do. What have you done to your room? Have you gone crazy? It's my science experiment, I said. It's not working. What kind of science experiment? Mom cried. An experiment to ruin your room? I'm sorry. I'll clean it all up in the morning. I promise. You'll do more than clean it up, Dad said. He stared at the black footprints and shook his head. I want a full explanation of this science experiment in the morning. It's for extra credit, I said. That usually wins them over. But I knew it wouldn't work this time. Mom yawned loudly. I've got to get some sleep. We'll talk about this in the morning, okay? Okay, I said. Dad studied me for a long moment. Then he followed Mom out of the room. The oily black footprints glowed in the light from my lamp. I had to tell someone about this. I couldn't keep it to myself. I couldn't tell Mom and Dad. They wouldn't understand. And I couldn't tell Zeke. He was too little. And too weird. It would probably just make him laugh. Gabriella. I murmured her name. Yes. Gabriella. I glanced at the bed table clock. 2 in the morning. I knew I couldn't call her this late. Her parents would kill both of us. I grabbed my cell phone with a trembling hand. I clicked open the keyboard and texted her. I typed text after text. I told her everything, starting with my dream. I told her about the open window, the oily footprints, how the ooze wanted to ooze me earlier, how the book was stolen. My thumbs flew. I typed and typed. It felt good to get the story out, to tell someone I could trust. I knew Gabriella would believe me, and I knew she wouldn't tell anyone else. I sent the texts. Then I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the phone. No reply. Of course not. It was the middle of the night. Gabriella had to be sound asleep. She'll see it first thing in the morning, I told myself. I climbed back under the covers. I wanted to go back to sleep. But how could I? That big, dangerous creep had broken into my room. And I knew he would come back. I have to destroy him before he destroys me. The words escaped my lips. I knew I sounded like a character in a comic book. A comic book. My mind spun. I pictured all the ooze books I read. And suddenly, I knew how I could destroy him. Oh. I let out a cry when I heard scraping sounds at my window. I realized I'd forgotten to close it. I'd left it wide open. The ooze. The ooze was back already. I jerked straight up and stared in horror. Stared at a flash of blinding yellow light. And a scream of shock and horror burst from my throat. The flaming man filled the window with his fiery light. Bright sparks shot off his head and body. He rolled through the window, onto my bedroom floor, a blazing fireball. No, I cried. I jumped out of bed. The ooze had left oil all over my rug. Would this guy's flames start a huge fire? I started to run to the door. But my blanket tangled around my ankles, and I fell face down in front of him. The flames crackled as they darted out from his dark clothing. He raised both arms, and flames shot straight up, nearly touching the ceiling. He glared at me with his green eyes. The rest of his face was hidden behind the bright curtain of red and yellow. Where is it? His voice rushed at me like the roar of a bonfire. I blinked. I didn't know how to answer. Where is it? He repeated. Where did you hide it? Huh? I pulled my legs free from the blanket. I stumbled back against the bed. The flames shooting off his body made wild shadows jump and dance. Sparks landed on my desk, my dresser, and fizzled out. You already took it. I finally found my voice. What do you want? You already have it. No. A burst of fire shot out all around him. Where did you hide it? I, I, I stuttered. I don't understand. What are you talking about? You have the book. Moving quickly, he began circling my room. His fiery hands swept the papers off my desk. He pulled open dresser drawers. Flames scorched the wallpaper. Smoky embers crackled on the carpet. Where ISSSSS it? He hissed. You're going to set my room on fire, I cried. I'll burn it all down if you don't hand it over to me, he shouted. He raised his hand to the curtains. Watch it all burn. Quote. No. Please, I don't understand. I edged my way to my closet. I suddenly remembered something. On the closet floor near the back. If only I could get there in time. I'm getting it for you, I stammered. I had no idea what he wanted. He had the ooze book. What more could I give him? But I had to stall him. I had to get to the closet. I knew it was my only chance. He stepped away from the curtains to watch me. The flames from his hands retreated. I'm getting it, I repeated. It's in here. I pulled open the closet door and stepped inside. I had to duck low under my hanging clothes. I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black inside the closet. I bent down and fumbled through the stuff on the floor. Feeling blindly, I pushed shoes and sneakers out of the way. Where ISSSS it? The flaming man called. I could hear the flames hiss with each word. Found it, I cried. I gripped the little metal fire extinguisher and pulled it off the closet floor. My dad put a fire extinguisher in every room. Of course, I never thought I would have to use it. In the darkness, I turned the canister. Found the trigger. Steadied it in my hand. Ready to shoot. Ready to blast him. Found it, I shouted again. Hurry. He boomed. Stepping out of the closet, I swung the fire extinguisher in front of me. Aimed the nozzle at his chest. Squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened. He roared and jumped back, sending up a sheet of flames. I shook the canister. Shook it so hard, I almost dropped it. Then I lurched forward. Dove across the room, and squeezed the trigger again with all my might. A white spray shot out and hit the flames darting from his face. Hey, he uttered a startled shout. I kept the trigger down. I moved the spray up and down, from his face to his chest. His flames flickered but didn't go out. He stuck out his arms. He backed up to the window. Breathing hard, my heart pounding, I moved forward. I kept the white spray on his face. I could see the angry look in his eyes. He raised a hand to shield his eyes. The canister made a sputtering sound. I struggled to keep the spray steady. The flames didn't give up easily. They twisted and danced as if trying to squirm away from the spray. The extinguisher felt lighter. I knew it was almost empty. Suddenly, he turned away from me. He leapt to the window ledge, and then out. He flew out into the dark night. A bright fireball against the blackness. I let out a long, shuddering sigh. I couldn't stop trembling. The fire extinguisher fell from my hand and bounced onto the carpet. I bent over and grabbed my knees. I struggled to catch my breath. I sat down on the floor with my back against the bed. No way I could get back to sleep. I just sat there till morning, staring at the open window and thinking. Thinking. The next morning, Mom and Dad had to leave early. We didn't have our big discussion. Thank goodness. The morning was cool and gray. It had rained during the night, and the sidewalk was dotted with deep puddles. As I walked to school, I kept glancing behind me. I expected to see the ooze or the fire guy pop out from behind a tree and come after me. Every shadow made me jump. A dog barked nearby, and I nearly fell into a puddle. By the time I made it to school, I was shaking. I found Gabriella in front of her locker. She was talking to some girls from our class, so I had to wait. The bell rang. Time to go into class. I followed after her. Gabriella, did you get my text messages? She nodded. Then she turned back and studied me. Were they supposed to make sense? Of course, I cried. What do you mean? You didn't believe me? She twisted up her face. It wasn't a fiction story you wrote? For our creative writing project? No, I said. Why would I send you a story at 2 in the morning? Marco, why do you do anything? That made her laugh. She cracks herself up. I didn't think it was funny. It was all true, I said. Last night, Mrs. Hopper met us at the door. Good morning, you two. Arguing again? Take your seats, okay? We weren't arguing, Gabriella said. We were just talking. We don't sit together. Gabriella sits in the front row. I sit near the back. I have to talk to you, I said. Meet me after school. Okay? Where? You know where, I said. Where we always meet. In the alley behind the dairy freeze. Do you have any money? She asked. Can you buy us cones? My life is in danger. I said. I'm not really interested in ice cream. Well, I am, she replied, and trotted to her desk. The alley behind the dairy freeze was lined with overflowing trash cans, old cartons, and other garbage. Workers parked their cars back there. I could see store workers in their white aprons through the tiny back window. Someone had left an old rusting bench on the other side of the alley. That's where I waited after school for Gabriella. It was a good meeting place. No one ever came back here. You could buy an ice cream cone and sit on the bench. And the smell of the garbage wasn't too bad at all. I bought a chocolate cone with chocolate sprinkles and carried it back to the bench. I expected Gabriella to show up any second. But I'd already finished the cone and was licking my fingers, and still no sign of her. What's up with this? I thought. I told her it was really important. Where is she? I checked the time on my cell phone. Nearly 4 o'clock. School had been out for 45 minutes. I sighed. She wasn't going to show. I watched two robins pecking around in the grass in the empty lot beside the store. Then I climbed to my feet, ready to leave. I took a few steps around the side of the building toward the street. But I stopped when a wave of heat blasted against my face. I staggered back. I recognized the sharp, putrid smell. My skin prickled and burned. The ooze lumbered into the alley, blocking my path. Leave me alone, I screamed. My voice came out high and shrill. His oily face was set in a hard scowl. He didn't look friendly. Black lumps oozed down his forehead, over his eyes, and down the sides of his face. He kept clenching and unclenching his huge hands into fists. I mean it. Leave me alone, I cried. I'll call 911. Really? I pulled my phone out of my pocket and held it up in front of me. He waved his hand and slapped it away. The phone hit the back wall of the dairy freeze. It broke into 2 pieces and dropped to the alley floor. What do you want? Question mark. Leave me. Alone. I screamed. I don't have your stupid book. I squinted into the back window of the dairy freeze. Maybe one of the workers would hear my screams and come out to help me. But no. I saw one girl scooping ice cream and another girl tapping on the cash register. They didn't turn around. The ooze bumped up to me. He reached out a gunky hand and rubbed it across my cheeks. OWWW. I let out a howl. That burns. I reached up my hand. I had a thick smear of black gunk stuck to my face. I shook my head hard, trying to cool it down. It was burning hot. I staggered back until I hit the rear wall of the dairy freeze. I turned quickly. Could I make a run for the street? Don't try it, the ooze growled. Why don't you just hand it over? You know what I came for. What do you want? I stammered. I don't know what it is. I told you. He leaned over me. He pressed a finger against one of his nostrils and blew out of the other nostril. Hot oily gunk came shooting out of his nose and splashed onto the back of my neck. Quote. OWWW. Dot. Sick. I twisted and squirmed. I was pinned against the brick wall. No way to escape. My heart was racing in my chest. The back of my neck throbbed with pain. Don't blow your nose on me. I told you, I choked out. I already told you. The book is gone. It was stolen by a man with fire all around him. He stood straight up. I think that surprised him. I could see him thinking hard about it. Then he leaned over me again. His dark eyes locked on mine. I don't believe you, he growled. Know what I mean? I'm telling the truth. Why would I lie? He stuck out a greasy hand. Give it, kid. Now. Give me what I'm looking for, and maybe I'll let you live. Huh? A gasp escaped my throat. What are you talking about? Tell me. Please. He leaned closer. I choked on his thick tar smell. The heat off his body sent rivers of sweat down my face. You want to play innocent? He boomed. Sorry, kid. You give me no choice. Know what I mean? Quote. My mind was spinning. It was so hard to think. The bitter tar odor. The intense heat. The cold stare of his eyes. Sorry, kid. The skin on his face began to bubble and fizz. Oily black lumps rolled over his hands, his neck, his chest. No more Mr. Nice guy. I could see what he was going to do. No more hot oil drips. That was baby stuff. I'd seen it in all the comic books. He was going to rise up 10 feet high, then splash down over me in a wave of oily sludge. I tried to duck, tried to dodge away, but he had me trapped. I'm going to be buried under it. I'm going to drown in it. Were those my last thoughts? The bubbling, sizzling ooze swept high over my head. I shut my eyes. I held my breath. I knew I had only seconds before he came crashing down on me. Doomed. I was doomed. Unless my big idea worked. The plan I'd thought about all night. Destroy him before he destroyed me. Well, this was definitely the time to try it. You don't scare me, ooze. I shouted at the top of my lungs over the roar of the sizzling goo. The wave of burning tar stopped. Pulled back a little. I read the Wizard of Ooze book, I shouted. And now I have powers, too. The wave of oily gunk pulled back. The ooze settled down to his original size and shape. His big bubbly chest heaved in and out. His eyes bulged wide. His ugly mouth was open, and the blue tongue slicked from side to side. Powers? He sneered. What kind of powers do you have, punk? The power to scream like a baby? Ah, my new name is Tidal Wave, I cried. I'd thought of the name the night before. He narrowed his eyes at me. His sharp teeth made a clicking sound as he chomped them up and down. I am master of the water universe, I shouted. Of course, my water powers lasted for only 10 seconds. I thought to myself. And I have no idea if I can even bring them back for another 10 seconds. Maybe I can fake him out. I have to try. The ooze crossed his arms in front of him. The arms made a wet, squishy sound as he pulled them against his chest. He stared hard. Didn't say a word. I found my powers in a freezing cold bathtub, I said. Maybe you've read that chapter. He didn't move. Didn't blink. Well, I continued. Now I have the amazing strength and power of a tidal wave. The ooze tossed back his huge head and let out a roaring laugh. When he finally finished laughing, he pressed his hands to his waist. Tidal wave, huh? He boomed. You don't know anything about waves, punk. The only wave you know is how to wave bye-bye. He let out another roaring laugh. His breath swept over me, hot as if it came from an oven. I stood still, hands clenched at my sides. I hoped he couldn't see how hard my legs were trembling. He lowered his head and grinned a sick, toothy grin at me. Let's see what you've got, punk. Go ahead. Show me something. My brain did flip-flops in my head. I gazed all around. No icy bathtub anywhere in sight. What could I do? Try it anyway. I decided. I shut my eyes and scrunched up my face, struggling to concentrate. You asked for it, ooze, I cried. Now you will feel the power of tidal wave. Do your best, he replied. You'll need your best to fight me. Know what I mean? Quote. I shut my eyes tighter. I tried to force all thoughts from my mind. I pictured the ocean. Dark blue waves. Miles and miles of dark blue water, as far as the eye could see. Water. Miles of water. I pictured waves, rising high. Waves crashing against a sandy beach. Bright blue waves capped by frothy white foam. Wave after wave sweeping onto a beach. I heard the crash of the water hitting the shore. The splash of wave crashing into wave. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it was going to come flying out of my chest. I knew that any second the ooze would come rolling over me. I kept my eyes shut tight. I pictured the blue waves crashing. Crashing. Rising up and crashing. Oh, I gasped when I began to feel different. My muscles squeezed tight. I felt my skin falling away. Startled, I opened my eyes. I felt dizzy. My body swayed from side to side. I looked down. My body was changing. Dissolving. Melting. I saw the shocked look on the ooze's face. He couldn't hide his surprise. Bubbling hard, he took a big step back. It's happening. I knew. I still have the water power. Maybe once you have it forever. I knew I didn't have time to think about it. I was water now. My body was a churning, frothy wave. I pulled myself up. Swept high in front of the startled ooze. Look out, ooze, I cried. My watery voice bubbled from somewhere deep inside me. Look out. Oil and water don't mix. Higher. I pulled myself higher. I rose up over the wide-eyed supervillain. I began to roar. The roar of a powerful tidal wave. Higher. My watery body bubbled and frothed and bent, ready to crash down over him. Hey, loser, feel the power of tidal wave, I shouted. And then it all went wrong. Something popped. I dropped hard to the sidewalk. Sharp pain shot up and down my body. I looked down. I was me again. Solid. Normal me. I pinched my chin. Skin, not water. I was standing up to my ankles in a puddle of water. Once again, the superpower lasted only 10 seconds. What was I doing wrong? The ooze stuck out an oily finger and poked my chest. I felt a stab of heat through my shirt. You fool, he growled. Do you really think this is a game for amateurs? Question mark quote. He poked me again. You lose, punk. I took a step back. My shoes squished in the puddle. My fear tightened my chest. I could barely breathe. You're going to ooze me now? I choked out. He rubbed his wet, oily chin. I could see he was thinking hard. I should ooze you, he said finally. But I have to follow the code of the superpowers. Huh? I stared up at him, trying to understand. The code of the superpowers, he repeated. Since you have powers, I have to give you a second chance. I swallowed hard. I couldn't believe my ears. Was he actually going to let me go? He sighed. It's the rule. Your powers last for only 10 seconds. But I have to follow the code. So here's your second chance. He poked me in the chest again. You said that the Fabulous Flame stole the ooze book from you? The Fabulous Flame? I said. You mean the guy who was on fire? He nodded again. That's the Fabulous Flame. Actually, it's Sammy, the ooze said. You remember. The guy who worked for me in my booth at the comic convention. My mouth dropped open. Sammy is the Fabulous Flame? Yeah. Sammy looks like a normal guy. But he isn't. He's a mutant. The ooze let out an angry growl. He smacked his fist into his open palm. That sent gobs of goo flying in all directions. This is the last time he steals from me, he boomed. I don't understand, I said. He works for you? Yeah. I keep him around because I feel sorry for the guy, the ooze said. See, he's not as famous as me. He doesn't have his own comic or anything. But sometimes he gets jealous and does things to hurt me. Things I don't like. He shook his head. But stealing from me is going too far. I hate that guy. I really do. Then why do you keep him around? I asked. The ooze scowled. I have to be careful with the guy. He's fire, remember? He can burn me. He knows fire can burn oil. So I have to be careful with him. So what do you want me to do? I asked. The ooze leaned close to me. Put out his fire, he said. I choked. It took me a few seconds to catch my breath. Me? Put out his fire? I can't do it, the ooze said. But you can. You can splash out his fire and grab the book for me. I stared hard at him. He was serious. The ooze was giving me a chance to survive. All I had to do was destroy the Fabulous Flame for him. No problem, right? Then why were my legs shaking so hard and my teeth chattering like castanets? Splash out his fire and grab the book, the ooze repeated. It's simple. Anyone with water powers can do it. Get that book for me, kid. If you do, I have no choice. I have to follow the code of the superpowers. I have to let you go free. But he could burn me to a crisp, I said. My voice cracked. I'm not sure. The ooze's dark eyes narrowed into slits. His mouth tightened into a terrifying scowl. He began to bubble again. With a whoosh of burning hot air, he rose up high. His shadow covered me in darkness. He leaned over me, leaned close till the heat scalded my skin. And then he began to dip down, to spread himself over me. Okay, okay, I shouted. I'll do it. Where do I find him? The fabulous flame didn't live in a furnace or a giant oven or anything. He had a normal-looking house about 6 blocks from the dairy freeze. I saw a small blue car in the driveway in front of the garage, and a leaf blower lying on its side near the front walk. The ooze and I crept up the driveway and made our way around the side of the house. He fools people by living a normal life, the ooze said softly. Even his neighbors don't know he's the flame. They just think he's Sammy. My heart was pounding. My brain did flip-flops as I walked toward the backyard. Was there any possible way I could survive this? We need a plan, the ooze muttered. Well, I cleared my throat. I'll just tell him I recognized him when he grabbed my book, I said. I'll tell him I'm his biggest fan. I'll, ask him for his autograph. Good. You get up close to him. Then you splash him, the ooze said. Put out his fire. I'll grab the book. Will my water power work? I wondered. Maybe I didn't try hard enough before. Maybe it really is my superpower. In a few seconds, I would find out. The ooze gave me a hard shove into the backyard. Get to work, punk. I saw Sammy. He was lying on a lounger on his patio. Did he see me? No. I ducked back into the shadow of the house. Sammy was sprawled on his back. He was barbecuing a steak on his flaming chest. Exclamation mark. The steak sizzled and the flames jumped high. Suddenly, he sat up. He saw me. Marco, what are you doing here? The steak fell into his lap. Bright flames still danced from his bare chest. I pointed at him. I pretended to be surprised. I knew it, I cried. You're the fabulous flame, aren't you? He grinned. I can't deny it. He set the steak down on a plate on a little table beside the lounge chair. He jumped to his feet and started toward me. What are you doing here, Marco? I hope you didn't come to get your book. Because I'm not giving it back. I don't care about that book, I said. I'm your biggest fan. Really? He studied me. Flames popped up over the top of his head. I can't believe I'm standing here talking to the fabulous flame, I cried. I'm a good actor. I could see he was buying it. I can't believe you were in my room, I gushed. His grin grew wider. Flames darted from his arms and chest. Did you bring what I'm looking for? Yes, I lied. I brought it. But first, can I have your autograph? I hope I'm not asking too much. But I would love to have your autograph. He motioned with a flaming hand. Come sit down. He climbed onto the lounge chair and put the steak back on his chest. How do you like your steak, Marco? Medium rare? Well. The flames leapt on his chest. As they shot up higher, they hid his face from me. My chance to make my move. I shut my eyes. I concentrated. Again, I pictured blue waves crashing against a sandy beach. Frothing tall waves. Roaring. Crashing. And a few seconds later, I could feel myself changing. I could feel my body melting away. Feel my mind sinking into clear, cold water. Yes. Once again, I was tidal wave. My body had melted away. And in its place was a rushing, roaring tall wave of water. I turned quickly. And heaved myself at the fabulous flame. A powerful tidal wave, I swept over the lounge chair. Washed over it in a burst of water power. I splashed to the patio stones. Started to climb up. 10 seconds had passed. I was me again. Solid Marco. On my knees in a puddle of water. And the fabulous flame? He stood on the edge of the patio. He had his fiery hands at his waist. Flames swirled around his chest. I saw the stake on the ground next to the lounge chair. Too fast for you, Marco, he said softly. He glared at me angrily. Nice try. But you lose, Sonny. He lowered his head. Then he came roaring at me, arms outstretched, a bolt of fire eager to wrap me in flames. No. A terrified scream burst from my throat. I tried to run, but I tripped over something. I went down hard on my knees. Turned and saw what I'd tripped over. A garden hose. I gripped it hard and struggled to stand up. My hand slid to the nozzle. I didn't even think about what I was doing. I just raised the nozzle, squeezed the handle, and sent a powerful spray of water at the flame's chest. He stopped in the middle of the patio. The flames swept back as if being blown by the wind. I grabbed the hose with both hands and kept the stream of water on his body. I moved it up and down, from his fiery head down to his legs. Blasting him with a steady rush of water. His arms shot straight out as the flames sizzled. They smoked and sizzled and faded. He. A wild cry escaped his throat as he toppled backwards. He landed hard on his back. The flames died. Smoke curled up from his chest. He didn't move. Good work, kid, I heard a booming voice behind me. I turned to see the ooze come rumbling across the yard. He waved the book high in one hand. Got it, he cried. Good work, tidal wave. I still gripped the nozzle tightly. I let go and the hose fell to the patio. I was shaking. Totally in shock from my close call. So, you've got the book, I said. My voice trembled. Does that mean I can go free? Of course not, he replied. You know too much. But, I stammered. It's a solid shame. A solid shame. But I have to ooze you, kid. Any last words? Wait a minute, I cried. You can't. What about the code of the superpowers? I made that up, the ooze replied. There's no such thing. But you said. I was afraid you wouldn't cooperate, he said. I thought you might try to escape or something. So I made up a stupid code. Big surprise, huh? I'm a villain. Remember? Know what I mean? Quote. I stared up at him, shaking my head. Once again, he began to bubble and grow. The heat poured off him as he rose up in front of me. I spun away. I knew I couldn't outrun him. Doomed. This was it. No more second chances. And then a startled cry escaped my throat. Gabriella? What are you doing here? Gabriella came running toward the patio. She wore a bright yellow t-shirt over black leggings. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail. It bobbed behind her as she ran. Her dark eyes were locked on the ooze. No. Get away from here, I shouted. Run, Gabriella. You're in terrible danger here. She stopped and stared up angrily at the ooze. He's dangerous, I screamed. Get away from here. She lowered her gaze to me. Marco, I read the book, too, she said. Don't you remember? I read it in the car on the way home from Horrorland. Yeah, I remember, I said. So what? This is dangerous. You'd better. The ooze leaned closer. I shuddered under his shadow. Gabriella tossed her ponytail over her shoulder. I tried the superpower chapters when I got home, she said. I squinted at her. You. What? Question mark quote. I memorized them. I tried them, she said. I mastered the power of the wind. And now, I call myself the human tornado. The ooze let out a laugh. Ew, I'm scared. I'm shaking. Exclamation mark quote. Gabriella, he's going to ooze me, I stammered. Are you sure your powers? Watch me, she replied. She shut her eyes and started to twirl on one leg. Faster. Faster. Until she was spinning so hard, she became a blur. A powerful blast of wind roared off her spinning body. Yes, I cried. Yes. The tornado winds blew my hair straight up. I staggered forward and almost flew right into the ooze. The patio chairs blew away. A table toppled over and skittered across the yard. Tree limbs shivered and shook. Gabriella spun harder. I could barely see her now. It was as if she had become the wind. The ooze raised both arms to shield himself. The powerful blasts of wind sent fat gobs of oily goo flying over the patio. Yes, I shouted happily into the wind. Keep it up. Keep it up. You've got him, Gabriella. And then the wind stopped. A horrible silence fell over the backyard. Gabriella twirled on one leg. Slower, slower, until she toppled over, lost her balance and fell to the ground. 10 seconds. The winds lasted only 10 seconds. Gabriella let out a groan. She lifted her head. Oh, I think I messed up. The shadow of the ooze fell over us both. He laughed again. Did anyone feel a slight breeze? He said. How lame. Now I have no choice but to ooze both of you. Know what I mean? Quote. He began to bubble and grow. Gabriella jumped up and came beside me. Marco, run. Too late. He had us cornered against the back wall of the house. He let out a furious roar, and a wave of hot air floated off his body. The air smelled foul, sour and thick as the stench from a skunk. Or maybe 1,000 skunks. I couldn't breathe. My eyes watered over. Gabriella and I began to gag and choke on the smell. Another blast of hot wind. The ooze stretched over us, covered us in a terrifying darkness. Bubbling and fizzing. He prepared to splash down. My skin burned. I struggled to breathe. Wave after wave of the putrid odor attacked my nose. Oh. Was that me? Moaning like that? And then a flash of bright light burst through the darkness. I turned my head. Blinking through my tears, I saw the fabulous flame. Burning again. Flames dancing all around him. He came toward us, bright and fiery. Covered in flickering flames, he strode up beside the ooze. The ooze heaved himself back. Bubbling hard, he staggered away from the fire. A fast retreat. Where is it? The fabulous flame shouted at me. Where did you hide it, punk? I jabbed my finger at the ooze. He has it, I cried. Quote, he has the book. Flames shot off the flame's head. I'm not talking about the book, he screamed. You know what I want. Where is it? Better hand it over to him, the ooze boomed. I don't know what you're talking about, I cried. Too bad, the flame said. You're going to be flamed and oozed at the same time. Gabriella and I both screamed as they dove for us. And over our screams, I heard a familiar voice. Is this what you're looking for? I spun to the side of the house and let out a shout. Zeke, what are you doing here? Zeke came running across the grass, waving something in his hand. Maybe this is what you want, he cried. He flapped it back and forth. The ooze and the fabulous flame stepped back. They both stared hard at the object held tightly in Zeke's hand. I didn't recognize it. What is that? I cried. The bookmark, Zeke said. I squinted at it. The what? Question mark quote. The bookmark from the ooze book, Zeke said. Don't you remember it? It has all these funny words on it. Didn't you read the tiny type? It says you have to say the words, or else your powers will last only 10 seconds. Gabriella and I looked at each other. That explains it, I said, sighing. I turned to Zeke. You've had the bookmark all this time? He nodded. I took it out of the book. I thought it might come in handy sometime. Zeke, I screamed. Look at all the trouble you caused. He shrugged. So? The ooze held out his big oily hand. Just give me the bookmark, he growled. We don't want it in the wrong hands, do we? The fabulous flame added. Those words will make my powers stronger. You mean our powers, the ooze boomed. Give me the card, Zeke. The flame can't be trusted. No way, Zeke said. Give it to me, the ooze boomed. He made a furious swipe at it. Zeke swung it out of his reach. The flame aimed a whirling fireball at Zeke's head. Zeke ducked and the fireball flew over him. Too late. Too late, Zeke cried. He did a crazy dance. The ooze and the flame both dove at him. But Zeke waved both hands. He made a hard sweeping motion. And the two supervillains floated up into the air. The ooze flapped his oily arms and thrashed his legs. Put me down. Put me down and I promise I won't hurt you too badly, the fabulous flame shouted. But Zeke waved his hands up again. He waved them high above his head. And the two villains went flying. Flying over the house. Across the street. Over the woods, flying higher and higher until they were tiny dots against the sky. And then they vanished completely. Gabriella and I stood in shock, our eyes on the sky. Then we turned back to Zeke. He had a big victory grin on his face. My new identity is lift-off, he cried. I have anti-gravity powers. Wow. Very cool, Gabriella cried. You saved us. That was amazing, I exclaimed. Good work, Zeke. One wave of my hands and people go flying away forever, Zeke said. And my powers. Last. Because I'm not stupid like you. I read the words on the bookmark. I picked the Ooze book up off the patio. I rubbed some black gunk off the cover with my hand. My heart was still pounding like a drum. But the two villains were gone. I knew I could finally relax. Everyone is in my power now, Zeke cried. Watch me send you flying into that tree. I grabbed his hand before he could raise it. Stop bragging and showing off, I said. Let's go home and forget this ever happened. But, of course, I couldn't forget. I wanted to be a real superhero, too. I wasn't jealous of Zeke. I just didn't think he should be the only superhero in the family. Besides, I didn't trust him. Sometimes he gets crazy and starts punching his pillow or ranting and raving. Sometimes he tries to get me in trouble. I needed my own powers to protect myself. I needed to be tidal wave. So the next afternoon I sneaked into Zeke's room. I searched everywhere for the bookmark with the secret words. Where did he hide it? I pawed through every drawer in his dresser. I pulled out every book on his bookshelf. I looked under his bed. Under all the junk on his closet floor. I was sweating and breathing hard when I finally found it. I pulled the bookmark out from under his pillow. I held it up to my face. My hand trembled as I started to read the words that would make my tidal wave powers last. Hey! I cried out as the bookmark flew out of my hands. I made a wild grab for it. Missed. It floated up near the ceiling. I spun around and saw Zeke in the bedroom doorway. He had one hand raised, making the bookmark float. Give it back to me, Zeke, I shouted. Drop it. Give it back to me, now. He shook his head. No way, Marco. One superhero in this family is enough. And it's me. Me. You're a total jerk, I said. The book is mine. And the bookmark is mine. So give it back. You want it? He cried, stepping into the room. You want it, Marco? Go. Get it. He waved both hands, and I felt myself lift off the floor. Hey! He raised a hand, and I couldn't stop myself. He had me in his power. I was helpless. I floated all the way up to the ceiling. Put me down, Zeke, I shouted. I mean it. And that's when Mom and Dad walked in. At first, they only saw Zeke. But then they glanced up and saw me floating on the ceiling, my arms spread like bird wings. Dad uttered a cry of shock. Marco! What on earth is going on here? Mom demanded. Ah! Well, my mind whirred. I gazed down at them. Ah! Would you believe this is an experiment for science class? This one's for extra credit! Exclamation mark quote. Zeke finally let me down. But first I had to swear I wouldn't go after the bookmark again. So, okay, whatever. I don't have to be a superhero. I just have to be careful from now on to be extra special nice to my brother. I decided to tuck the Wizard of Ooze book away in a secret hiding place. There's a loose panel in the back of my closet. I slid it off the wall and hid the book behind it. At least now it won't cause any more trouble, I told myself. I set the panel back in place. Then I turned to leave the closet. But something down on the floor caught my eye. A yellow-green glow. Was something burning? I bent down and picked it up. It took me a few seconds to recognize it. The little figure of a Horrorland horror. The horror that old guy in the gift shop attached to the wrapping on my book. It glowed in my hand and felt warm. As I stared, the glow spread. It grew brighter and filled the closet with an eerie light. I tried to drop the horror, but it clung to my hand. And I could feel it pulling me into the light, into the deep glow of the yellow-green light. I heard a whoosh, dot, felt a blast of strong air against my body. And there I was, blinking, shaking, unsteady on my feet. There I was, back in the old man's gift shop. Chiller House. Back in Horrorland. He stood behind the counter in his old-fashioned suit with the old-fashioned square spectacles perched on his nose. And he grinned at me. Jonathan Chiller. His name came back to me. A gold tooth gleamed in his mouth as he smiled. "Welcome back, Marco," he croaked. "Time to pay me back for your gift." My name is Ray Gordon and I'm 12. My brother, Brandon, is 9, but people think that he's older than I am. That's because Brandon is a big hulk of a kid. He's about half a foot taller than me. He has broad shoulders and a big chest, straight black hair, and a cold stare that makes him look like he's tough. I'm short and very thin. I have curly blonde hair and blue eyes and freckles on my cheeks. I'm the youngest kid in my class, but I'm 3 years older than Brandon. And everyone we meet thinks I'm the little brother. Which is funny because Brandon is a total wimp. So, what? If I look like an elf standing next to a giant? I'm the tough one in the family. He's scared of bugs and snakes and being in the woods and being in the water. And anything else you can think of. And once I actually saw him jump away from his own shadow. No kidding. He swore he tripped. But I know the truth. It's a pain having a younger brother who's bigger than me. And it's an even bigger pain having a huge monster brother who is a total coward. I love scary movies. But my parents say I have to go to G-rated baby movies with Brandon so he won't get scared. I like to watch scary TV shows, too. And play really cool battle games on my Xbox. But guess what? I'm not allowed while Brandon is around. We don't want to upset the poor guy, do we? And now, even worse. He's ruining my first trip to Horrorland. He's too scared to do anything. The rides are too scary for him. The games are too noisy and frightening. The haunted theater is too haunted. He's even afraid of the horrors. They're the big, furry, green and purple park workers. You know, they are guides, and they run the rides and the game booths and work in the shops. Brandon is almost as big as they are. But he's terrified of them. So how much fun am I having with him at Horrorland? Can you spell? 0. It was a cool, gray day. Wisps of fog hung low over the park. A perfect spooky day to be at Horrorland. "Brandon, what if we go on the scariest ride here?" I said. "What if?" "I don't want to," he said. His favorite expression. He sticks out his lower lip and gets all pouty and says, "I don't want to." "No. Listen to me," I said. He was staring at a horror behind a food cart. I grabbed his arm and tried to turn him around. But I wasn't strong enough to budge him. "What if we both go on the scariest ride ever?" I started again. "And you Like it? Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't you think it was cool to find out that you like scary rides too? But I don't want to. Brandon whined. I sighed. Mom and Dad let Brandon and me go off on our own this afternoon. And I didn't want to waste it doing baby stuff. I dragged Brandon up to a tall green horror wearing bright yellow overalls with yellow suspenders. He wore a button on his cap that read, I. Single quote. M.A. Scream. He grinned at me. Hey, kiddo, know why I wear yellow suspenders? He asked. Why? I said. To keep my pants up. He roared with laughter and slapped his knees. That's a very bad joke, I said. No, it isn't, the horror replied. It's a scream. He opened his mouth and screamed at the top of his lungs. Brandon covered his ears. The horror tapped the button on his cap. Just doing my job, he said. He coughed. I get such a sore throat from this job. What can I do for you? My brother and I want to do something way scary, I said. What's the scariest ride in Horrorland? The horror rubbed his furry chin. Have you tried the Doom Slide? Too scary, Brandon said, doing his pouty face. I did it without him, I said. It was okay. But not great. How about the Nile Etter coaster? The horror asked. It's the world's only coaster where you ride in a coffin. Brandon shivered and shut his eyes. Not for me, he whispered. It was good. But not really scary enough, I said. The horror stared at me for a long time. He rubbed one of the curled horns on either side of his cap. Okay, I get it, he said. You want something to make you scream like this. Quote. Again, he opened his mouth, tossed back his head, and let out a blood-curdling scream. Yeah. Like that, I said. I get it, he said. Okay. Come with me, guys. I'll take you to our test area. It's where we try out new things. Not open to the public. You can be the first to try them. Awesome, I cried. My heart started to pound. Totally awesome. The horror turned and started to walk quickly away from Zombie Plaza. I saw where we were headed, a fenced-in area with a big sign. Testing area. Keep out. I jogged to stay up with him. I had to keep turning back and waving frantically to Brandon to follow us. Brandon kept shaking his head. I have a bad feeling about this, he muttered. Maybe I should have listened to him. The horror unlocked a gate and led us to the other side of the fence. We followed him into a huge white bubble. It looked like one of those domed tennis court places. Our footsteps echoed as we walked inside. I gazed around. The building was as big as a football stadium. In front of us stretched a long, oval-shaped racetrack with several lanes marked in yellow paint. Sitting on one end were about a dozen little red racing cars. A small sign on the wall read, Test Track, The Shocker. The horror led us onto the track. I'm going to let you be the first kids ever to try out these race cars, he said. They're real cars. You control them. Cool, I cried. Why do they call it the Shocker? Brandon asked. You'll see, the horror replied. The cars were open, no roofs. I swung a leg over the side of the nearest red car. Then I lowered myself onto the seat and settled behind the steering wheel. Brandon squeezed into the car next to mine. It was so small, he filled up the entire seat. Hey, there's only one pedal, he cried. That's the gas, the horror said. There is no brake. But, Brandon started blinking his eyes rapidly. He does that whenever he starts to panic, which is all the time. The horror patted him on the shoulder. "You'll be fine, kid," he said. "This ride is going to be a scream!" Exclamation mark quote. "But I don't like to scream," Brandon cried. "Just stay in your lane, and you'll be okie-dokie," the horror said. "Don't swerve into another lane. If you do," his voice trailed off. I lowered my foot onto the gas pedal. The little car let out a roar. Then it started to move forward. I gripped the wheel with both hands and leaned toward the low windshield. The yellow lanes stretched far in front of me. The car moved slowly at first. I steered carefully, keeping it straight. "Wow!" I screamed over the roar of the engine. "This is totally awesome." Out of the corner of my eye, I glimpsed my brother. His car was coming up beside me on the right. He stared straight ahead. He gripped the steering wheel so tightly, his knuckles were white. Into the first turn. My car started to pick up speed. I turned the wheel and followed the curve of the turn. Behind me, I heard Brandon's tires squeal. I kept my eyes straight ahead. I couldn't look back. My car roared down the straightaway. The hot air of the closed building rushed against my face. My heart pounded. I zoomed around the next turn, carefully keeping in my lane. I could hear the roar of Brandon's car close behind me. This is totally like being a NASCAR driver, I thought. Way cool. Whoa. I nearly swerved into Brandon's lane. I gripped the wheel and swung it hard to the left. I lifted my foot off the gas. But to my surprise, the car didn't slow down. It sped up. Faster. The track appeared to tilt up and down. The tires beneath the little car bounced hard. I leaned forward, my eyes locked on the yellow lines in front of me. Faster. And the lines became a bouncing, throbbing blur. Into a hard turn. I can't control it. Did I scream those words or just think them? The wheel jerked in my hands. The car bumped. Bumped again. And I swerved over the yellow line, into the next lane. Buzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. A powerful shock rocked my whole body. The sound roared in my ears. My hands shot off the wheel. My muscles tightened and froze. Pain zigzagged up and down my arms and legs. I shook my head hard, trying to get the buzz of the shock out of my ears. Quote. "Ow. That hurt." Still gasping for breath, I grabbed the wheel. I spun it hard to get back in my lane. I saw Brandon's car roar up beside me, too late. I crashed into him hard. My car spun into the center of the track. As I spun, I saw his car smash into the rail at the side. Buzz. We both screamed. Powerful shocks rocketed through me. My whole body shook and vibrated. I gripped the wheel and swung my car back into the right lane. "This is horrible," I heard my brother scream as my car roared away. I turned to see if he was okay. And my car squealed as it scraped the railing. Buzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Another powerful shock. And the car screeched to a dead stop. Silence now. Except for the buzzing in my ears. I could feel the blood pulsing in my temples. My muscles throbbed. My heart raced. I sat there for a long while. Just breathing. Breathing. Finally, I gripped the sides of the little car and hoisted myself up and onto the track. Brandon was already out of his car. He was running toward me with an angry expression on his face. I started to call to him, but my whole body twisted in a violent shudder. I started to shake all over. My hands flew up wildly over my head. I did a crazy dance. My arms and legs thrashed and shook. I dropped to my knees on the asphalt track. The shock. I gasped. Too much. Can't take it. Oh, help. Help. Make it stop. Brandon uttered a terrified cry. Ray, he screeched. He hurtled himself toward me. Are you okay? Stop shaking. Can't you stop? He grabbed my shoulders and tried to hold me still. I burst out laughing. Gotcha, I said. You fell for it, dude. I'm just kidding. I'm perfectly okay. His mouth dropped open. He blinked his dark eyes several times. He still had hold of my shoulders. He gave me a hard shove that sent me toppling to my butt. You're a jerk, Ray, he growled. Hey, it was a joke, I cried. But why do you always like to scare me? Because it's so easy, I said. I grabbed onto him and pulled myself to my feet. That ride was horrible, Brandon said. It definitely needs work, I said. I looked around. Where is that horror? We have to get out of here. I didn't see him anywhere. Did he just leave us in here? We started to walk along the track. Our footsteps thudded loudly in the deep silence. I think we came in over there, I said, pointing. We heard a shout. Brandon and I both turned as a man came jogging after us. He was big, with his huge stomach bouncing in front of him. He wore a loose-fitting pale blue sweatshirt pulled down over baggy brown pants. I raised my eyes to his face and uttered a sharp cry. He didn't have a face. No. Wait. I couldn't see his eyes, nose, or mouth, because his whole head was mirror glass. He leaned toward us, and I saw my reflection in his face. We froze as he came bouncing toward us. He raised a hand in greeting. His hand was also mirror glass. He must be some kind of robot, Brandon whispered. No, I'm not, the man said. He had a high, croaky voice. He stopped right in front of us. He turned his mirror face to me, then to my brother. The lights from the dome ceiling sparkled on his head. His neck was glass, as were both hands. Allow me to introduce myself, he said. My name is Seymour Wynne Doe. I pointed to his face. I could see my hand reflected back at me. Are you wearing some kind of mirror mask? I asked. He shook his head. It sent rays of light sweeping across the floor. Is it painted on? I asked. He shook his head again. No. I worked at a glass factory. There was a terrible accident. Brandon and I both stared at him. Was he serious? Reflect on that, Wynne Doe exclaimed. He laughed a croaky laugh. He shrugged his wide shoulders. I can only joke, he murmured. What can I do? Gotta keep my sense of humor. Was his body really damaged in a glass factory accident? I couldn't tell if he was for real or not. But the mirrored face and hands were way creepy. I was told you want to see something really scary, Wynne Doe said. Not really, Brandon replied. Yes, we do, I said. I tried to give Brandon a shove. But the big hulk didn't budge. Wynne Doe motioned for us to follow him. I'd just finished building a new attraction, he said. A hall of mirrors. When it opens, it will be the scariest thing in Horrorland. Brandon stopped walking. Do we have to go? He whispered. I tried to tug him forward, but he was too strong for me. We'll just look at it for a second, I said. Then we'll go. Promise? Brandon asked. What a big baby. Window led us out of the bubble building and across the test area. I didn't see anyone else around. I was totally pumped. Dot. Brandon and I were getting a chance to see so many parts of the park that no one else got to see. The sun had finally come out. The man's mirrored head reflected the bright sunlight. He led us to a long, low building. It had a narrow door at one end and no windows. The front wall was painted black. I didn't see any sign saying what it was. Window unlocked the door and pulled it open. He motioned with a mirrored hand for us to go inside. Enjoy it, he said. I think you will find my mirrors are very special. Cool, I said. I stepped past him and started to enter. But my brother hung back. Is it dark in there? Brandon stammered. You'll see, Window replied. He gave Brandon a gentle push. Brandon bumped up behind me as we made our way inside. I expected Window to follow us in. Instead, I heard the door slam shut behind us. Then I heard the click of the lock. The air inside the narrow building was hot and musty. I blinked in the darkness, waiting for a light to come on. What's up with this? I whispered to Brandon. It's pitch black in here. I can't even see the mirrors. Brandon bumped me again. I don't like this, he whispered back. Why did he lock the door? Good question. I felt a trickle of sweat run down my cheek. It had to be 100 degrees in here. My throat suddenly felt tight and dry. Brandon squeezed my arm. Why aren't there any lights? He asked. Why isn't anything happening? Where did he go? I don't know, I stammered. I took a deep breath and shouted, Hey, is anyone here? I stuck my hands out in front of me. I could feel glass. Warm to the touch. But I couldn't see it. Let us out of here, Brandon shouted. Let us out. And then, dim lights flickered on somewhere above us. I saw my face. My reflection. Staring back at me. Very dark. All shadows and black with no color at all. Brandon stopped shouting. I saw him blinking in the dim light. He reached out a big hand and rubbed it on the mirror in front of him. I turned and gazed down the long, narrow aisle. I saw my reflection in mirror after mirror. 2 rows of dark mirrors. A dozen Ray's and Brandon's. Maybe more, in front of us and behind us. The dim light sent shadows over the glass. Our faces looked mysterious. Frightening. My eyes looked like deep, black holes. My mouth appeared jagged and torn. I raised my right hand and watched the right hands go up in all the mirrors. I did a little dance, and the Ray reflections danced with me. What's so scary about this? Brandon demanded. What's the special part? It's just a bunch of mirrors. They aren't curved or twisted or anything. You're right, I said. I turned to him and gasped. Hey, where are you? What do you mean, Ray? I can't see you, I replied. My heart started to pound. Stop it, Ray, Brandon snapped. You're not funny. I'm so sick of your dumb jokes. I'm not joking, I said. Brandon, I really can't see you. But I'm standing right next to you, he cried. I gazed into the mirrors. Yes. There he was. Standing beside me. His face twisted in an angry frown. I can see your reflections, I said. But I can't see you. Dot quote. You jerk. Brandon gave me a hard shove that sent my shoulder crashing into a mirror. See me now? Question mark quote. No, I told him. I'm not joking, Brandon. Look, he said. Look at my reflections. See me pointing at the mirror? See me getting ready to punch you in the stomach? I I see the reflection, I said. But I can't see you standing next to me. I'm not joking, Brandon. I'm totally serious. He turned away from the mirrors. There was a long silence. He finally spoke. Oh, wow, he said with a moan. Oh, wow. Ray. Now I can't see you, either. We were both silent for a long time. This has to be some kind of light trick, I murmured. The lights up on the ceiling block us out somehow. But that's impossible, Brandon answered in a whisper. Then I looked down and gasped again. Oh, no, I moaned. Brandon, I can't see myself. Exclamation mark quote. I waved my hands in front of my face. I couldn't see them. I saw them moving in the mirror in front of me. But I couldn't see my hands in front of me. I'm invisible, too, Brandon cried. Ray, help me. I'm invisible. Somebody let us out of here, I shouted. My voice came out hoarse and frightened. I started to pound on a mirror with both fists. Let us out of here. Somebody, let us out. And then I stopped pounding. My words choked in my throat. And I staggered back as the reflections in the mirror began to move. Brandon and me. Our reflections. All down the 2 long rows of mirrors, they tossed back their heads and began to laugh. Ah-ee-ee. I opened my mouth in a scream of horror that drowned out the crazy laughter from the mirrors. Our reflections laughed and laughed. Cold, mechanical laughter. Cold and cruel. I felt a stab of pain and realized Brandon was squeezing my arm. I couldn't see him. I couldn't see myself. But I felt his hand grabbing me in panic. I stumbled back against a mirror. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to shut out the wild laughter. And suddenly the reflections all vanished. The mirrors went blank. Dark, empty mirrors. No reflections. And no Brandon and me. I stood there in silence. I realized I was holding my breath. I let it out in a long whoosh. My legs were trembling. I stared straight ahead at the dark mirror in front of me. Hey! I uttered a startled shout as bright lights flashed on. Blinking, I turned and saw Brandon. Yes. He was standing there, looking as shocked as I was. We stared at each other for a long moment. There we were. Back. Under the bright lights. Our reflections bright in front of us. The door swung open. We raced each other, bumping, squeezing down the narrow aisle. Out into the daylight. I struggled to catch my breath. The cool afternoon air felt good on my hot, sweaty face. Yay! I pumped my fists above my head. I stopped when Window appeared in our path. My reflection stared back at me from his mirrored face. You liked it? He asked. Brandon and I stared at him. We were both still breathing hard. How did you do that? I finally found my voice. Tell us. How did you make us invisible like that? Yeah, Brandon chimed in. How did you make our reflections laugh at us? Window scratched his glassy head with a mirrored hand. Huh? Do. What? He asked. It's just a hall of mirrors. You turned us invisible, I said. And you made our reflections laugh at us. What are you saying? Window replied. That's impossible. I stared at him. My brain whirred. You mean, I started. You mean you don't know about it? Really? It's just mirrors, Window said. That's all. A long, dark room with mirrors. But Brandon started. Prove it to me, Window said. He grabbed my hand and started to pull me back to the hall of mirrors. Let's go back inside, guys. Prove it to me. No way, I cried. No way. Was I going back into that creepy little building? Brandon, run, I cried. I swung my hand free of Window's grip and took off. Brandon came lumbering after me. I didn't look back. Was Window chasing after us? I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from him. I pushed open the gate to the test area and burst back into the park. Brandon and I ran full speed into a crowd of people. We ran until we were back in Zombie Plaza. I gazed all around at the shops and food stands. I nearly crashed into a drinks cart selling Dead Skunk and Diet Dead Skunk. Tastes great if you hold your nose while you drink. I think he's coming after us. Brandon's voice cracked. His black hair was matted to his forehead with sweat. His chest heaved up and down. I pointed. We'll hide in that shop. We dodged through the crowd. Up to the front door of a little store at the end of the row. Chiller House. That's what the sign above the door said. I saw skulls and funny dolls and other souvenirs in the front window. I pulled open the door and bolted inside. A bell rang overhead. Brandon stumbled in after me. We made our way to the back of the shop. I kept glancing at the door. No sign of Window. The shop was long and narrow. Cluttered shelves and display cases rose up on both sides of us. I bumped into a wall display of brown shrunken heads. The heads bobbed and swayed as if they were alive. Check this out, Brandon said. He held up a building set for kids. Coffin Fun Kit. The box showed a little man lying in a handmade wooden coffin with his arms crossed over his chest. Sweet, I said. I picked up a plastic snake. It was actually a candy dispenser. When you squeezed its jaws open, a piece of candy slid out. Awesome store, I muttered. I checked the door. Still no sign of Window. Maybe we lost him. Whoa. I saw something way cool on a table across from me. A wooden ventriloquist's dummy. It wore a tight-fitting gray suit and polka-dot bow tie. Its brown hair was painted on its head. Its glassy blue eyes appeared to stare up at me. It had an ugly, totally evil grin on its painted red lips. Brandon, check out this awesome dummy, I said. My brother dropped what he was looking at and came over. I reached for the dummy and started to lift it into my arms. Before I could pick it up, the dummy opened its mouth and shouted, "Get your clammy hands off me." Hey! I uttered a cry. I jumped back and fell onto Brandon. An old man popped up behind the dummy. He had a shiny forehead with thinning white hair combed straight back. He wore weird-looking square glasses at the end of his nose. And he was dressed in a brown suit and vest that looked like they came from an old movie. He held the dummy up in his hands. "Did you think Slappy here was talking?" he asked. Well, I started. I was a little surprised. The man laughed. A gold tooth sparkled on the side of his mouth. "I confess. I did it," he said. He set the dummy down on the counter behind him. "Welcome to Chiller House," He waved his hand around the shop. I noticed that his shirt cuff was ruffled. My name is Jonathan Chiller, he said. Do you like Slappy? Yes, I said. Is he very expensive? Not very, Chiller replied. You don't want him, Brandon said. He pushed me away from the dummy. He's too ugly and evil looking. Chiller snickered. He does have an evil grin, doesn't he? I think he's cool, I said. Maybe I'll start a dummy collection. I collect a lot of stuff. Dad says I have the collecting bug. That makes it sound like a disease. But I think it's fun. I have a skateboard collection, and a Transformers collection, and a baseball card collection, and a cereal box collection. And a lot of others. I gazed at the grinning dummy. I pictured 6 or 7 dummies like him sitting around in my room. Don't buy it, Ray, Brandon said, tugging my arm. Really? I don't like it. It's not for you, it's for me, I said. But I'll see it every time I go in your room, Brandon said. It will give me nightmares. You. No. I'm afraid of puppets and dummies. That's way dumb, I said. Get over it. Brandon pulled me toward the door. Come on, Ray. That weird mirror guy is gone. Let's get out of here. I could see that my big little brother was really afraid of the dummy. I have to help the poor guy get over his fears. I decided. I'll buy the dummy, I said to Chiller. The old man's eyes twinkled behind the square glasses. Very good. Slappy is yours. Come up front. He picked up the dummy and carried it to the cash register at the counter. I followed after him. Brandon grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. Please, he whined. Please don't buy that thing, Ray. It's too creepy. Remember that movie you made me watch? The one with the dummy that comes to life and kills all those people? I laughed. Yeah. That was funny. Awesome movie. Then I remembered how angry Mom and Dad were at me for making Brandon watch that film. He had nightmares and had to sleep in their bed for a week. Dummies don't come alive in real life, I told Brandon. So grow up. Please, Brandon whined. This one is so totally creepy. I stepped up to the counter. Don't listen to my brother. I'll take the dummy, I told Jonathan Chiller. Chiller opened a drawer and pulled out a little green and purple doll. He held it up. It looked just like the horrors who work in Horrorland. He tucked the little figure into the pocket of Slappy's jacket. Take a little horror home with you, Chiller said. We don't want it, Brandon cried. I ignored him. I reached for my money. How much is it? I asked. Chiller waved a hand. No. Don't pay me now, he said. He lifted the dummy into my arms. You can pay me next time. Huh? Next time? What does he mean by that? Let's go, Brandon said. He kept shaking his head unhappily. Mom and Dad are waiting, Ray. They're not going to be happy about that dummy. Don't be a total jerk, I said. I flung the dummy over my shoulder. Then I thanked Jonathan Chiller and followed Brandon back out onto Zombie Plaza. The park was crowded. A horror walked past with dozens of black helium balloons bobbing over his head. All the balloons in Horrorland were black. Want a balloon? I asked Brandon. Oh, wait. You're probably scared of balloons. Don't be mean to me, Brandon pouted. He stuck out his bottom lip. Don't make fun of me, Ray. You'll be sorry about that dummy. You really will. We walked toward the hotel. The dummy bounced on my shoulder. Brandon had his pouty face on the whole way. We were almost to the hotel when the dummy tilted its head toward Brandon. And it said in a hoarse whisper, "You'll be sorry, punk." Brandon punched me in the back. "Stop it, Ray. That's not funny. Stop it." I turned to him. "Stop what?" I asked. "I didn't do anything." "Stop trying to scare me," Brandon said. "You made the dummy talk." "I. No. You did." I squinted hard at him. "Huh? Me? Are you crazy?" Question mark quote. "Back home. 2 days. Early." That's right. Mom and Dad cut our Horrorland visit short. Why? 3 guesses. Brandon. 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 My big, hulking little brother was too scared of everything. So we had to come home. You know how to spell his name? Annoying. A few days later, I woke up early. I don't know why. It was a Saturday morning. I usually sleep late. But that day, I woke up before everyone else. I opened one eye and saw Slappy staring at me from the little rocking chair I put him in next to my bedroom window. Chuckling to myself, I picked him up and tiptoed out of my room. I crept silently down the hall. The floorboards felt cold under my bare feet. The house was silent. I could hear the refrigerator humming downstairs. Brandon sleeps with his door shut tight. He's afraid of wild animals or werewolves or a killer bat bursting in while he's asleep. He also has 2 night lights. Because one isn't bright enough. Carefully, I turned the doorknob and pushed open his bedroom door. It creaked a little. I peeked in. No. It didn't wake him. His jeans and t-shirts from the whole week were piled in a heap in the middle of the floor. His SpongeBob SquarePants pillow lay on the floor beside his bed. I saw his paint jars and other supplies lined up neatly on his art table. My brother is a pretty good artist. He likes to paint and make sculptures and papier-mâché animals and stuff. Silently, I stepped into his room. Carrying Slappy in front of me, I tiptoed up to his bed. Brandon was sound asleep on his side, one arm tucked under his pillow. Holding my breath, I crept behind him. Then I lowered myself to the floor. I ducked real low and raised the dummy's head over the bed. I brought it real close to Brandon's pillow, just a few inches from his nose. And then I screamed at the top of my lungs in a high, shrill voice, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" I'll never forget the look on my brother's face as he woke up, opened his eyes, and saw the dummy in his face, shrieking at him. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" What a riot! Brandon tried to scream, but he choked instead, and a gob of drool dripped down his chin. He leapt from the bed, got all tangled in his covers, hit the floor on his elbows and knees. Then he started to scream for Mom and Dad. He pulled himself up and tore out of his room. I heard his heavy, thudding footsteps as he ran screaming down the hall. A few seconds later, he was crying and whining in Mom and Dad's room. Quietly, I picked up Slappy and ran down the hall back to my room. I dropped Slappy back into his rocking chair. Then I jumped back into bed, pulled the covers over me, and pretended to be asleep. Mom and Dad came stomping into my room. "Ray, we need to talk to you. Why did you scare your little brother again?" I pretended to wake up slowly. I yawned and blinked my eyes. "Huh? Scared who?" I asked in a sleepy voice. But they weren't fooled. We heard you running back to your room, Ray, Mom said. Dad picked up Slappy and shook him. Why did you buy this, Ray? He asked angrily. Just to torture Brandon? You know he's frightened of puppets and things, Mom said. I saw Brandon back in my doorway, head down, whimpering softly to himself. He was making a big deal of it. He wasn't really that scared. Is that why you bought this ugly doll? Dad demanded. To scare your brother? No, I said. I'm going to start collecting dummies. I think they're cool. Don't you have enough collections? Mom asked. You have so many collections, I can't ever clean this room. She stared hard at the flower pots holding my toadstool collection on the windowsill. I climbed out of bed, crossed the room, and took the dummy from Dad's hands. I'm going to learn how to throw my voice, I said. Just don't scare Brandon with it, Dad said. He crossed his arms over his pajama shirt and gave me the fisheye. He thinks that makes him look angry. But it just makes him look weird. You really want to have that New Year's Eve party, right? Mom said. You and Elena? She's his girlfriend, Brandon said from the doorway. She is not, I screamed. You're just jealous because you don't have any friends. Brandon has lots of friends, Mom said. Don't change the subject, Ray. If you and Elena want to have that New Year's party, you've got to change your attitude. Okay. It's changed, I said. Elena and I really wanted to have this party for our whole class. That's because adults always forget about kids on New Year's Eve. They leave us home watching TV. And there's nowhere for us to hang out. Elena and I had this great idea for a party, which is going to make us totally popular with everybody. And that's a good thing, right? Mom, we have to have the party, I said. Everyone in my class is counting on us. Well, you have to earn it, Mom said. First, I want you to make a list of New Year's resolutions. Good idea, Dad said. Make a list of all the ways you're going to be better and nicer next year. I stared at them both. You're serious about this? They nodded. And what should number 1 on your list be? Mom asked. I took a wild guess. That I won't scare Brandon? They nodded again. I lifted Slappy in front of me. I made his mouth move up and down. And I made him say, I'm nice now. I'm nice now. Mom and Dad laughed. But Brandon stood there and glared angrily at me. After breakfast, I waited for Elena to come over. I went up to my room to make my list of New Year's resolutions. How would I change for the better next year? I sat down at my computer and began to type. I won't scare Brandon too much. I'll help out more around the house when I can. I'll try my best to keep my collections neater. These were pretty good. But I needed a few more. I was struggling to think of a fourth one when Brandon wandered into my room. His eyes were on the dummy propped up in the rocking chair in front of the window. Don't get mad or anything, Brandon started. I just want to ask you a favor. Okay. Shoot, I said. Would you get rid of that dummy? Brandon asked. It really scares me. Seriously. Ooh, seriously, I said, mimicking his voice. That's a big word for you. Please, Brandon said. I've got an idea, I told him. Go make your own list of New Year's resolutions. Number 1 should be to grow up and be brave next year. Brandon opened his mouth to reply. But before he could speak, we heard a loud, angry YOWWWWWLLLL from the window. I leapt to my feet. "Oh, wow," I said. "That was Slappy." Brandon gasped. His eyes bulged and he went pale. I laughed. "You geek. That wasn't the dummy." I ran to the window and peered down to the side of our yard. Brandon didn't move from beside my bed. He hugged himself and stared hard at Slappy. I pointed out the window. "Look. Come here, Brandon. Look down there. It's Bobo, the Willards' cat." Brandon shuffled to the window and gazed down. Bobo, a small orange and white cat, pawed at the Willards' back door. He uttered another yowl. I think he wanted back inside. I slapped my brother on the back. "Way to go, baby. You were terrified by a little pussycat." Brandon pushed my arm away. "Ah, big deal. I still don't like that dummy," he snapped. Elena walked into the room, shaking her head. "Brandon, you're a big, strong guy," she said. "You're the biggest kid in the 4th grade, right? You shouldn't be afraid of little kittens." Brandon's face turned bright red. He wasn't happy that Elena overheard everything. "I think he kind of has a crush on her." "I'm not afraid of kittens," he muttered through clenched teeth. He pushed his black hair off his forehead. Then he turned and stomped out of my room. Elena laughed. She has a high-pitched giggle. My mom says Elena has a face that always seems to be laughing. She has wavy brown hair that she usually ties back in a ponytail. Green eyes and a stub of a nose with tiny freckles on her cheeks. When she smiles, her 2 front teeth poke out of her mouth. But she refuses to get braces. Elena is short and thin like me. Today she wore a big yellow and black smiley face t-shirt pulled down over faded jeans with tears at both knees. We've been friends since we were babies. We didn't have a choice. Our parents all went to school together. They are all best friends." "So," Elena said, plopping down on the edge of my bed. "What about the New Year's Eve party?" "What about it?" I asked. "Can we start getting your basement ready?" She picked up my pillow and began squeezing it between her hands. "Why are you doing that?" I asked. She shrugged. "No reason." She tossed the pillow at me. I ducked, and it bounced off my desk. "Hey, I bought you a Christmas present," she said. I stared at her. "Really?" She nodded. "You know your family is coming to my house to exchange presents this year. It's our turn." I picked up the pillow and heaved it back at her. "What did you get me?" I asked. She giggled. "I can't tell. It's a surprise." "Give me a hint," I said. She thought for a moment. "Well, it's for your collection of old bottles." "Bet I can guess," I said. "Is it an old bottle?" Not telling. She jumped to her feet. "Whoa. What's that? Ugly thing?" She walked to the window and lifted Slappy from his rocking chair. "Hey, he's heavy." "That's Slappy," I said. "I might start a collection of old dummies." Elena sniffed. "Yuck. He smells kind of ratty. You should have his suit cleaned." "I don't think it comes off," I said. "It's sewn on or something." "He's totally nasty looking," she said. "Is Brandon afraid of him?" "3 guesses," I said. Elena dropped the dummy back into the chair. She reached into the jacket pocket and pulled something out. "Ray, what's this?" "It's a tiny horror," I said. "You know. Those dudes from Horrorland." "Wait. There's something else in the pocket," Elena said. She slid her fingers in and pulled out a folded-up sheet of paper. "I didn't see that," I said. "What is it?" Instructions. I grabbed for it, but Elena swung it away from me. She turned her back and unfolded the paper. Then she started to read what was written there. Hello. My name is Slappy. I can be your friend. Just read these words aloud, and I will come to life. We can have a lot of fun together. Weird, I said. Totally weird. I leaned over Elena's shoulder and studied the paper. I saw a bunch of strange, foreign-looking words at the bottom. What language is that? I murmured. I don't know. Let's try it, Elena said. She giggled. Let's bring the dummy to life. She lowered her eyes to the page and began to read. Karu, Mari, Odana. No. Stop. Brandon came diving into the room. Stop it, Elena, he screeched. He swiped the paper away from her before she could finish reading the 6 words. Brandon, what is your problem? Elena cried. Give it back to her, I said. Brandon shook his head. No way. He swung the paper behind his back. You don't think the dummy will really come to life, do you? Elena demanded. Brandon didn't budge. That's way stupid, Elena said. It's just a painted doll, Brandon. You can't be that big a fraidy cat. Brandon blushed again. I lifted Slappy into my arms. Here. You hold him. You'll see. He isn't scary. I pushed the dummy toward Brandon. But he pushed it back. Just leave me alone, he muttered. He folded up the paper and jammed it back into Slappy's jacket pocket. And stop making fun of me. Elena and I couldn't help it. We both burst out laughing. We didn't want to be mean. I guess it was just the frightened look on Brandon's face. My poor brother blushed even redder. You'll be sorry, he muttered. Suddenly, his eyes bulged. He made a choking sound. Brandon, what's wrong? I cried. The dummy. He began pointing at it, furiously jabbing his finger toward it. The dummy's eyes. I saw them. Blink. Brandon screamed. He's alive. He's alive! Exclamation mark quote. He whirled around, screaming, and went running full speed out of my room. Elena frowned at me. Quote. You did that, didn't you, Ray? You made the eyes blink? I nodded. A grin spread over my face. Yeah. I did it. I heard Brandon's heavy footsteps as he ran into his room and slammed the door shut. See? You pull this string, I said. I turned the dummy around so that Elena could see. Then I made the eyes blink a few times. I could also make them move from side to side. It looked just like the dummy was glancing around the room. Elena grabbed the dummy's wooden hand and shook hands with it. Way to go, dummy, she said. You sure have Ray's little brother totally freaked. The dummy grinned its evil red-lipped grin at her. Brandon deserves it, I said. The big wimp totally ruined my trip to Horrorland. I know, Elena said with a groan. He made you come home 2 days early. You told me that 100 times. It's still true, I said. I dropped Slappy onto his chair. Are we going to make plans for the party or what? Elena said. I started to answer, but Mom came bursting into the room. Mom is a big, tall person like Brandon. And she can come on strong when she's angry. Sometimes Dad calls her Hurricane. I guess because she can rush at you like a powerful wind. Well, she was definitely in hurricane mode right now. Did you scare your brother? Again. With that ugly dummy? She shouted. Her dark eyes flared. She stopped and tapped one foot on the floor rapidly. Tap, 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 tap. I didn't do anything, I cried. I just made his eyes blink. How scary is that? Question mark quote. Well, put that dummy away, Mom said. She crossed her arms tightly in front of her. Put it away. I don't want to hear any more about you scaring Brandon. Okay, I muttered. You won't hear any more. Don't be smart, Mom snapped. She turned to Elena. Tell him to be nice to his brother. Ray, be nice to your brother, Elena said. Mom rolled her eyes. You're as bad as Ray. No, I'm not, Elena said. I'm nice to Brandon. I think he's cute. Cute? I cried. He's a Hulk! Exclamation mark quote. Mom's expression changed. Brandon is cute, she said. He's sweet, too. Know what he's doing right now? He's in his room, making his own Christmas wrapping paper with his paints. Big whoop, I muttered. You know. He's a wonderful artist, Mom said. I want you to stop picking on him. And be nice to him. Okay, okay, I said. I walked over to my computer and pointed to the screen. Check it out, Mom. It's my #1 New Year's resolution. I read it to her. The one about how I was going to be nicer to Brandon when I could. Mom squinted at the screen. Then she turned to me. I hope you mean these resolutions, she said. I hope you stick to them. If you don't, no New Year's party. I'm serious. Don't worry, Elena chimed in. I'll make him stick to them, Mrs. Gordon. We really want that party. The phone rang. Mom hurried downstairs to answer it. Elena crossed the room and stepped up to me. She snapped my nose with 2 fingers. Don't mess up, Ray, she said. Ow. I rubbed my nose. How much do I hate it when you do that? She snapped my nose again. A lot? Go away, I said. You're too violent. She laughed. I have to go home anyway. But remember, everyone is counting on us to have this party. No problem, I muttered. Catch you later. After she left, I sat at my computer. I tried to think of more New Year's resolutions. But I couldn't come up with any. I turned and gazed at the dummy. I walked over and picked him up. The glassy eyes seemed to stare at me. I saw a tiny chip in the dummy's lower lip. I reached into the jacket pocket and pulled out the sheet of paper. I put the dummy back on his chair. I unfolded the paper and stared at the 6 strange, foreign words. Should I read them out loud? Why not? I held the paper in one hand and started to read. Karu? Mari? O'Donna? I admitted. As I slowly read the words, a shiver of fear ran down my back. Quote single quote ellipsis. Loma. Nilonu. Ray, come downstairs. Dad's shout came before I could read the last word. Coming, I called. I tucked the paper back into Slappy's pocket and hurried down. Dad was waiting with his parka on. Come with me to the hardware store, he said. It might snow. I want to buy bags of salt for the driveway and front walk. No problem, I said. I wanted to show Dad how helpful I could be. I raced to get my coat. I felt pretty good. The horror didn't start until the next day. Whoa. These are heavy, I said. Dad lifted a paint can off the pile. Hold it by the handle, he said. Then put a hand under the bottom. He carried the can to the wall and set it down next to some others. I'll do the gallon cans, he said. You carry the half-gallons. We were in the basement, clearing a space for my New Year's party. I didn't count them, but there were paint cans stacked high all over the room. Dozens and dozens of paint cans to move out of the way. My dad had a paint store in town, but it went out of business a few months ago. Dad is storing his paint cans down here until he figures out what to do with them. We'll make a wall of cans over here, Dad said. And we can stack some more over by the washing machine. I lifted a can in each hand and staggered toward the wall. Wish Elena was here, I said with a groan. She's missing out on the fun part. Did you call her? Dad asked. I nodded. Yeah. Her mom said she had a tennis lesson. Dad tilted a can of paint in his hands and read the label. This is good stuff, he said. Maybe I'll save it and paint the kitchen. I started to say something, but stopped. A shrill scream of horror made me drop the paint cans I was carrying. Another high, shrill scream rang down from upstairs. Hey, that's Brandon, I cried. I started for the basement stairs, stumbled over a paint can and banged my knee as I went down. Dad reached the stairs first. He went roaring up them two at a time. Rubbing my knee, I followed him to Brandon's room. Mom was already there. Her eyes were wide. She had her hands pressed against her cheeks. Her face was very red. Ray, how could you do this? She said through clenched teeth. Huh? I gazed around the room. My heart skipped a beat. I made a choking sound. Brandon's whole room had been trashed. Brandon sat hunched on his bed. He had his hands over his face. His big shoulders were heaving up and down. He was sobbing loudly. I stuttered. I blinked at the mess. Shreds of Brandon's homemade wrapping paper were tossed everywhere. On the desk. On the floor. All over his bed. The wrapping paper had been ripped to pieces. Strips of it, still wet, were stuck to his mirror and the wall. The paint jars rolled on their sides. Thick puddles of red and blue paint spread over his white shag rug. His bedspread was smeared with yellow paint. How could you? How could you? Mom repeated, staring hard at me. When she pulled her hands away, I could see tears running down her face. Ray, how could you do something so horrible to your brother? She demanded. She didn't yell. Her voice was a raspy whisper. Dad had his hands balled into tight fists. He looked kind of sick, like he might puke. He shook his head sadly and didn't look at me. I didn't, I choked out. Brandon lifted his head. Tears filled his eyes. He made a sound like glub glub. Dot. Then he wailed, I worked so hard on my wrapping paper. He started to sob some more. I had this heavy feeling in my stomach, like I'd just swallowed a huge rock. Brandon is such a big guy, I always forget he's only 9. Dad grabbed my shoulder. I'm very disappointed in you, Ray. But I didn't do it, I screamed. I swear. I didn't. I didn't do it. Dad let go of my shoulder and took a step back. He and Mom both glared at me. Don't lie, Dad said. Don't make it worse by lying. Brandon uttered a loud sob. He used his bedspread to wipe the tears off his face. I started to cross the room. My shoes stuck in shreds of wet wrapping paper. I didn't do this, I cried. Don't keep staring at me like that. I didn't do it, really. Ray, stop, Mom said softly. Just stop. Dad shook his head again. You really don't expect us to believe that the dummy made this mess, do you? Huh? Dummy? Dad pointed to the corner of the room by Brandon's closet. Oh, no, I moaned. Slappy sat on the floor in the corner, propped up against the wall. I took a few steps toward him. He had shreds of wrapping paper in his lap. And as I came closer, I saw spots of red and yellow paint on his hands. The dummy grinned up at me, as if pleased with himself. But, I sputtered. How did he get in here? I turned to my parents. I didn't put him there. I swear. I didn't do this. What a horrible mess. Of course. Mom and Dad didn't believe me. I wouldn't believe me, either, if I was them. How did that dummy get there? And how could he do all this damage? Karu Mari Odana. The strange foreign words slipped into my head. The words that were supposed to bring the dummy to life. But that was crazy. Ridiculous. I stared down at the dummy. He grinned back at me. His glassy eyes appeared to flash with excitement. No. No way. I didn't even finish reading the weird words out loud. I never read the last word. Besides, dummies don't come to life. That's only in dumb horror movies. Ray, you'll clean everything up, Dad said in a soft, low voice, a voice that meant business. Right, I said. And you'll put that dummy away, Mom added. Somewhere we can't see it. Right, I repeated. And you will promise that you will. Never. Try to scare your brother again, Mom said. Never, I murmured. I glanced at the dummy's smiling face. I blinked. Had the grin grown wider? Now, apologize to Brandon, Dad said. Brandon wiped his face on the bedspread again. He scowled at me. But I can't apologize for something I didn't do, I said. Ray, do you want to have your New Year's Eve party? Mom asked. I nodded. Yeah. Then apologize to Brandon. Brandon, I apologize, I said. What else could I do? I'm very, very, very sorry this happened, I told Brandon. Brandon made that glub glub sound again. He nodded his head. I guess that meant he forgave me. Get this room cleaned up, and we won't talk about this again, Dad said. Good, I muttered. I hoisted Slappy onto my shoulder and carried him to the door. This is the end of it, I said. Wow. Was I wrong? I tossed Slappy onto the floor of my closet. His head clonked hard on the floorboards. I shoved him under my shirts. Mom and Dad were still down the hall in Brandon's room. I closed the door to my bedroom. I had to think. My brain was doing flip-flops. My stomach still felt like a rock. What exactly was going on here? I was the only one in the Gordon family who knew I was innocent. No way could I prove it. The vote was 3-1 that I was guilty. So who trashed Brandon's bedroom and ripped up his wrapping paper? Yes, Slappy had paint on his hands and shreds of paper all over him. But I just wasn't ready to believe that the dummy came to life and did all that. I pulled out the carton I keep my bottle collection in. Then I sat down and studied some of the old bottles. That's what I do sometimes when I need to calm down. There's something about the cool smoothness of the glass and the nice shapes. My bottles always make me feel better. Sure, it sounds weird. Well, lots of kids think I'm weird because I collect things like old bottles. I guess that's one reason the New Year's Eve party was so important to me. I really wanted to show kids that I'm a good guy. I've never been very popular. I guess I was hoping the party would help me out with that. A knock on my door interrupted my thoughts. Ray? Are you forgetting something? Mom called. Are you forgetting the cleanup in Brandon's room? Coming, I said. I'll make it like new. Promise. As I started for the door, I glimpsed Slappy's shoes poking out of my closet. His legs were halfway out the closet doorway. Was that the way I left him? Did he move? The next day, Elena came over to help decorate the basement for our party. She wore a baggy gray sweatshirt and sweatpants. Ready to go to work, she said. Mom gave us lunch first. Big stacks of pancakes drowned in maple syrup. This will give you strength to work, Mom said. Are all the paint cans out of the way? Most of them, I said with a mouthful of pancake. Elena laughed. You have a syrup mustache. I tried to lick it off. Tastes even better if you lick it off your face. You're gross, Elena said. She nabbed a pancake off my stack and dropped it onto her plate. Mom thought it was funny, so I didn't do anything about it. Mom thinks everything Elena does is cute or funny. She's wrong. Later, the two of us were sweeping the basement floor with long-handled brooms. The floor had big balls of dust scattered over it. There were still a few paint cans to lug to the side. Does your mom have any old rugs we could put on the floor? Elena asked. I shrugged. How should I know? Don't be such a grouch, she said. She swept a cloud of dust at me. We want it to look like a party, right? How many pizzas is your dad buying? He said 1 pizza for every 3 kids, I answered. About 3 slices a kid. Nice, Elena said. How come you're being so weird, Ray? I thought you were. Psyched. About this party. Why are you acting like your puppy died? I shrugged again. I really didn't want to tell her about the whole thing with Slappy and Brandon's room. Things are kind of weird around here, I said. So what else is new? She snapped. That's when we heard the scream. Another frightened howl from upstairs. Brandon, I gasped. I tossed the broom down and started for the stairs. What's he screaming about? Elena called. I don't know, I said. I grabbed the metal banister and started to pull myself up the steps. It doesn't sound good. Where were Mom and Dad? Could they hear Brandon's high screams? I bolted through the kitchen to the living room, then hurtled up the stairs to Brandon's room. What's up? What's wrong? I shouted breathlessly. The first thing I saw was Slappy. The dummy was perched on top of Brandon's dresser with his legs dangling down the front. The top drawer was open. The dummy grinned at me with his mouth hanging open. Elena stopped in the doorway. Brandon? What's wrong? She cried. Brandon stood in the center of the room. His face was red and his eyes were wide with fright. Look, he cried. Look in there, he pointed frantically to the dresser. How did the dummy get out of my closet? I demanded. Is that what you're screaming about? Look in the top drawer, Brandon stammered. My t-shirt drawer. Look at it. Huh? Elena and I stepped up to the dresser. Oh, wow. What was that dark brown gunk poured all over my brother's shirts? It looked like motor oil. I dipped a finger in it. Sticky and thick. I sniffed it. That's no way to find out, Elena said. She dipped a finger in. Then she tasted it carefully with the tip of her tongue. She made a disgusted face. She swallowed once. Twice. Oh, yuck. What is it? I asked. Elena grabbed her throat. Can't breathe, she choked out. Poison. It's poison. Exclamation mark quote. Elena. No, I screamed. She laughed. Kidding. It's maple syrup. Huh? Maple syrup? Brandon nodded. Maple syrup. Look at it. Poured all over the drawer. My shirts are all ruined. Exclamation mark quote. I gazed at Slappy. I saw dark syrup stains on the sleeve of his jacket. I stepped back. A thick river of syrup dripped all the way down the front of Brandon's dresser. Brandon lurched forward and gave me a hard bump with his chest. He caught me off balance. I staggered back and toppled onto his bed. The big hulk came charging at me. But Elena moved quickly to step between us. Why are you doing this to me? He cried. Why are you being such a jerk? Mom burst into the room. She had a stack of clean bath towels in her arms. Why did Ray do? What? She asked. What's all the racket in here? He poured syrup in my dresser. Brandon cried. And he put that dummy up there. Mom dropped the towels beside me on the bed. She brushed past Elena, stepped up to the dresser and peered into the open drawer. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. She shook her head hard, as if trying to shake the whole thing away. My goodness. Your shirts. Oh, it's all so sticky. What a mess. She spun away from the dresser and narrowed her eyes at me. Why did you do this? Have you totally lost your mind? I jumped to my feet. The stack of towels fell to the floor. I didn't, I stammered. My voice cracked. I cleared my throat. I didn't do this. I swear. Mom started angrily stamping one foot on the floor. Don't lie, Ray. Just tell us why you did it. What is going on with you? Nothing, I cried. Nothing is going on with me. Mom, I'm telling the truth. I didn't bring the dummy in here. And I didn't pour syrup in Brandon's drawer. Ray was with me in the basement the whole time, Elena said. I should cancel your party right now, Mom said. Mom, please. All my t-shirts are in that drawer, Brandon wailed. Now I have no shirts. What am I supposed to wear? We'll find something of your dad's, Mom told him. The syrup will come out in the wash. Don't worry. Your shirts will be good as new. Yuck. I don't want them anymore, Brandon cried. He hates me, Mom. Ray hates me. Not true, I shouted. No way. That dummy. I glared angrily at Slappy. His head had tilted to one side. One shoe dangled down into the open drawer. Mom stepped forward and put her hands on my shoulders. Ray? She brought her face down close to mine. Stop. Take a breath. We are not going to believe that the dummy did this. So do not even start. But, Mom, we live in the real world, Ray, she said softly. Her eyes burned into mine without blinking. Do you agree? We don't live in a fantasy world. I didn't do it, I said. That's all I can say. Well, you're grounded. She let go of me and stood up tall. You're grounded, and I don't want to see that dummy out of the closet again. Okay, I murmured. No point in arguing. Maybe you can think real hard, Mom said, and figure out why you want to scare Brandon with that dummy. And when you can explain it, then you won't be grounded anymore, Mom said. And what about the New Year's Eve party? Elena asked. Cancelled, Mom said. Forget about it. Elena let out a cry. No. Please. Give Ray one more chance. Just one. Please. Mom squinted at me, thinking hard. Okay. I shouldn't, but one more chance. One more crazy incident. Just one more, and the party is cancelled, Mom said. And no pleading or begging will change my mind. I apologized again. I didn't know what else to do. I carried the dummy back to my room. I shoved it back into the closet. Then I slammed the door shut. Elena plopped down on my desk chair. She undid her ponytail and shook her brown hair out. She sighed loudly. You don't believe me, either, do you? I said. I know what you're doing, she said softly. And you're going to ruin our party. I'm not doing anything, I argued. You're trying to pay Brandon back for spoiling your trip to Horrorland, Elena said. Not true, I said. Suddenly, I remembered the words on that folded up piece of paper. Elena, listen to me. You know those weird words that are supposed to bring Slappy to life? Well, I read them. She squinted at me. Really? Well, I didn't read them all, I said. I only read most of them. But maybe that's enough to bring him to life. Elena jumped to her feet. She tied her ponytail back up. I'm leaving. No. Listen, I said. The dummy. She shook her head. Ray, let's say the dummy came to life. Why is it only doing bad things to Brandon? Answer. That. Exclamation mark quote. Well. Bye. She stomped out the door. She turned in the hall. Just don't do any more tricks with the dummy, okay? I really want to have the party. What could I say? Even my best friend didn't believe me. I listened to her clomp down the stairs. Then I heard the front door slam shut behind her. I paced back and forth in my room for a while. My brain was spinning. But I couldn't come up with any ideas to prove to everyone I was telling the truth. Still thinking hard, I went down to the kitchen for a snack. I tore open a couple of pudding containers and licked the pudding out like a dog. Then I poured myself a tall glass of milk. I carried the milk up to my room, stepped inside, and let out a scream. Oh, no. Slappy was sitting cross-legged on my bed. Was I frightened? 3 guesses, and they're all yes. That night, I climbed into bed and pulled the covers up to my chin. I thought about Brandon and his nightlights. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. Snow swirled outside my bedroom window. The wind made a creepy whistling sound. Moonlight through the whirling snow sent weird shadows dancing over the wall. Slappy was on the floor in the back of my closet. I made sure the closet door was closed and locked. But I still didn't feel safe. I had the terrifying feeling he could find a way out of the closet whenever he wanted. What would he do next? Was he wrecking Brandon's room to get me in trouble? I pressed my hands over my ears. The wind was howling like a wild animal now. My window pane rattled and shook. I kept glancing across the room to the closet door. I pictured it swinging open, and the dummy staggering out on its flimsy legs. That's crazy, I told myself. I shut my eyes tight, pulled the covers higher. I opened my mouth in a long yawn. Yes, I was tired. I needed to sleep. But how could I shut off my brain? I kept thinking about the horrible things that happened to Brandon in his room. Even more horrible was the fact that my parents thought I did it. No one believed me when I swore it wasn't me. I admit it. I was hurt. It hurts to have your whole family think you're some kind of wacko criminal. Even Elena. Even my best friend thought I did those awful things to Brandon. She even dreamed up some kind of crazy reason about how I was doing it for revenge. That hurts, too, when your best friend thinks you're a liar. Mom always says I'm the sensitive one in the family. I don't really know what she means. I don't know if I'm sensitive or not. But I don't want my parents and my best friend to hate me and think I'm a total jerk. I jumped at a loud, rattling sound. The closet door? No. Just the wind banging the window pane. Maybe I should get rid of the dummy. I thought. It's only caused me trouble. I could put it in a big trash bag and drop it in a garbage can beside the garage. But what if it really is alive? That thought sent a hard shiver down my whole body. Even under the covers I was trembling. I could feel my heart racing in my chest. I'll never get to sleep, I murmured to myself. I shut my eyes and listened to the howling wind. Silently, I started to count backwards from 1,000. I counted slowly, picturing each number as I counted it. Sometimes that helped clear my mind in the past. 997. 996. After a while, I drifted to sleep. But it must have been a very light sleep. The rattling sounds woke me 2 or 3 times. I pushed my head deep into the pillow, trying to drown them out. I slept a little more. And then I woke up, totally alert, at a different sound. A thud. A soft scrape. Footsteps? Moving lightly past my bed. My breath caught in my throat. I suddenly felt cold all over. I raised my head and listened. I pressed my hands against the mattress and pushed myself up almost to a sitting position. The floor creaked under someone's footsteps. I squinted into the darkness toward the closet. Shadows moved across the floor. I heard a click. The click of the lock on the closet door. Shadows darkened as the door slowly slid open. I struggled to breathe. Shudder after shudder ran down my body. Too dark to see. No moonlight through the window. The closet door squeaked. I heard a soft thud from inside the closet. And then soft footsteps again. Moving toward my bed. Someone walking very quietly. Trying to sneak past. Shaking, I pulled myself higher. I turned to stand up. And the dummy's face burst up in front of me. Even in the darkness, I could see the glassy eyes set on me. And the grin. That evil grin. Slappy pushed his face up against mine. And rasped in a cold, harsh whisper. Don't mess with me, punk. A weird sound escaped my throat. Like a choked gulp. This couldn't be happening. I didn't think. I just shot out my hands and grabbed the dummy's head. He tugged back, and I slid out of bed. As I hit the floor, the head slipped from my hands. I grabbed at the legs. My fingers wrapped around one of his little shoes. With a loud groan, I forced myself to my feet. I was tangled in the bedcovers. My heart pounded like a bass drum. I held my grip on the dummy's shoe, reached out my other hand, and clicked on the bed table lamp. I blinked in the flash of bright light. And then I screamed. Brandon. Brandon had hold of the dummy's waist. He was trying to pull Slappy away from me. Brandon, in his red flannel pajamas, his dark hair down over his face. His mouth twisted in a determined frown. Brandon holding the dummy tightly, trying to sneak it out of my room. Ew, I choked out. I swung the dummy's shoe away from me. I untangled myself from the bedsheet and moved to block Brandon's path. You, I stammered. What are you doing in here, Brandon? Why did you take Slappy from the closet? He didn't have to reply. All at once, I knew the answers. All at once, mystery solved. I grabbed my brother's pajama sleeve. You did everything, didn't you? I said. He took a step back. He swung the dummy onto his shoulder. Behind him, the window rattled and puffs of blowing snow slid down the glass. I didn't let go of Brandon's sleeve. You wrecked your own wrapping paper, right? I said. You trashed your own room? You put Slappy there to make it look like I did it. Brandon kept his eyes on the floor. He didn't look at me. I saw his big shoulders heave as he let out a sigh. Well? I demanded. He didn't answer. Didn't move his eyes from the floor. The whole maple syrup thing, I said. That was you, too, wasn't it? I squeezed his arm hard. Quote. Wasn't it? I repeated angrily. Okay, okay, he said finally. He pulled his arm away from me. He stuck his chin out as if challenging me. Okay, okay. You got me. But, why? I said. Why, Brandon? I don't get it. Why did you do all this crazy stuff? He stared hard at me. I just wanted to get the dummy out of the house, he said. I wanted Mom and Dad to make you get rid of it. Huh? I cried. You're so scared of it? He didn't answer. You just want to scare me all the time, he stammered. That's why you bought this dummy. So I wanted Mom and Dad to make you get rid of it. But, Brandon, I started. His shoulders heaved up and down. You made fun of me. In front of Elena, he said. And she laughed at me. I'm sorry, I said. But I wanted to pay you back, Brandon said, his voice trembling. I wanted to get you in major trouble. So maybe next time. You're sick, I said. You're totally sick. Trashing your own room to get me in trouble? That's sick. He dropped the dummy onto the edge of my bed. Okay, okay. You're right, he said. I was mad. I didn't think it out. I. Sick, I repeated. Please don't tell, he said. He brushed his hair out of his eyes. I'm sorry, Ray. I guess I was just scared. Don't tell Mom and Dad it was me, okay? I stared at him. My heart was still racing in my chest. I gazed at Slappy, sprawled face down on my bed. Please, Brandon begged in a tiny voice. I'll never do anything stupid like that again. I swear. I stared at him. I had to admit I was impressed that the big scaredy cat had come up with such a bold plan. Okay, okay, I muttered. I won't tell on you. He let out a long, shuddering sigh. I won't tell on you, but I'm going to do something even scarier, I said. Brandon gasped. Like what? I'm going to bring Slappy to life. For real. I said. No, please. Brandon grabbed my shoulder and squeezed it. Please. Don't do it, Ray. His eyes bulged. He was really scared. I didn't care. Beg all you want, I said. You did some sick, crazy things to get me in trouble. Now you have to pay. He clasped his hands together like he was begging. I grabbed Slappy and rolled him onto his back. His eyes gazed blankly up at the ceiling. I pulled the sheet of paper from the jacket pocket, unfolded it quickly, and I shouted out the strange words. Karu Mario Donna Loma MolonukArrano. Now, watch, I said. Nothing happened. Brandon and I froze. Brandon's mouth hung open. I held my breath. We both stared hard at the dummy. The strange words repeated in my ears. I imagined Slappy twitching to life. The skinny arms and legs sliding against the bedspread. The painted grin growing wider. The glassy eyes blinking. It would be amazing. But no. The dummy didn't move. Of course not. Crazy things like that don't happen in real life. Brandon's laugh broke the heavy silence. It's just a joke, he exclaimed. He grabbed the paper from my hand and glanced at the words. Then he balled the paper up in his hands and tossed it to the floor. It's a dumb joke, Ray, he said. And you fell for it. He picked the dummy up and shook it in my face. You fell for it, Brandon said, shaking his head. Who's the dummy? Who's the real dummy, Ray? Go back to bed, I said angrily. Or else I'll tell Mom and Dad what you did. No problem, Brandon said. He tossed the dummy at me. The wooden head clunked my forehead. The dummy fell into my lap. I'm not even scared of that thing anymore, Brandon said. He stomped back to his room. I rubbed my forehead. Then I picked the paper off the floor, folded it, and stuffed it back into the dummy's jacket pocket. I carried Slappy to the closet and shoved him behind a pile of dirty clothes. I closed the closet door behind me and crept back to bed. The Slappy mystery was solved. I breathed a long sigh. No more problems with the dummy. Wrong again, Ray. Wrong again. Where's my ribbon? I can't find the ribbon, Mom shouted from the dining room. Dad, Brandon, and I were in the kitchen. We were stuffing presents into shopping bags. I think you used it all, Dad called to her. Why do you need ribbon? I have one more package to wrap, Mom shouted. Oh. Here it is. I was sitting on it. We were already late to Alina's house. Every Christmas, there's a mad scramble to get all the presents together. Alina's parents like to give a ton of presents. Mom never wants to be outdone. So we give piles of presents, too. It's a lot of fun, and they take hours to unwrap. There are 4 of us, and 5 in the Shear family because Elena has twin brothers, Dustin and Justin, who are 14. Dad always says if we pile up all the presents, we could open a store. Dad has a hard time with so many presents. He was very poor when he was a kid. He told us that one year for Christmas, his parents gave him a box of pretzels. His only gift. He thinks we should be happy with a box of pretzels. Mom tells him to get over himself. She came into the kitchen, already in her coat. She dropped the last glittery present into a shopping bag. 4 full bags this year, Dad said, shaking his head. Think it's enough? Mom pinched his nose. Don't be a Grinch. Let's go. We're late. We were supposed to be there at 7:30. I pulled on my parka and slid the hood over my head. Brandon struggled to zip his down coat. The zipper always gets stuck. We each carried a bulging bag outside. It had snowed for most of the afternoon, and the front yard was covered with 3 or 4 inches. A bright half moon made the snow gleam like diamonds. The snow made nice crunchy sounds as we walked down the driveway. Elena's house is only 2 blocks away. No one had shoveled the walks. The street, the sidewalks, all the front yards were covered in sparkly white. Mom and Dad always walk fast. I had to jog to keep up with them. I heard Brandon's heavy, crunching footsteps behind me. Elena's house was brightly lit. Mr. Shear had strung pale blue lights in the tall evergreen shrubs on both sides of the front stoop. A big wreath hung in the front window. We stamped our boots on the front stoop. I rang the doorbell. I could hear voices inside and loud music. The door swung open. Elena poked her head out. She had a red and green Christmas ribbon in her hair. "Hey, you're here," she cried. "Merry Christmas." We all started talking at once. Elena stepped back to let us in. But then she stopped. Her eyes went wide as she stared past Brandon. "Ray, you brought your dummy," she cried. "Huh?" I blinked. I spun around. Slappy sat behind me on the stoop, facing me, his lips twisted in an ugly grin. "Ray, why did you bring that thing?" Mom cried. But I didn't, I started. I turned to Brandon. He had a frightened look on his face. But I knew the truth. Quote, "You did it," I cried. Quote, "You brought the dummy." He shook his head. His dark hair fell over one eye. "No way. I thought we were done with the dummy thing," I shouted. "Remember? I tried to bump Brandon off the stoop with my chest. But the big hulk didn't budge. I didn't bring it," he whined. "I swear." "What's up, guys?" Mr. Shear poked his bald head out the door. "Why is everyone on the stoop? Am I missing something?" "The boys can't stop arguing over that stupid doll," Mom said. "I don't know why they brought it," Dad added. "They're always fighting over it." Then everyone started talking at once. We stepped into the house, arguing and bumping each other. I dragged Slappy in and set him on the floor next to the coat closet. The house was warm and bright and smelled of turkey roasting in the oven. We flung our coats onto the closet floor. Elena's brother Justin, or maybe it was Dustin, picked up Slappy. He turned to me. "I heard about this," he said. "Can you make him talk?" "Not really," I told him. "Then why did you bring him?" "I didn't," I said. "Brandon did." "Did not," Brandon shouted. "Justin made the dummy's mouth move up and down." "Did not." He made it say in a high mouse voice. "He shoved the dummy into Elena's face." "Did not." "Did not." Elena pushed the dummy away. "Give me a break, Justin." "This thing is way weird," Justin said. He handed it to his brother. But Dustin wasn't interested. He set Slappy back on the floor. Mom and Dad carried the 4 bulging shopping bags to the Christmas tree in front of the fireplace. Presents were already piled high around the tree. Elena's mom burst into the room. She wore a Christmas apron over a red top and green denim jeans. "It looks like Santa's workshop around here," she exclaimed. Mrs. Shear always looks as if she stepped out of a tornado. Her hair is always a frizzy mess. She has a feathery voice and talks really fast like she's out of breath. She has a pointy nose and little black eyes that are always darting around the room. She's like a fluttery bird. Elena doesn't look anything like her. Mr. Shear has a kind, red face and a great smile. He has a big stomach that bounces in front of him when he walks fast. If he grew a white beard, he'd make a great Santa Claus. Mom and Dad have been friends with the Shears for at least 20 years. They are like part of the family. So the night was relaxed and fun. Lots of jokes and kidding around. A great dinner. Awesome Christmas presents. Except for the loser. Go Hoosiers. T-shirt the Shears gave me that was 2 sizes too big for me. Maybe it was supposed to be a joke. I don't even know what a Hoosier is. Anyway, after we opened all the presents, Mrs. Shear brought out about a dozen desserts. We all sat around the living room, eating and talking quietly and listening to the crackling logs in the fire. A great Christmas party. And then Slappy ruined it. Ray, can you make this thing talk, mister? Shear held Slappy up by the arms. No. Not really, I murmured. I was sitting next to Elena on the couch. I could feel the warmth of the fireplace flames on my face. Oh, go ahead. He shoved the dummy into my lap. Put on a show for us. That's why you brought the thing, isn't it? I didn't, I started. Yeah. Put on a show, Ray, Dustin said. He said it like a dare. Be funny. Let's see you be funny. As funny as your face? Slappy said. I gasped. I didn't make him say that. The others laughed. That's pretty good, Ray, mister. Shear said. It really looked like the dummy said that. How would you know, fat face? Slappy exclaimed in his high, tinny voice. Your IQ is lower than your belt size. Mister. Shear's smile faded. Hey, that's not funny. I'll tell you what's funny, Jumbo. Slappy rasped. You trying to lift yourself out of a chair. It's like the Goodyear blimp going up. The dummy tossed back its head and let out a long, ugly laugh. Ray, stop it, Mom cried. Why are you saying those awful things? Apologize to Daniel, Dad said. I'm sorry you're such a fat, disgusting cow. Slappy exclaimed. Mom and Dad both gasped. Mister. Shear's face turned purple. Across the room, I saw Brandon studying me. He was trying to figure out what was going on. Elena scooted away from me on the couch. Ray, she whispered. What are you trying to prove? I didn't say those things, I cried. The dummy did. I swear it. The dummy did. I tried to toss Slappy off my lap, but his legs tangled around my arms. The twins were the only ones laughing. Dad jumped up and started angrily across the room toward me. Apologize, he said. Make the dummy apologize and say something nice. That was a great dinner. Slappy said. Remind me to throw up later. Elena's mom shook her head. Why are you so rude tonight, Ray? Why are you so ugly? Slappy rasped. I didn't say that, I cried. I jumped to my feet. I tried to hand Slappy to my dad, but I couldn't untangle him from my arms. Ray, stop, Elena pleaded. Stop saying those horrible things. It's not as horrible as your breath. Slappy screamed at her. You smell like something I stepped in on the way over here. Elena gasped and jumped to her feet. She balled her hands into tight fists. Why are you being so stupid? You're so stupid, you have to study up before you can burp. Mrs. Shear had her arms crossed in front of her chest. Show is over, she said. We get the idea, Ray. Is it your business, Birdbeak? Slappy shouted. Do you open cans with that nose? You're so ugly, when you were born, the doctor slapped the wrong end. Enough. Enough, Mom cried, tearing at her hair. But I'm not doing it, I screamed. You've got to believe me. Give me that dummy, Dad growled. He reached out both hands for it. I tried to hand him over. My whole body was trembling. My heart pounded in my chest. I pushed the dummy toward my dad. And then I saw it happen like in slow motion. The dummy's heavy wooden hand swung back, as if he was moving it on his own. The hand pulled back. Ellipsis. And then came flying forward. The dummy's hand swung into my dad's forehead. I heard a loud clonk as he gave my dad a solid blow on the left temple. Dad's eyes went wide. He let out a groan. His body folded up, and he slumped to the floor at my feet. Everyone screamed and cried out and went crazy. Mom dove to the floor beside Dad. The others huddled around them. I tried to toss Slappy away, but he swung his fist wildly again. I lost my balance and went stumbling across the room. The dummy tossed back his head and uttered his ugly laugh. I heard Dad groan from down on the floor. "What happened?" he asked. The dummy leapt from my hands. I let out a shocked gasp. Slappy was running on his flimsy legs. Running right at the Christmas tree. "No!" I screamed. I leapt at him. He dodged away from me, and I flew right into the tree. The tree swayed. Ornaments clattered and clinked. Slappy laughed as I fell into the tree. The clatter of glass became a crash. The tree toppled onto its side beneath me. Ornaments rolled across the carpet in all directions. Tree needles scratched my face. The strings of lights flickered out. I heard glass breaking. I struggled to untangle myself from the prickly branches. I heard screams and cries behind me. And when I finally tugged myself free and turned, everyone was staring in horror at me. Dad was sitting on the carpet. Mom was hugging Brandon. The twins stood frozen, not moving a muscle. Elena had her hands to her face, her eyes shut tight. I didn't do it," I stammered. "The dummy." I glanced around the room until I spotted Slappy. He was sprawled lifelessly on his stomach, face down on the carpet. His arms and legs were tangled beneath the trunk of his body. "I was trying to stop him," I said. "He came to life. Really. He." I sighed. I could see that no one believed me. "I shouldn't have read the strange words," I said. "Brandon, tell them what I did. Tell them I'm telling the truth." Brandon buried his face in Mom's sweater. She hugged him. I could see his shoulders trembling. The big Hulk was frightened. He wasn't going to help me. "I guess the party is over, mister," Shear said with a sigh. He helped pull my dad to his feet. Then they both gave me cold stares. "I don't really understand what happened here," Dad said. He rubbed his forehead. "Ray, why are you acting so crazy?" I shook my head. "I'm trying to tell you." Dad took a step toward me. We heard a loud crack. Dot. His shoe crunched a glass tree ornament. "Let me help you clean this mess up," Mom said. "That's okay, Mrs. Shear said. "We'll clean up after you go." "Yes. Please, just go, mister," Shear said. "Deal with Ray. He has some big problems." I turned to Elena. I saw tears running down her cheeks. She was staring at the ruined Christmas tree, broken and on its side. "Our New Year's Eve party," she murmured. "There won't be a party," Dad said. His whole face was tight, like he was trying hard to control his anger. "I can tell you that. Ray won't be going to any parties until he can explain what came over him tonight." Mom was still holding on to Brandon. She shook her head sadly, gazing at the mess. Like a wild animal, she muttered. Ray was like a wild animal. I tried to get my brother's attention, but he wouldn't look at me. Brandon had to know what really happened here, but he was too frightened to say anything. The dummy, I murmured. I'm really sorry. Really. I stepped over some broken ornaments to get to Slappy. The dummy's face was buried in the carpet. He was totally lifeless. Just a doll made of wood and cloth. I stared down at the thing, my brain spinning. I knew I wasn't totally crazy. I didn't say those horrible things that came out of Slappy's mouth. And I didn't go berserk and deliberately knock over the Christmas tree. It was totally an accident. Should I try one more time to explain to everyone? The dummy came to life, I said. My voice cracked. I didn't do any of it. The dummy. Shut up, Ray, Elena cried angrily. Just shut up. No one is going to believe that stupid story. She uttered a hoarse cry. You ruined Christmas, and you ruined New Year's Eve. Okay, I muttered. I give up. I reached down and lifted Slappy off the floor. I swung the dummy over my shoulder. His wooden head hit my back. Then, before I realized what was happening, the head bounced back up. Slappy's grinning face slid in front of mine. The eyes were wild. The wooden lips parted. And he clamped his jaws tight on my nose. Oh! I howled in pain. The wooden mouth tightened over my nose. I gripped the dummy by the waist and tugged. I tried to pull him away, to free myself. But the wooden lips clamped tight, like pliers. Pain shot down my face, my neck, my entire body. I screamed again. Help me. He's got my nose. Help me, please. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Stop it, Ray, Mom shouted. You're not funny. Haven't you done enough damage tonight? Dad demanded. Put that dummy down, now. I can't, I wailed. The pain was intense. My face throbbed. My nose had gone numb. I dropped to my knees. Help me, I pleaded. Blood spurted from my nose. He's bleeding on my white rug, Mrs. Shear cried. Get him off the rug. I felt Dad's hands grip my shoulder. He pulled me to my feet. The dummy's mouth loosened its grip. Slappy's head slumped to one side. Lifeless again. Not funny, Ray, Dad whispered in my ear. I'm very disappointed in you. Disappointed and angry, he shoved a tissue at me. I raised it to my bloody nose. A few seconds later, we were all into our coats, carrying shopping bags filled with our presents from Elena's family, hurrying home in silence, our shoes crunching on the hard, silvery snow. The cold air made my nose sting. I kept a tissue pressed against it to stop the bleeding. The dummy bounced heavily on my shoulder as I trudged home. Up to your room, Mom said as soon as we arrived. Not another word. We'll have a long talk in the morning, Dad said, scowling at me. The dummy giggled. It's not funny, Dad shouted. There's nothing funny about it, Ray. I was too scared and too upset to tell him I wasn't the one who giggled. I didn't say a word. I ran upstairs to my room. I shoved Slappy into the back of my closet, and I made sure the closet door was locked. Then I started to change my clothes for bed. As I was pulling on my pajama shirt, I saw Brandon go into his room across the hall. He started to close his door, but I pushed it back open. Listen, I whispered, you were right. I mean, you were right to be scared of the dummy. His eyebrows shot up. That was pretty weird back at the Shears house, he said. We have to get the dummy out of the house, I whispered. We have to get it as far from here as we can. How? Brandon asked. Just throw it in the trash? We can't, I said. He's alive. The dummy is alive, Brandon. He would just climb out of the trash. And he would come looking for us. Angry. I touched my nose carefully. It was red and swollen and still throbbed with pain. Brandon suddenly went very pale. You really weren't pretending tonight? I shook my head. I wasn't pretending. Slappy is alive, Brandon. And if we don't get him away from here, he'll ruin our lives. I know he will. Brandon grabbed my pajama sleeve. But, Ray, what are we going to do? I don't know, I stammered. Across the hall, I heard a sound that sent a shiver down my back. Laughter. A high, shrill giggle from deep in my closet. And then a raspy whisper. Slave? Come here, slave. Are you ready to obey my orders, slave? I didn't sleep much that night. I kept listening for Slappy's voice. Listening for the rattle of the closet door. The next morning, I stared at the closet door and shuddered. I had to get away. I had to get out of the house to think. How do you get rid of a living dummy who wants to make you his slave? How do you make sure he never comes back to get you? I pulled on my parka and boots. I grabbed my snowboard from the garage. Snowboarding always clears my head. It had snowed another couple of inches during the night. The new snow was soft and wet on top of the crunchy snow beneath. It was a cold, gray day. The sun was hidden behind heavy, low clouds. Some of my friends liked to snowboard on a steep hill at the end of our street. I was half a block away when I heard a THWOCK and felt a sharp pain in my shoulder. I spun around. Snow flew around me. It took me a few seconds to realize I'd been hit by a snowball. Elena stood a few feet away, rubbing snow off her red wool gloves. She had on a maroon down coat that went past her knees, with the hood pulled over her head. You jerk, she shouted. She scooped up snow and tossed a big handful into my face. Hey, give me a break, I started. You jerk. You ruined everything, she screamed. Her breath puffed up in front of her. She heaved another handful of snow. I ducked under it. It wasn't my fault, Elena, I cried. You ruined Christmas. And now you're ruining New Year's Eve for everyone, she cried. Now there's nowhere for everyone to go. Maybe my mom and dad will listen to reason, I said. My parents think you're crazy, she cried. They think you should be locked up. Why did you say those horrible things about them? I didn't, I told her. The dummy. She rolled her eyes. Yeah, sure, Ray. You said the magic words, and the dummy came to life. That's not crazy or anything. That happens all the time, right? Being sarcastic isn't going to help, I said. She sighed, then she kicked a wave of snow onto my jeans. I don't get you, Ray. Goodbye. Have a nice life. She spun around and stomped away. Hey, Elena, wait. She didn't turn back. She was swinging her arms and walking fast. Her hood flew off her head, and she didn't stop to fix it. I watched her till she turned the corner and disappeared behind a snow-covered hedge. Then I heaved my snowboard to the ground and gave it a hard kick. I wasn't angry at the snowboard. And I wasn't angry at Elena. If I was Elena, I wouldn't believe me, either. I didn't feel like meeting up with my friends anymore. And I wasn't in the mood to snowboard. Seeing Elena reminded me I had a serious problem to deal with. A terrifying problem right in my bedroom closet, and no one to help me. I dragged the snowboard home and tossed it in the garage. I stamped my boots on the mat at the kitchen door and went inside. The breakfast dishes were still on the counter. A fried egg no one wanted sat in the frying pan on the stove. "Hey, Mom? Dad?" I called. Then I saw the note on the fridge door. It said they'd taken Brandon to a dentist appointment. "Good," I said out loud. "Gives me time to think." I poked my finger in the cold fried egg, then licked my finger. I began pacing back and forth from the kitchen to the living room, thinking hard about one question: how to get rid of a dummy for good. When the front doorbell rang, I let out a startled cry and jumped into the air. It took a few seconds for my heart to stop pounding. Then I made my way to the front window and peered out. A tall, thin man with curly red hair poking out from a red and blue Red Sox cap stood on the front stoop. He wore a plaid jacket over baggy brown cargo pants. He turned, and I saw a small coppery mustache beneath a pointy nose. He pushed the doorbell again. I pulled the front door open a crack and poked my head out. A gust of icy wind nearly blew the door back in my face. "Hello? Can I help you?" I asked. He smiled at me and adjusted his baseball cap. He gazed at me with bright green eyes. "I think you have something that belongs to me," he said. "Yes," I cried. "Awesome." The green eyes squinted at me. He shoved his hands into the pockets of the plaid jacket. "Well, good. I'll get it," I said. "Be right down." I couldn't believe my good luck. There I was, pacing back and forth, thinking as hard as I could, and coming up with nothing. And then here's this stranger in a Red Sox cap at the front door, ready to rescue me from the evil dummy. What incredible timing. With the dummy gone forever, my life would return to normal. And maybe if I apologized to everyone all over again, Mom and Dad would let me have the New Year's Eve party. And Elena and everyone else would be so happy. Sweet. I practically skipped up the stairs and across the room. I turned the lock and pulled open the closet door. The dummy was sitting straight up with his back against the closet wall. Not where I left him. I had tossed him face first on a pile of shirts. He had definitely moved. It gave me a shiver of fear as I reached to pick him up. "You're going away from here," I said. "For good." He didn't move. I grabbed him by the waist and pulled him up with one hand. His body slumped limply. His head bumped the floor hard as I dragged him from the closet. I let his head bump the stairs all the way down. Thump, thump, thump. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to scream and jump up and down and do a crazy dance. My life was about to return to normal. I raised the dummy and held him under the armpits of his jacket. The head bobbed lifelessly on his shoulders. I trotted to the front door and shoved Slappy at the red-haired man. "Here," I said. "Take it. And thank you." The man's eyes went wide. He took a step back. He didn't reach for the dummy. "That's not mine," he said. My mouth dropped open. The dummy nearly slipped from my hands. "Excuse me?" I uttered. "That dummy isn't mine," he repeated. He adjusted the baseball cap over his forehead. I came to pick up Robbie. Robbie? I squeaked. My dog, the man said. Isn't this 127 Beechnut? No, I said. It's 227. The man shrugged and gave me an embarrassed smile. So sorry. Wrong house. He shuffled off the stoop and hurried toward the corner. I let out a long sigh. Slappy suddenly felt heavy in my arms. He slipped to the floor. But he didn't collapse or fold up. He stood on his little brown leather shoes. His hands shot out stiffly at his sides. He raised his grinning face at me and began to laugh. A stab of fear made my chest hurt. I gasped and made a two-handed grab for him. Still laughing, he dodged away. The dummy spun quickly and ran into the living room on his spindly legs. You can't get rid of me, slave. His voice was hoarse and tinny, from somewhere deep in his chest. I dove at him. Grabbed for him again. He scampered away. To the other side of the low coffee table. Don't try to lose me again, or you will pay. He screeched. This can't be happening, I cried. You can't be alive. What do you want? What do you want? Question mark quote. You will do as I say. He rasped, eyes darting from side to side. This house will be mine. If you want your family to survive, you will obey my every wish. No way. I tried to sound angry and tough. But my voice cracked on the words. You're going back in the closet. Then you're going far away from here. I don't think so. Slappy snapped. His wooden hands wrapped around the blue fan-shaped vase on the coffee table. He raised the vase over his head. A wave of panic tightened my throat. Put that down, I gasped. That was my great-grandmother's. It's very valuable. Are you going to play ball with me? Slappy cried. No way, I said. Then I'm going to play ball with you. He shouted. Catch. He pulled his arm back and heaved the vase across the room at me. No, I let out a scream of horror. Raised both hands to catch it. The vase bounced off my chest. Knocked my breath out. As I started to choke, it crashed onto the top of the coffee table and shattered into a dozen jagged pieces. No. Oh, no. I heard a cry behind me. Still struggling to breathe, I turned and saw Mom, Dad, and Brandon standing at the living room doorway. All three of them had looks of horror on their faces. Grandma Rose's vase, Mom cried. She pressed her hands to her face. I don't believe it. Ray, that vase was precious, Dad said angrily. What happened? Question mark quote. My whole body shook. I turned to the dummy. Slappy lay limply on his back under the coffee table. The dummy did it, I screamed. Really? The dummy did it. Brandon hugged himself. He kept his eyes on the floor. Mom and Dad stared at Slappy, a lifeless wooden dummy. Dad moved to the coffee table. He bent down and picked up a few jagged pieces of blue porcelain. He sighed and shook his head. It can't be repaired. It's ruined. From under the coffee table, Slappy let out a loud giggle. It's not funny, Ray, Mom shrieked. Why are you laughing? Have you gone totally crazy? Do we have to take you to a doctor? Before I could answer, Slappy giggled again. I spent the rest of the day in my room. Grounded. For life, probably. Dad took the dummy and hid it away in the garage. Brandon avoided me. He stayed in his room, doing an origami project. Elena didn't call or text me. I guessed she was still angry. It snowed again that night. The next morning, Dad told Brandon and me to shovel the driveway. Brandon complained. He doesn't like to shovel, and he doesn't like the cold. I kept my mouth shut. I knew I was in big trouble. No way, I wanted to get in even deeper trouble. We pulled on our parkas and boots and trudged out to the garage. The wind had blown the snow into tall drifts along the backyard fence. Snow came up to the top of my boots as we crunched our way to the garage door. We both stopped and gazed at the door. I knew we were both thinking the same thing. Slappy was in there. Was he waiting for us? Waiting to cause more trouble? I shivered. Not from the cold. I'll open the door, Brandon said. He reached down for the handle, which was buried in snow. Whoa, I said. Quote, you are going in there first? He nodded. His cheeks were red. The parka hood hid his eyes. I made a New Year's resolution, he said. He tugged the door handle. What resolution? I asked. You know. To be braver. That's awesome, I said. He groaned as he gave the garage door handle a hard pull. Snow shifted away from the door, and it started to rise. Another tug, and the door slid up all the way. Brandon and I both screamed when we saw Slappy standing right in front of us. His glassy eyes seemed to glow. An evil grin spread across his wooden face. Greetings, slaves, he shrieked. And then he raised his hands in front of him and clicked my dad's heavy hedge clippers. How about a nice haircut, dudes? I tried to stagger back, but my boots slid on the snow. I went down hard on my butt. And before I could squirm away, the hedge clippers came down over my head. Snop, snop. Slappy snipped the top of my parka hood off. I felt cold air on my head. I tried to pull myself to my feet. The hedge clippers snapped again. How about a nice cut? Slappy shrieked. Maybe it'll teach you not to lock me in the cold. I raised both hands to shield myself. The clippers came down fast. He lowered them over my face. No. Stop. I screamed. Stop. You're going to cut my head off. SNAAAAAP. SNAAAAAP. Suddenly, the hedge clippers flew into the air. I blinked. Brandon had slapped them away. They landed with a thud in the snow and sank deep into a high drift. Let go of me, loser. Slappy shrieked. Brandon had his arms wrapped around the dummy's waist. He lifted Slappy off his feet. You'll pay. You'll pay for this, slave. I'm gonna chop till I drop. No more mister. Nice guy. Put me down. But Brandon shoved the dummy under his arm. Then he started to run. Follow me, Ray. I see something, he shouted breathlessly. I was still plopped down in the snow. Kind of dazed, I guess, from my narrow escape. I pulled myself up, shook myself off, and started to follow Brandon. The dummy kicked and thrashed its arms, shouting and spitting. You'll pay. You'll pay. I'll put your heads on snowmen. You don't know what you're doing. The blinding sunlight on the snow stunned my eyes. I shielded them with one glove as I trotted over the deep drifts, following Brandon. Slappy punched the back of Brandon's parka with both fists. But Brandon held on to him tightly and kept trotting. We reached the street, and I saw what my brother had in mind. I heard the loud roar as the big white truck came into clear view. It was stopped in front of the Simpkins house on the corner. A big garbage truck. The truck rocked a little as its engine idled. Steam poured out of the exhaust. Two men in gray parkas emptied trash cans into the back. A grinding roar rose up as the garbage was mashed inside. The men dragged the empty trash cans up the long driveway. As soon as they were gone, Brandon went into action. He carried Slappy up to the back of the truck. "Put me down," the dummy wailed. "You're the garbage. Drop me. Watch out. You don't want to see me when I'm angry." Brandon's eyes narrowed. He gritted his jaw. Then he raised the thrashing, screaming dummy in both hands. With a groan, he started to heave the dummy into the truck. But Slappy twisted his body, gave a hard jerk. He slipped out of Brandon's hands and fell to the snow. "Hey!" Brandon let out a startled cry. He grabbed for Slappy. Missed. Slappy scrambled quickly to his feet. He swung around on his flimsy legs and grabbed me with both wooden hands. "Hoo-ah!" I shouted as the dummy lifted me off my feet and into the air. How can he be so strong? Is it his deep evil that gives him so much power? The questions flashed through my mind. But I didn't have time to figure out the answers. The wooden hands dug into my ribs. Before I could move or squirm or twist or cry out, the dummy raised me high over his head and heaved me into the back of the grinding truck. "No!" I heard Brandon's shout over the roar of the truck. He burst forward and bumped me hard with his whole body. I sailed over the side of the truck and landed on my back in the snow. Pain shot up my entire body. Shaking it off, I pulled myself up, in time to see Brandon wrestling with the dummy on the ground. Grunting and groaning, they rolled over each other, making the snow fly. "Brandon," I called to him, struggling to my feet. Brandon was on his back, half buried in snow. Slappy sat on top of him. The dummy raised a fist to pound my brother. But I grabbed him around the waist. I pulled him off Brandon. And without thinking, without really planning it, I flung the dummy with all my strength. Slappy bounced off the back of the garbage truck. Then he slid down, and he was sucked into the truck. Slappy kicked and screamed as he was pulled inside. Brandon and I froze as a long, shrill howl rang in our ears. A howl of pain and horror. And then the truck began to grind. The roar drowned out the howl. I shut my eyes and picked the wood, the cloth suit jacket and pants, the little shoes, all ground up. Ground to wood shavings and bits of cloth. Mixed with the disgusting garbage. We didn't move. We were both breathing hard. Our breath puffed up in front of us. The grinding roar ended. Silence now. "Hey, what are you two kids doing?" The men were returning to their truck. One of them hoisted himself into the front cabin. The other one stared hard at Brandon and me. "Nothing," I said. "Just watching." He stared at us a while longer. Then he gave us a two-fingered salute and joined his partner in the truck. We watched as the truck crunched over the snow and headed up the block. Then Brandon and I let out victory whoops and slapped knuckles and danced up and down in the snow. "Tell the truth," Brandon said. "Was I brave or was I brave?" "You were a superhero," I said. We hurried home, dancing and laughing, tossing snow at each other. A great morning. An awesome morning. "I'm never going to be scared again," Brandon said. He beat his chest with both fists and made gorilla sounds. We both entered the house, beating our chests and grunting like gorillas. Mom and Dad thought we had gone snow crazy. I called Elena. I apologized. I pleaded with her to come over. She appeared after lunch. Mom and Dad greeted her and wanted to chat. But Elena and I knew we had work to do. We had to start begging, and beg better than we ever begged in our lives. We begged and pleaded with my parents to let us have the New Year's party. We promised to be perfect for the whole new year. We promised to help out with everything in the house forever. We promised to make sure the basement was totally spotless after the party. We promised everything a kid could promise. And finally, after a long, private talk with Elena's parents, Mom and Dad said yes. Go ahead and have your New Year's Eve party. Elena and I didn't have time to celebrate our victory. We still had lots of work to do in the basement. We hurried down there. There were still some paint cans to move out of the way. We stacked them near the walls. Then we found 2 brooms and swept the floor clean. This basement is so dark, Elena said, gazing around. We'll need lots of colorful balloons. And some streamers across the ceiling. We have to make it look like a party. I started to answer, but I stopped with a gasp. From the top of the basement stairs there was rasping, evil laughter. My heart skipped a beat. I let out a sharp cry. We both turned to the stairs, and saw Brandon up at the top. He tossed back his head and did his evil laugh again. He sounded just like Slappy. I gotcha that time, Brandon said, shaking his head. You really thought the dummy was back. He laughed some more. I rolled my eyes. Brandon, just because you're brave now doesn't mean you have to scare us to death. That made him laugh even harder. New Year's Eve, the basement was a whirl of colors. Elena and I put red and blue light bulbs in all the ceiling lights. And we strung gold and silver crepe paper streamers across the low ceiling. Silver and gold helium balloons bounced against the streamers. Music pounded. The streamers and balloons made the colored lights appear to flash and flicker. The stacks of silvery paint cans gleamed in the light and looked like party decorations. It looks like a nightclub, not like a basement, Elena cried. Kids started piling in around 7:30. Mom and Dad showed them the way to the basement. But my parents promised to stay upstairs. Our friends were ready to party. We did crazy karaoke songs. We danced and hung out. We had a wild limbo contest. Someone found a beach ball, and we had an insane volleyball game with paint cans as the net. We gobbled pizza and big bowls of chips. Elena and I kept congratulating each other. We both agreed the party was awesome. It was awesome until a little after 10 o'clock. That's when the music suddenly stopped. As if someone had pulled out the plug. And in the sudden silence, hideous, evil laughter rang out from the top of the basement stairs. I had a mouthful of chips. The ugly laugh made me spit them all over the floor. I spun around and shouted, Brandon. Not funny. The light was dim at the top of the stairs. I heard a step creak and saw thin legs walking down slowly, one step at a time. Ooh, what's that smell? Someone shouted. A sharp, putrid odor floated over the basement. Kids held their noses. Slappy, I gasped. He stopped halfway down the stairs. His gray suit was shredded. His shoes were gone. His head and shoulders were covered in scraps of garbage. Slappy New Year! He screamed at the top of his lungs. Kids gasped and cried out. A wave of fear swept over the room. My whole body shuddered. How could he be back? What did he plan to do? That dummy. It's talking, someone stammered. Everyone started talking at once. Is it real? It's walking by itself. Who's making it talk? Is someone inside that thing? Is it a robot? Ray, is this a joke? Are you trying to trick us? I didn't want to answer. I knew it wasn't a joke. Slappy lowered himself another step. Another. He took a few staggering steps across the basement floor. The odor from the garbage made my eyes burn. Garbage scraps fell off him as he limped forward. His evil eyes focused on me. You didn't invite me, he rasped. So I thought I'd crash. He lifted a gallon can of paint off a stack. Then he swung his arm hard and sent the can sailing. It crashed against the wall, and bright yellow paint spewed out in a geyser. Oh, no, I let out a moan as the paint ran down the wall. And before I could move, Slappy had another can open. He jerked it forward in both hands, and sent a thick wave of blue paint over 3 girls who were standing nearby. They screamed as the paint swept over them. It splashed on their hair and ran down their faces. Kids were screaming now. Backing away. Looking for hiding places. It's alive, a girl cried. It's alive. 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 She couldn't stop screaming. Elena gasped in horror. She turned to me. Is this really happening? I nodded. Slappy staggered to a wall of paint cans. He pulled a can off the top and quickly pried the lid off. That's enough, Elena shouted. She dove past me and tore across the room toward Slappy, both hands outstretched to stop him. Oh, Elena screamed as she slipped in a puddle of blue paint. Her feet slid out from under her. She went face down in the paint. Slappy raised a can over her and dumped a gallon of black paint on her head. Elena gasped and choked, struggling to breathe under the thick coating of paint. I bent down beside her and tried to smear paint away from her eyes and nose. Looking up, I saw terrified kids racing up the basement stairs. Slappy laughed his hideous laugh and heaved another tidal wave of paint over 2 boys trying to hide under the food table. We have to get out of here, a boy shouted. It's alive! It's alive! The girl continued to scream. Slipping and sliding in the thick paint, kids stampeded up the stairs. I saw a boy reach the top. He grabbed the doorknob. I saw him struggling. Pushing. Pulling. 2 other kids jammed beside him. I saw them start to pound on the door. It's locked. Someone screamed. The door, we can't open it. Help. We're locked in. A wave of black paint sailed at my head. I ducked, and it splashed onto my back. Kids screamed and cried and pounded the basement door. Where were my parents? They had mentioned going next door for a few minutes to say Happy New Year to the Willards. Slappy tossed back his head in a hyena laugh and sent another gallon of paint splashing over the kids on the stairs. The paint covered their heads and made them splutter and choke. Treat me like garbage? Slappy shrieked. You'll all end up in the garbage. Brandon, brave now, dove forward to tackle the cackling dummy. But he slid on the paint-drenched floor. Fell and cracked his head on the hard concrete. Brandon, I screamed. I heard a loud banging and then excited cries. I raised my eyes to the top of the stairs and saw the basement door fly open. Elena, covered in black paint, began to lead kids out the door. Slappy heaved a gallon can of paint up the stairs at them. Kids shrieked and ducked. A girl went toppling headfirst down the sticky, wet steps. That made the dummy laugh even harder. I dropped down beside Brandon. Are you okay? He raised his head groggily. I guess so. He had purple and green paint in his hair and down one side of his face. I helped him to his feet. He rubbed a hand back through his paint-soaked hair. Kids were frantically trying to get to the basement stairs. Slappy had 3 boys trapped against the food table. He was menacing them with a can of white paint. Suddenly, I had an idea. Slappy had his back turned to Brandon and me. It was easy to slip behind him. I pulled my brother behind a wall of paint cans. Push, I said. We'll push together. Brandon squinted at me. Huh? If we can push this wall of cans on Slappy, maybe we can crush him under them. Brandon shook his head. But the garbage truck didn't crush him. Maybe we can at least stop him, I said. Come on. It's worth a try. The heavy cans were stacked about a foot over my head. Brandon and I leaned our shoulders against the wall of cans. On the count of 3, I said. We both took deep breaths. 1, 2, 3. We lunged forward, heaved our shoulders against the cans. And, yes, the whole wall toppled over. Slappy let out a high, shrill wail as the wall caved in on him, burying him, crushing him under its weight. I watched him crumble to the floor. The paint cans thudded on top of him. He disappeared beneath them. Silence now. Brandon and I stood together, staring at the pile of paint cans. Did we really defeat him? I gazed around. No one else in the basement. Everyone else had escaped. Brandon and I were the only ones still here. I shuddered. We were both drenched in thick paint. I rolled a can of paint out of my way with one shoe. Then I bent down to examine the cans on the floor. And a wooden hand shot up from under the cans and grabbed me by the throat. AAACH. I uttered a choked scream as the hand tightened its grip. Slappy sat up. His evil, red-lipped grin appeared to spread over his face. Choking me, I gasped. The hand tightened. My neck throbbed. I struggled to suck in air. Choking. The dummy grinned up at me. I tugged hard. Pulled back with all my might. But Slappy had evil strength. I couldn't free myself from the hard wooden hand. Where are you going? The party is just starting. The dummy declared. Choking, I gasped. Slappy New Year. Slappy New Year to both of my slaves. I knew I was passing out. I saw bright yellow. And then the room started to fade away. Brandon grabbed my waist and tried to pull me free. But Slappy was too strong. I thrashed my arms wildly. I tried to punch the dummy. My hand slid to his jacket pocket. The room was spinning darkly now. I actually saw bright yellow stars before my eyes. My hand tore at the dummy's jacket pocket. And without realizing it, I pulled out the folded sheet of paper. The paper with the strange words on it. The words that brought the evil dummy to life. If we read the words again, will they put him back to sleep? Frantically, I pushed the paper at my brother. Read, I choked out. Read. Did Brandon understand me? Yes. He grabbed the paper from my hand. His fingers struggled to unfold it. The room spun. The bright stars swam in front of me. Darkness. Darkness. I saw Brandon raise the paper to his face. His eyes went wide. Read, I choked out. He squeezed my arm. Ray, he said, I can't read the words. They're covered in paint. Slappy tossed his head back and laughed. Losers. He let go of my throat and made a grab for the paper. It flew out of Brandon's hands and fluttered to the floor. Slappy and I both dove for it. I grabbed it first. I swung it away from Slappy. Held it above my head. Light from the ceiling poured through the paper. And I realized I could see the words through the paint. Karu Mario Donna Loma Molunukarrano. My voice was hoarse, but I shouted them as loud as I could. Slappy made a sound like air going out of a balloon. His head tilted back. His legs collapsed. He sank to the floor. His head hit hard and bounced a couple of times. Then he didn't move. I rubbed my sore neck. I took a deep breath and tried to stop my heart from thudding in my chest. Brandon stood silently beside me, staring down at the lifeless dummy. We did it, I said. We defeated him. Happy New Year, Brandon whispered. We didn't have time to celebrate. I heard a sound and saw Mom and Dad at the top of the stairs. Even in the dim light, I could see the look of horror on their faces. This can't be, Mom cried, gazing at the paint-splotched room. The walls were all splashed. The floor had lakes of paint everywhere. She slipped on paint and started to fall down the stairs. She bumped into Dad. They both grabbed the banister to keep their balance. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, Mom moaned. What did you do down here? Ray, how did this happen? Question mark quote. We're ruined, Brandon whispered. We're dead meat. They made their way onto the basement floor. They walked slowly, careful not to step in paint. But it was impossible. The whole floor was covered. Where are the other kids? Dad demanded. How did this happen? I glanced at the dummy, sprawled on the floor. The party just got out of control, I murmured. I'll clean it all up, Dad. I promise. I'll stay down here till the basement is perfect again. All this paint, Mom muttered, shaking her head. All this paint everywhere. It's impossible. It can't be. Mom and Dad gazed around the basement, muttering to themselves and shaking their heads. Finally, Dad said, we can clean it up. I guess, Mom murmured. Let's give the kids a break, Dad said. It's New Year's. Yes. Happy New Year, I cried. Were we actually getting away with this? Happy New Year, Brandon joined in. We all cheered. And actually, there was a lot to cheer about. The evil dummy had been put to sleep. And we had thrown a New Year's Eve party no one would ever forget. The next morning, Brandon, Dad, and I cleaned up the basement the best we could. Dad said once the paint dried, it would make a great party room. He said he just liked seeing so many colors at once. Dad has always been weird, thank goodness. Brandon and I still couldn't get the paint off our hands or faces or hair. Dad said that might take a while. That afternoon, I pulled on my parka and boots and started for the garage. Mom stopped me in the kitchen. Where are you going, Ray? Snowboarding, I said. I'm meeting Elena and some other kids. I put that dummy back in your room, Mom said. I put it in your closet. But I told you I don't want it anymore, I replied. Okay, Mom said. Should we keep it in a trunk in the basement in case you change your mind? No. No way, I said. Get rid of it. Please, give it away or something. I really don't want it. I found a sheet of paper with the dummy, Mom said. It had the strangest words on it. Very hard to pronounce. Pronounce? I gasped in horror. My whole body went cold. Mom, I cried. You didn't read those words out loud, did you? Mom? Did you? Did you? Did you read the words out loud? I tore off my parka, tossed it on the floor, and ran up to my room. I expected to see Slappy standing in the doorway, ready to pounce at my throat. I stopped at the landing and listened. Silence. I crept to my room. No. He wasn't standing there. My skin tingled with fright. Where was he hiding? I gazed all around the room. Everything was just as I'd left it. My paint-stained clothes from the party were still in a heap on the floor. I crossed to the closet. Mom said she'd put Slappy in there. I gripped the closet doorknob. Should I open it? A chill ran down my back. I took a deep breath and swung the door open all the way. I squinted into the dark closet. My eyes glanced over the piles of t-shirts and sweaters and jeans on the shelves. I pulled the light cord and the light flashed on. I lowered my eyes to the floor. No. No sign of him. I stepped into the closet, pushing jackets out of the way. I made my way to the back. I gazed all around. Gone. Slappy was gone. Not where Mom put him. Not in my room. I backed out of the closet. Slappy? I called. Are you here? Are you still here? Silence. Gone. But what was that green-yellow glow on my bookshelf? I stumbled over the paint-stained clothes as I made my way across the room. The horror. The little horror that old man at Horrorland had given me. It was glowing brightly, as if on fire. A shiver of fear shook my body. I couldn't take my eyes off the light. The green-yellow light, so strange, so cold, pulled me. I could feel myself pulled into the light. It spread all around me until all I could see was its eerie glow. And then it faded away, faded like a dying campfire. And I was standing somewhere else. Not standing in my room. Blinking hard, shivering, I gazed around. And recognized the shelves of strange objects and souvenirs. Chiller House. I was standing in that little shop, back in Horrorland. And the old man, the shop owner, Jonathan Chiller, stood over me, a broad smile on his pale face. Welcome back, Ray, he said in his high, croaky voice. You're right on time. The game is about to begin.